You put 6 motors in these things with propellers, and you have 6 degrees of freedom.
There you go.
You have an object. So we talk about pitch, roll, and yaw. But those are basically, if I understand correctly, the basis vectors for the Lie algebra of SO3 or spin 3 or SU2.
What's Lie algebra?
Well, so the idea is I have a rotation group of symmetries of this object about its central vertex. Okay?
Right.
And that's one of the things. You can put one of these things up, and with 3 degrees of freedom, I can spin it, right, like a full-on UFO, and just have it moving in crazy ways that nothing else can move. Because a quadcopter has only 4 degrees of freedom because it's got the 4 motors.
This is unlimited.
Okay. Well, but it's going to distract us. Let's get to that in 1 second because that's super cool.
Okay.
By the way, that's a CGI.
Yes.
But I've actually seen
a
guy actually flying this around, so I don't want to do this.
We've got like 19 of them. That's actually.
So what's going on with this is that you have 3 degrees of freedom, which is the rotations that I need here. But you've got 3 extra degrees of freedom to move in different places. Now, there's something called the affine group, which is the semi-direct product of SO3 with the R3 group of translations.
And the SO3 has 8, it introduces the chromatic aspect of...
Don't go chromatic. Just
don't go chromatic.
You've got something brilliant.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm just trying to understand.
The best thing that I've seen out of Terrence Howard, I will tell people, this is why you never throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I don't know that you invented it. I think you did.
I did invent it.
I promise you, I think
no,
you did.
I didn't invent it. It was given to me. An angel gave that to me, and I'm sorry that everybody...
Terrence, I'm sorry to say this. There's a way in which we all feel pressure to give away genius stuff that we do to some other higher power. This is why if you ask like Khabib Nurmagomedov, like, how do you do such great things? He'll say, mashallah, or astaghfirullah, right? Alhamdulillah, right?
Inshallah.
Because Islam is very good about, you always give away the compliment because you can't hold it because it'll cause you an ego distortion. This thing here has 6 degrees of freedom based on the relative speeds of the motors that you put into it. Plus, there's an affine group called SO3 semi-direct product R3, which has 6 Lie algebra elements. That means that this thing can potentially span the Lie algebra. And if you have a trackball over here as a controller, and you put like 3 theremins so that you could control in 3-dimensional space, you potentially have a drone that can rotate itself in 3 dimensions and get anywhere based on these 6 objects. Now, I could be wrong about that.
No, you're right. We've actually done that. So.
Okay. So my claim is, if the only thing you've done, forget the art, forget the science, forget the this, forget the that, if the only thing you did was to introduce an error, which is 109.47 is not exactly 108.
But 108 is that key of A, which is...
God damn it, you won't stop.
I'm not stopping. I'm working with you.
I know.
Keep going. All right, you talk.
That is a really cool grade A idea until I hear that somebody else did it, or that when you machine this, because this is the thing.
Now, this is when you put 4 of them together.
Now, the thing is, it's very cool if you take what Intel does with drones, where they sort of synchronize these swarms. This thing comes together and it forms a stable structure. Now, if you look at it, the tolerances that you've built into this thing, because these pentagons do not exactly come together.
109.47.
It's not 108. That thing within engineering is like even temperament. Even temperament is a lie. It's a fraud. But, oh my God, all the most beautiful music in the world is built on even temperament.
But look at what it generates.
That's what I'm talking about.
You put 4 of these come together and make this. 4 of these come together and they make this larger structure that is the same exact thing. So that's not a lie.
It is a lie.
This
You're
right
trying to
here
build the whole universe off of the lynchpin.
I'm defining something new.
You are. To the best of my knowledge, by the way, I looked at this years ago. Wait.
Hold on. No. Before you go there, this is the other side of it.
Yeah.
This is what's very interesting. Like these, they'll come together and meet. You can see where they meet up.
Yeah.
their natural meeting up.
Yeah.
Now this one looks exactly like this one, but they don't have the same mixture. So what this is creating, this is actually showing, this is the equal and opposite. This is matter. This becomes the antimatter.
I can't
of
stop
it.
you, dude.
You can't stop me.
I
I'm so
know.
sorry. I'm my own worst enemy and my own best friend.
You know what? That was a beautiful statement.
But what I'm trying to say is the fact that they keep, and these four will keep. This is just the magnetic, what I consider the magnetic field.
You see, you stopped yourself.
I consider
really appreciate
this to be the magnetic field because they're expanding at the center, and magnetism, in my language, magnetism expands out and becomes greater.
And you know when you just said in my language?
In my language.
That's what I just did with the Terrence product. In other words,
said in your language.
I'm trying to get you to stop pissing my community off.
I don't want to piss them off. I want friends. I need friends.
Terrence, that's why we're here. Right?
But this right here, when you have it, and these will keep bonding with greater ones and keep making the same structure.
The point is, it's good enough within engineering tolerances to be a dodecahedron.
This dodecahedrons are, I'm not going to teach.
Now, if Jamie, can we bring up T4 bacteriophage capsid? Because I think, do you know about what a capsamere is?
No.
All right.
I know what a pap smear is.
It's the second time you did that. I enjoyed both of them. Okay.
I think you got a bad doctor.
Okay. Now, let's do the one below the cartoon. So you see where it says collared sheath? Let's do, yeah.
Oh, those are those quick things that run along. They move so very quickly along.
No, you're talking about something else. You're talking about a transport thing. This is a virus.
This is a virus. It looks like the transport thing.
This is phage lambda. And what this thing is, that thing is an icosahedral capsid. So all of the nucleic acid is upstairs in that compartment, but it's not a perfect icosahedron because it has the elongation of some triangles and the truncation of others. Now this thing it is an example of imperfection in nature, right? So nature wanted to do something very rigid to protect the nucleic acid by coming up with an icosahedron, but she didn't do a perfect one. Can we find any other that, like you see above that one, that's way too perfect. It's not true. That's a good one. So in some sense, what you find often enough is that nature actually chooses imperfect perfection.
Nested.
Yeah.
They're just nesting instead of...
Now, what the way this works, can we look up capsomere? Again, I'm way out of my element. CAPSO, capsomere. Yeah. And then images. So the idea is that you have these little units, which are very much like your drone units, your linchpins, that come together to form capsids. So when can you hold up one that in case is a dodecahedron? Like right here.
Yeah.
So that is like a capsid made from capsameres. So I want you to spend some time on the protein data bank. Maybe let's go to the protein PDB capsamere. And you'll get an understanding of all the ways in which nature has been doing this engineering that we've been learning from. Maybe actually just go to the site PDB. Yeah, let's try that. Herpes. Basically what these are little nature's version of linchpins that come together to form platonic solids, which are the triangular platonic solids are valued because the triangle is a stable structure. If you think about it, a square can become a parallelogram very easily. So they're not very, engineers will use triangles over squares. What you need to do, in my opinion, is to figure out the Eternal One's understanding of these structures and how he or she creates these things with the stability that actually use the imperfections just the way you were using the imperfections. And by the way, I did look at this years ago and totally discarded it because 108 wasn't equal to 109.47. Right. It's close. And the fact that you're willing to deal with something doped with imperfection is what actually is the genius akin to even temperament.
Well, it's like, how do you walk? You don't walk by a perfect gait.
Yeah.
You walk by moving past the point of equilibrium and catching yourself.
Well
it's
said.
It's the catching.
I don't know how to think like that. I think perfectly, not imperfectly, and it's to my detriment in many situations.
Well, you've got an incredible mind.
As do you, sir. Can we go back to the main page? Because another thing that I see you taking a lot of guff for is the periodic table. Now, I don't like your periodic table, but you are also the only person I know who's pushing into the public consciousness the understanding. Okay, so first of all, do you know Stanley Jordan?
Not by name. You smoke weed?
Stanley Jordan is one of the, I don't even want to call him a guitarist. He's an alien intelligence from another universe. But if you go up and you click that, people have been saying that Terrence Howard is making up this thing about the periodic table and the sound of the elements. And I want you to hear what he calls sonification.
The ionization energies of the elements as represented here in a periodic table, and we are going to produce tones representing those energies. The way that this app works is each one of these elements in the table is actually a push button, and I can play tones with these push buttons. The settings in this control panel here will determine how those energies will be converted into tones that we can hear. First of all, we're just going to look at a few of the controls for now. See, we have transpose frequency. The frequencies corresponding to these ionization energies are extremely high, so we have to transpose them down to arrange them.
As you said.
So here we're going to transpose it down, in this case, 42 octaves, negative 42. So let's start with hydrogen. If I transpose it 43 octaves down, I get that tone. Or I can go 44 octaves down. I can also transpose it chromatically. As you can see here, I can go up and up again, and up again. But normally I set that at 0 and just leave it there, and I only change the octave. Let's go back to 42, and I'm going to show you some of the other controls that we have here. The duration is in seconds, so here we go, 1 second long. Or we could go longer, let's say 2 seconds. And the damping factor controls how quickly the tone decays. 3 is kind of like a nice...
So what he's doing is he's preparing you for the fact that he's going to play the periodic table. And by the way, I just want to say this thing. Stanley Jordan is a friggin' mega genius.
I see that now.
And what you're talking about, I was talking with him about several years ago. And what he was going to do is to mine the periodic table for the music of the elements and also go beyond that for molecules.
See, I tried to do the same thing. And I called...
People treat you like you're nuts.
I called UCLA asking for the prime resonant frequency of the elements, and they wouldn't give them to me. Nobody would give them to me.
Well, because in part, wait, listen.
Boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Now, what happens is, as you start listening to these, you start to notice patterns. Let me go and go through this second row again, but I won't say them. I'll just go ahead and play through them. Kind of a beautiful melody, isn't it? Now, these pitches that we're hearing are determined straight from a calculation based on the actual energy of the element. So we are getting tones that you couldn't necessarily play on a piano. A lot of them would fall in between the keys. So they don't fit our conventional...
They're sense sharp or sense flat
system. But if you want it to fit, we can enable this it's just quantized pitch. So all these pitches are slid to the nearest note.
So when you say key of E,
chromatic scale just means all of the notes that we could play on a piano.
And I'm talking about 432 when I'm talking about the key of E on it.
well, you make an error again. So you say this thing about hydrogen 40.5.
Well, no, I wasn't saying.
Wait a second.
But I wasn't saying that hydrogen is 40.5. I was saying that the key of E is 40.5 hertz and doubles to 162. Those things.
Yeah, but you said it in a very authoritative way. And the 40.5 is not 40.5 hertz. It's 40.5 megahertz associated not with hydrogen, but with mercury.
But you have to once you keep doubling that,
but wait a second,
get
Terrence,
to the.
You activated a bunch of chemists who said, I don't know this frequency.
Because they're looking at 440. They're looking at their
440 is irrelevant. 440 is concert A in a time when we've decided that that is concert A. If you were to use the Hindustani system, let's say, instead of do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
It was ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la.
No, they do sa, re, ga, ma, pa, sa, re, ga, pa, pa, da, pa, ga, sa, re, ga, ga, re, sa, re. They use a different.
I did the Cephalgians.
I know.
Skill. That's what
I'm saying this is that for North India, right? It's an irrelevancy because everybody is allowed to tune their sa to a different tone. They don't have to tune their sa around A440 because there's only 3 instruments. There's a tabla which doesn't have that tone is an important part. There's a tanpura which is tuned to the soloist, and the soloist determines what their sa should be. So can we do sa re ga? So in that system, the absolute value doesn't matter because you can tune it to whatever you want to tune it. You're not trying to come up with an orchestra. It's only the orchestral aspect of Western music and the need for even temperament that forces us all to listen to the concert master as to what A440 is, right? Okay.
Joseph Goebbels pushed that around the world.
Okay, not do Joseph Goebbels. Just keep drinking whiskey. What you have is a situation in which nobody understood what you said about the periodic table, except for a tiny number of people. Now, if we go to that page, Jamie, that we put up, go back below that.
Yo.
The sound of hydrogen from WSU. So this is an academic page dedicated to the idea that you're trying to figure out how to play these things, and this is the sonification. Now, you attribute more meaning to this, I think, but you need to know about a guy named Luca Turin, who's a buddy of mine in the UK at Buckingham University, which is trying to do some wild radical stuff. They are working on the idea that smell is not based on shape, but is based on frequency of the valence electrons, and that particles that vibrate the same way smell the same, even if their shapes are different. And if their shapes are very similar, but their vibrations are very different, they don't smell the same. So there's an entire book called The Emperor of Scent about the academic, like all the people who try to push you down. They're trying to push Luca Turin down, as if he doesn't know what's going on. He's written the Bible of perfume. I don't know if you like scent.
I do.
He understands the vibratory quality of scent. And so trying to sort of synesthese these things by saying that everything that has frequency and vibration can be understood in each other's terms as a small freak community of very smart people trying to do what it is you're doing. The only problem is you gave us, people ask me for an analogy. What do you think of Terrence Howard? That's all I got for like a week. Can we pull up the
Terrence Howard, Joe Rogan experience?
Yeah. No. Janet, we're having that right now. The Janet, it'll come up as Janet left step periodic table. What you did to the periodic table was, by the way, what a gift. I hate the periodic table. Can't stand it. The problem is, I had to analogize when people ask me what I thought of it. Let's click on that thing. That periodic table is one of the alternate periodic tables that's much more in favor with people who are mathematically minded like you are, rather than the Walter Russell periodic table. Because what this does is it uses the quantum mechanics to stop with those exceptions. Isn't it weird that there's like a footnote in the middle of the standard periodic table in which you just say, well, these things are exceptions to the rule? This is an attempt to use the electron orbitals in terms of the spherical harmonics, where you're looking at complex valued functions on the two-dimensional sphere. And this sort of Aufbau principle, imagine that there was only a Coulomb potential centered at the origin in a hydrogen situation. You would go along and say hydrogen first, helium, then lithium, then beryllium, then boron, carbon, nitrogen, etc. And this is the way in which you would build up the outer shells of the electrons, in which the you have this principal quantum number, which is basically the energy level, but then the L quantum number is what we would call a highest weight for a highest weight representation of SU2 or spin 3, which is the double cover of SO3. That first one is one-dimensional, but it's spin up and spin down, so you get 2 elements. The next one is going to be 3-dimensional, but you're going to get 6 elements. And then you're going to get 5-dimensional because spin it's SO3 that determines the representation theory. This thing is what I wish you had given us rather than the Walter Russell thing, which is sort of a historical artifact. Now, no offense, but the big problem is that if you are trying to talk about like hydrogen, and then you imagine carbon is an octave above, I think is what you said, doubling the frequency. What is that thing below hydrogen? And you say, no, it's too dense to be perceived. Like, bullshit.
But there is ultra low frequencies, even though we cannot hear it.
Yes, but
there's ultra low frequencies, and that's what I'm saying.
That's where your analogy broke down.
No, because hydrogen sits in the same exact position as carbon does when you're looking at it.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't come off at the same coloration. It doesn't have the same tone.
Terrence, you're talking about a periodic table from like 1926, something like that. And Walter Russell had some decent intuitions that he instantiated terribly. Now look at all the shit that you're doing. And look at the fact that he's locked in 1926. Dirac is not going to come up with the Dirac equation to supersede the Schrodinger equation for another 2 years. Quantum electrodynamics isn't going to be born. The neutron isn't going to be discovered until the early 30s. And you're taking the wrong fight. You're saying when David Thom, here's what I really didn't appreciate about what you did. David Thom said, this is all a lie. And you took the wrong meaning from it. What David Thom was saying was different. David Thom was saying, we teach hard little ball theory. Right? There's an up quark and 2 down quarks in every neutron, and 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. And all little hard little balls stuck together by rubber bands. And then we've got 1 electron going crazy around it. He's like, that's not what's true. And what did he say? It wasn't a lie in the sense
he said that's the best knowledge that we have.
He said, I don't know how to say the word field to a 7-year-old. They're field. They're not hard little balls.
But that was my problem with David Thom, because here I showed him.
You don't have a problem with that.
No. The problem that I had was with his response to me. Was here I was showing him these are the wave fields that your particles sit
every
within.
time you teach, you incur a penalty.
But see, that's the problem. How do you not teach when you have something new?
I'll tell you how to do it. Okay? First thing is, you try to figure out who's ethical and who isn't. I'm not kidding around with this.
You got to be Jesus Christ to figure that out. Because most people, they have a good faith.
Terrence, let me ask you a question. Have I been fair to you this time?
You've been amazingly fair.
Okay.
You've been very kind.
Been uniformly? No, I haven't been uniformly kind.
You have. You've been honest.
Well, you're talking to me about my heart. My heart is open to you.
No,
right?
You've actually talked about the things that I've talked about.
That's right.
You've given me criticism on things where I've made mistakes. You've told me where
this is
I've
not available
offended
as a service in academics.
I know.
In academics, basically, it's a closed little world, and if you don't come with protection, we stab you in the eye. This idea that Neil said about why doesn't he just submit to peer review? It's the biggest bunch of shit I've ever heard.
We've got 2 papers, the geometry of the proton. Can we
pull up the Neil stuff on that I prepared on that page. Because I cannot believe how disingenuous this is. He calls you the worst insult in academics, which is, there was a study called Dunning-Kruger is both an effect that is studied and the ultimate insult. It's basically your mama, right? Let's just click on that and see what happens.
So I spent a lot of time on it, and I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In my field, we call that a peer review. You come up with an idea, you present it either at a conference or you first write it up, and you send it to your colleagues. It is their duty to alert you of things about your ideas that are either misguided or wrong, or there's a miscalculation that doesn't work out, or the logic doesn't comport. That's their job. Not all ideas will turn out to be correct. Most won't be. But to get to that point, you need to know things like, what has everyone else said about this same subject? Am I repeating someone else's work? Is this a new insight that no one else has had, but has foundations that are authentic or legitimate or objectively true? Am I making a false assumption? Am I making an assumption that someone else has already shown to be false? All of this goes on the frontier of science. Let me make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds trying to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. What can happen is, if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's a sort of a lull there. And then when you learn even more, you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study, especially looking through journals where new ideas are published and contested. That's what we have learned is the most effective means of establishing that which is objectively true, or determining that which is objectively false. Both of those work hand in hand to move the needle on our understanding of the universe. I'm going to read you just my opening line here. It's titled 1 × 1 = 2.
Okay.
So I lead off.
So that was now if we go below that, what do we have? Is that, let's try that.
Hi, Sir Arthur Eddington, an astrophysicist, provided the first experimental evidence for Einstein's general theory of relativity, which, by the way, was published in a peer-reviewed journal. Crazy idea. The platform to be accepted for the ideas is not social media. It is not Joe Rogan. It is not my podcast. It is research journals where attention can be given on a level that at the end of the day offers no higher respect for your energy and intellect than by declaring that what's in it is either right or wrong or worthy of publication or not. I wanted to post this to my website so you can see my comments mixed in with his treatise, but you got a sense of it. Thanks for listening.
Okay. I want to be very careful about my words. Is there anything below that we put together? This is, let's go above. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, just so you don't feel bad about yourself, talking about me and my theories based on a question in an Ask Me Anything. Will you be able to talk to Eric Weinstein about the new theory of geometric unity? This is from 2013. We are all wondering about that. Cosmos is not your normal talking head documentary. In fact, it's the feature of the original that enabled the series to live for an entire generation beyond the shelf life of hundreds of other science documentaries that came afterwards. So the answer is no. Let me explain where you are. Neil is not unaware that you are never going to get your hearing in a peer-reviewed journal. Your ideas are going to come through. You're a self-taught, autodidact polymath. You haven't been cleaned up. You haven't been taught how to speak properly. You don't know the fact that when you say loop, we know fixed point. I know how to do all this stuff, right? You're not getting a peer review from me. I know a lot more than you do about a lot of this stuff. You're getting an elite review. And my elite review says that a lot of this is bathwater, but a small amount of this is baby. And that's not available anywhere. It's not available in a university. It's not available in a journal. That's available on the Joe Rogan Experience. And you know, Neil's right. If what you want is peer review, you should go to a journal and they will laugh you out. They will take one look at your email address. And if it doesn't end in .edu, I promise you, you're not going to get hurt.
Do me a favor, Jamie. Can you pull
Wait,
up?
wait,
Let him finish.
Hold on, that because
But let him
No.
finish because this is a sustained.
Let's go below where we just were, Jamie. I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows the history of peer review. This is Google Ngrams, and it tracks how often a phrase is found in the corpus of English language books published in the world. Peer review basically begins in the mid-1960s. Now, there were various forms of review. Editors, in particular, were very distinguished individuals who were chosen to not peer review things, to simply take a look at things and see who should be published and who should be not. Can we bring that back up? More or less, from what I can piece together, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who started Pergamon Press, destroyed.
Jeffrey Epstein's
Correct. Correct. He figured out how to destroy science and make a fortune by blowing out the number of journals and forcing every university to subscribe to every journal that he could figure out how to publish, because to not subscribe to all of the journals required an admission that you had an incomplete library. So he diluted the quality of the editorship of the leading journals. This was a very informal, high-quality enterprise. Now, most of the destruction of science, in terms of how high quality it used to be, has taken place relatively recently, post-Robert Maxwell. Because now we have an enormous number of journals staffed by people who can't spot publication cartels, where we agree to cite each other's work, and we agree to publish stuff, pay for play. All of the nonsense that you see with irreproducible research comes after this peer review thing. The peer review thing got woven in so that people think that the scientific method and peer review are effectively the same thing, where one is an unwanted infection from the biomedical universe, which had peer review much longer than everything else. Neil is giving you a very cursory back of the hand brush up. Okay?
I felt it.
All right. I'm here
it.
because I love this man, and this is a higher quality environment. We have to sort out what happened with Tony Fauci and the origin of COVID. I was very distressed when Joe was sort of credulously accepting everything that you were saying at a level where he did say, look, I can't evaluate this. He was letting you have your piece. Joe has established an extraordinary thing where he can call on a Roger Penrose. He can call on all sorts of amazing people.
He called on you.
Well, he has lapses in judgment, but he has his good quality. My point being that this is actually what science was supposed to be. We were supposed to listen to each other, not go after each other with an ice pick to the eye. We were supposed to try to figure out the best version. Remember at the beginning of this where I was trying to say, look, I want to do the best version of your idea and build it up.
So what you're saying, though, can I just summarize this? What you're saying is that Neil deGrasse's understanding of peer review is flawed.
Sure.
And that it is not really available to someone like Terrence.
It really isn't. He knows that. You see, peer review is not one thing. One thing peer review is the ability to get rid of the axe murderer who's just wandered into your office with a manuscript in red crayon.
Well, while you guys are talking this, I've got to run to the bathroom.
Go ahead. Just this alone.
It's an important point.
Yeah. Okay.
So what Joe and I were just talking about.
Yeah, we're back from the bathroom break.
Is what is peer review actually, and why is it controversial? So imagine that you have 4 types of people, right? You've got 2 establishment figures, one of whom is screwing up the field, who's in a very powerful position and should be removed from the impediment, being the impediment to progress that they are. Another person is an establishment figure who's killing it. They're the establishment because they're supposed to be the establishment. The establishment has recognized how valuable that person is. Now you've got 2 other figures. You've got an axe murderer who desperately feels that they've got the secret of the universe, and anybody who doesn't understand them is a horrible person. Or you have a heterodox person who actually knows what they're talking about and can overturn the established order, which is where you get a revolution. Peer review just sees establishment versus non-establishment. It will lock in a terrible idea for 40 years. And it will stop somebody coming from outside. It will reapportion credit. So suddenly you do a lot of work, and somebody, this is this thing I said about gripe and swipe. We notice one flaw in your work, and we take the entire corpus that you've produced away from you, and we publish it under our own name. I can tell you a dozen terrible stories of peer review where people have confessed to using peer review as a weapon against their colleagues, particularly younger colleagues. And to simply say peer review, it works, bitches, holy cow. How can this be? I thought I was upset with some things that you had said and done. No. They're dwarfed. They're dwarfed by this. This is so disingenuous. Basically, this is saying, please submit your stuff from a gmail.com address. We'll take one look and say, it doesn't look like .edu to me. And we'll throw whatever you do in the trash heap, and we'll say, well, you got the benefit of my peer review. Now you look at what Neil said about your stuff. And by the way, he's right about 1 times 1 equaling 1. You're wrong about that. That was your opener. You picked a terrible move. On the other hand, you heard what I said about the linchpin. It was a combination of bath water and baby. I do not have any economic or authoritative interest in taking anything that you've done, putting it under my own name. I am simply here to help you. And when we talked about the angle and all this stuff, I can tell you that that's a great idea. It may have been had by somebody else because I don't know, but I assume it comes from you. It may not work in practice. I think it's pretty promising. And I think if you don't do anything else, then you create one drone that just does that really cool thing. It'll all have been worth it.
No, we've got
No. I know.
tons of
It's
those.
not-
It's now.
You already created this. You're obviously doing cool stuff. What I'm trying to say is we in science have lost the ability to talk to people who do flawed stuff from outside. All we want to do is get rid of you. And it's because we have this fake openness. We have a fake scientific method. Peer review has nothing to do with the scientific method. We got along fine without it. Peer review isn't even peer review. It's something called peer injunction, where your peers can stop you without shorting you. I'm happy to bet against you in all sorts of things that you're doing. And if you win and I lose, I'm on an unbounded negative experience. But if I block you and I won't short you, that's saying that I think you're dangerous, because it's too dangerous to go short. And the idea that we're handing old people and established people and very politically savvy people the ability to block you without shorting you is unforgivable. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to offer, I'm not pretending to be your peer. I know a lot more than you do. I'm giving you an elite review, and you're welcome. And the elite review doesn't find you as baseless as the peer review that supposedly got handed to you does. So that's in part what I'm trying to get at is, in my field that I care about, for 40 years we've heard this unbelievable trope that only the string theory people are doing real work and everybody else isn't. And it's total hogwash. And there's no way we can get out from under these people. In the case of Anthony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya, I was just with Jay Bhattacharya in Italy. You have this guy who has a PhD in economics, and he's a doctor, and he's a professor, and he becomes a fringe epidemiologist overnight because some bureaucrat who's probably in control of the bioweapons portfolio, because we signed these two treaties during the 1970s, the Geneva Convention and the Bioweapons Convention. He and Francis Collins suddenly convert a respected colleague into a fringe epidemiologist. It's like, no, we're going to have a mutiny. And the mutiny is going to be based here because this is a place that you'd invite Tony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. We could do any of that.
I bring garlic.
Yeah. We could have Michio Kaku in
Some
here.
crosses on the wall.
Let's have Michio Kaku and Brian Greene. Let's have a discussion about string theory. Let's fundamentally discuss neoclassical economics. Shall we discuss whether or not random mutation is the true engine of neo-Darwinism? Is that reasonable? Or do some of these crazy people who say, I don't know what it is, but random mutation isn't powerful enough to build proteins because stability is too difficult? The sad fact, Joe, is that you built something that has some credibility. And even though you think of it as, I just like having conversations with people and a lot of them are fighters and I'm just a meatball, we don't have any other place. We can't go to the National Academy of Sciences. It's too politicized. We can't go to Harvard. You saw what just happened with Claudine Gay, who's still a professor. We've lost everything. And podcasts, as dippy and shitty and as variable in quality as they are, Jerry very much included, this is all that's left. And my claim is that I'll challenge Neil. I actually think that this is a better place to do review because I'm on the hook. And by the way, some of the shit that I've said is probably wrong.
The thing that pisses everybody off is the fact that I have the models behind what I'm talking about. When I talk about when we describe the electric field or the plasmic field, I've got models that define every aspect of that motion, and I'm waiting for it to be reviewed.
I will assure you.
I would love that. I would love that.
I'll take some of your money.
I would love that. I would love that.
But I'll also try to help make them better.
But it's having the proof. And then, mind you, like Jamie, if you pull up the
But Terrence, you know what he's saying about like not being an expert in teaching and then coming from the outside, and that it's insulting. It's like it's
insulting.
It's insulting. It's a bad way to approach a concept because the people that have been studying these concepts for so long instantaneously are told that they don't know, but you know, and that's offensive to people that are actual experts in a thing. I think the same ideas could be portrayed in a way that does not do that.
I have to learn that nomenclature.
It's just you're so much smarter than most of the people you're talking to.
Well,
That's what the problem is.
And this is one of the failures of Joe's bullshit detector. In other words, you believe what you're saying, and you're obviously very, very smart, and you obviously have a huge amount of things that you've been introduced to. Like, how many other people bring up Hermann Grossman?
Yeah.
And geometric algebra and Clifford algebra. I think I'm probably the only other one in the history of this program to do that, right?
When I saw you mention Clifford algebra, I was like, okay, there's a commonality.
Right. Now, Sean Carroll for sure knows what a Clifford algebra. I'm not sure whether Neil deGrasse Tyson does. Brian Greene certainly does. But in general, this stuff doesn't get introduced in places like this. And then, and you'll watch this in yourself. I'll try to put a circuit in your mind so you'll know exactly the point where you start pissing my community off. Can we bring up the cruel tutelage of Pai Mei?
What's that?
I love chick flicks, and I think the ultimate chick flick, Joe.
It sounds like my ex-wife.
I'm seeing you there watching Legally Blonde.
No.
I'm seeing you right now with your socks on. Sitting in front of
Let's go earlier in this.
Is that from Kill Bill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't show this. That's why we can't.
Yeah.
You gotta be more specific. I can't show this stuff.
Well, the bride goes up to the top of these stairs.
Okay.
And Pai Mei asks her, what do you know? And she says something like, I am acquainted with such and such so-and-so, and I am more than proficient in the fine art of Japanese, whatever. And Pai Mei completely kicks her ass because she doesn't understand where she is. And my claim is that you need your ass kicked. And you need to apprentice to some of us who know more than you. And believe me, let me just tell you this. I've had my ass kicked, and I will get my ass kicked more because you need some kind of humility. You're coming across wrong. By the way, never pick a fight with Jamie Foxx. Holy shit, is that guy good at everything?
I learned that the hard way.
Jamie, if you're out there, I totally love you, and what you did in Ray is just unbelievable. But that
He
guy
does everything.
he's so damn good.
Yeah, he's an insanely talented.
He's an insanely talented person.
He's one of the most intelligent people I've met. I was sitting on the set of Ali with him, and I'm playing chess with him, and I'm playing a serious game of chess. He's having a conversation with two other people while he's playing chess with me. As if it's nothing.
Yeah.
And I play chess well. So I've never been more impressed with somebody who can compartmentalize, and he's an organizational genius.
He's whatever he is. But you know what? I had my guy. My guy was named Noam Elkies. I don't know if
Noam Elkies.
You never heard of Noam Elkies. Noam Elkies. I entered Harvard at 19 with a master's degree. Noam was 18. He didn't have a master's degree, so we were sort of in a weird way neck and neck. And everything I thought I was good at, Noam was good. Noam, I played a little piano. Noam could compose anything. I mean, this guy's just like super genius beyond genius, right? And he wasn't a bad guy at all. But he was so powerful in his mind that, like, he composed, I think, an 11 by 11 crossword with no black squares, and stuff that just can't be done. And I thought, like, geez, there's just no point in competing with Noam Elkies. And one Christmas party, a professor named Raoul Bott heard me trying to play boogie woogie piano, and Noam sat down and, like, Raoul said, "Why don't you play us some boogie woogie?" And Noam started playing what he thought was boogie woogie. It was like Rachmaninoff. And Raoul would say, no. And Noam would go into Chopin, and then he'd go into Liszt. He was playing ever more brilliant things, and finally his brain just blew because he couldn't think through boogie woogie. But Noam then became the youngest professor in the history of Harvard University. And I realized that I had accidentally entered in a year in which a Noam Elkies was present. And by having my ass kicked repeatedly by this guy, I had to ask myself the question, well, what am I doing on this planet? What do I have to contribute? And all the things that I see Jamie Foxx doing, he's not trying to do anything like this, right? There's a creative spark and spirit in you that I really see and appreciate. And it comes from an older era, and we don't have people like you in the academy anymore. We used to have lots of these polymaths who would connect fields. And right now what we've got is a specialization epidemic. And as far as I can tell, what you need is some discipline. And you need discipline from coming into contact with people who know a lot more than you, who can educate you as to what we already understand, how to communicate those things. And not just shut them down.
It's
that's
what
the
happened.
and the epidemic we have is assassin. We have an assassin epidemic because the midwits in the system, all they do is see things in terms of like Dunning-Kruger. The funny part about it is that that's the midwits endpoint, is that they see heterodox thinkers and they can't figure out how to place them. And so they just say, if I can find one error, I can reject everything. And you keep triggering that. And that's
with
why
the
you
one times one, but that's why I keep saying the 1 times 1 is more of a
It's
metaphor.
not a metaphor to us. It is life and death. You try to sneak 1 times 1 through airport security. It's like, it's just a Glock 19.
I understand that, but it was really to gain the attention.
They never do it.
To gain the attention.
Listen, you didn't know, and now you know.
Well, okay, there's one more that's going to keep us from ever getting you through this thing. Can we pull up my page again?
And we're going to wrap it up with this one.
Yeah, I want to do this. It'll be a little bit.
But we didn't even do the lunch man.
Terrence,
Terrence, we're
There's
so far
Okay.
down the road.
If we,
This is 4.5 hours.
okay. I want you to take a look at the chemical engineering PhD, because if we don't do that, I can't actually help you.
Oh, that right there.
Talk to me.
Let me explain that.
Yeah.
Here I took over to what was the name of the university? South Carolina University.
Yeah.
I was working with Apollo Diamonds. We were growing diamonds, and I developed a way in which to grow diamonds larger than the 2-carat diamonds. I went over to South Carolina University and I talked to them about introducing the diamond process, into their university. They were going to give me an honorary degree.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking they're giving me an honorary degree in chemical engineering because of what I'm doing. And it's just an honorary degree in humanities that they gave me. And so I went on the show and I was like, yeah, well, I got an honorary degree from them. But that ended up coming across as if I got an honorary degree in chemical engineering, which I don't have an honorary degree in chemical engineering.
Assume you did. An honorary degree
is worthless.
It's like, would you take, if your child needed brain surgery, would you go to Dr. Dre?
No.
Okay. Here, I want you to hold this. As a guy who was 19 with a master's degree, Harvard University and I got into a fight. It took me 7 years to get that away from them. And they would have been happy to bury me with that. Okay? That is blood, sweat, and tears. And the work that I actually started doing ended up in somebody else's name because Harvard University in part credited with them.
That's the person.
When you screw around with a PhD, like this Claudine Gay, this woman needs to be fired. Okay? Harvard University needs to go back to the business of kicking ass and taking names and being the place that is the shining city on the hill. Enough with the anti-Semitism, enough with the woke, enough with the DEI. Don't ever let me catch you talking about Jim Crow mathematics. You're getting absolutely treated seriously for the serious stuff that you've done. You're getting treated properly for the wrong stuff. That thing about the PhD, it's basically fraud. What I'm saying to you is, I don't give a shit. Merit is merit. If I can catch you in a fraud, if I can catch you in a lie, I can catch you in an error, I don't care. My question is, what did you do? What was the cool stuff you did do? I'm not an assassin. I don't care if you, in part, exaggerated your achievements. I know how it feels like to be shat on. I know that you have no ability to fight what's being said to you from on high. Okay? What I'm saying is, the only thing that matters is what you contribute in the end. And imagine that there was fraud, imagine that there were lies, imagine that there were error. And imagine that the linchpin turns out to be the next level drone that defines everything, because accidentally there are 6 degrees of freedom and there's 6 dimensions in the semi-direct product of SO3 with R3, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's that cool. Gregor Mendel probably faked his Peapod experiments. And there's a guy named David E. Kaplan at Johns Hopkins University who said to me something that's so beautiful I can't reproduce it. He said, physics is based on everything. It's the backstabbing, it's the frauds, it's the geniuses, it's the craftsmen and the workmen who get the job done, the experimentalists who toil on papers with 1,000 people. And this community of all of these people have come together to produce something which is something close to the source code of the universe. And if you're interested in that pursuit and you want to get rid of some of the baby fat and some of the bullshit, I'm happy to help. There's a lot of work to do it. It happens that I had done a lot of the work over my life, so I didn't have to put an infinite amount of energy into this. But what happened is that you created a mass delusion. And it was a mass delusion in part because we're not aware of what mass delusions actually are. They start with a nub of truth. They start with creative sparks of genius. So we're on the lookout for people who are just frauds, who have nothing that they actually can contribute. And what we don't realize is that you have these things about kayfabe, which are these melanges of reality and fakery, right? And they're interwoven. What you've produced is something that is part bullshit and part real contribution. And we don't have a system to pull it apart, and we don't have any experience for how to sense when that's what's going on.
But they consider the bullshit to be the 1 times 1 equaling 2, and the 97 patents, the supersymmetry.
It's not the 97 patents, it's not the supersymmetry. It's simply the residue, the reduction of when we get rid of all the stuff that wasn't supposed to be here, because you're a self-taught polymath. You're obviously incredibly intelligent. You're obviously not taught by the system. And you can't do that work all on your own.
No.
So you got to come in and you got to find somebody who's not looking to kill you.
And that's been the entire dance. What I've tried to do is introduce a new set of tools to the scientific and mathematical community so that they can advance past the Platonic solids. The Platonic solids I still see in a 2 or 3 dimensional position. And since we are living in hyperspace and hyperbolic reality, then we need to have tools that define that hyperbolic space so we don't have to go through Lorentz transformations and all of these unnecessary steps in order to get to defining curved space.
I think that the real story, Terrence, is going to be whether you can stop teaching long enough to accept some help.
I'm here to accept the help.
And I'm here to learn from you, because I'll tell you something, the linchpin is a good example of something which I didn't know. And to the extent that I did know it, I threw it away. And I think it's a great idea. And I think that the art, and I think that some of the higher dimensional stuff, and I think that a lot of this stuff has a kind of beauty that if John Horton Conway were still alive and hadn't been killed by COVID, I'd know where to send you. There's a guy, there are sphere packing people, there are combinatorists, there are all sorts of people who play with stuff in this realm. But the one thing that you've got to stop doing is that when you get on a program that has millions of people, you can't create one more mass delusion. I've got a Fauci mass delusion. I've got a string theory mass delusion. I've got a Biden is fine mass delusion. I've got a Trump is not a problem mass delusion. All I have, morning, noon, and night, is mass delusion on mass delusion. But people don't understand that the reason that these mass delusions get started is that there's a nub of truth in them. QAnon can't be total bullshit because it's got some core in it that's right and some craziness. If you think about Dianetics, Scientology, the first thing that they teach you about is the reactive mind. That's not a terrible theory. And then before you know it, it's Xenu and volcanoes, right? So what's going on is that people are not aware of how kayfabe works, right? Wrestling is one of the most dangerous, demanding sports of a certain kind. Now, it happens to be theatrical and pre-programmed. But if you've ever dealt with anybody, like the wrestling community suffers a death rate unlike any other sport in the world. What you have to understand is that kayfabe, and I highly recommend you look at my essay from 2011, is about what happens when fantasy and reality intermingle. And that's what you did on the last time that you were here. And I can talk to you about the fantasy, I can talk to you about the fraud and the lies, but I'm also going to talk to you about the contributions, the genius, and the insight. And what I want the world to learn is you're getting sucked into mass delusions that you're not properly imagining. There's almost always a core of truth and reality that the mainstream won't acknowledge. And then there's almost always a bullshit payload that gets leavened in because in some sense the mainstream is our official cult. And then all of the rest of us produce these other cults. And in my situation, I've gone 40 years and I haven't had a really deep conversation about GU, geometric unity, with my own community. Where you are is that you're in a world in which the number of people who are both competent and honest and ethical enough to have the conversation with you is dwindling to fewer than 10. It's been a pleasure and an honor to appear with you. Thanks for being a decent guy. I know that not all of this has been welcome.
This has all been welcome. Any truth. And like I said, I take you up on on examining and exploring these into the areas. Because, like I said, these are tools. I just want to offer a new set of tools to that community so that they can now advance past the points where we
Try
are.
not offering, because the first thing you need to do is not necessarily be a student. It's not a higher versus lower, but just recognize that you're bringing gifts and you're bringing problems, and it's very expensive to help you. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. And one of the great things about this program is that if there is anybody out there, they can hear it. Now, I'll be honest with you. I've been on this program maybe 6 times before. I am often astounded that I can reach all of planet Earth and there isn't a single soul who can hear me. And I think that one of the things you're going to have to reckon with is you're saying certain things and you may get hundreds and hundreds or thousands of responses, and there won't be a single meaningful response among them. And I don't know what to do about that, but
Stay off Twitter.
I did.
Yeah.
I did my best to give you whatever response I could.
All I really want is if you saw some benefit in the things that I've displayed and shared with
I
you,
want them in my house.
then let's have a conversation. I've got a set
All right.
for you
We got
as
it.
a gift.
We're all connected now. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a lot of fun. It
Thank
was
you, guys.
very interesting, very informative. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie, very,
Thank you,
very
Jamie.
much.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, man? How are you?
So
Good to see
good.
you.
I know.
What's cracking?
Oh man, just first of all, honored to be here.
Thank you.
Love
Honored to have
you and your work, and yeah, I'm just national treasure.
That's very nice of you.
Go out on a limb and say it. But no, I'm super excited because I've been working on this documentary for the last 10 years of my life, and it's finally out today, which I'm super pumped for. It's called Little Empty Boxes, and we talked about it the last time I was here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a project that means the world to me. I think it's the most important thing I've ever done. And it's the first ever dementia prevention documentary about the science of dementia prevention, but it's a very emotional and personal film for me because it follows my mom, who for many years suffered from a rare form of dementia called Lewy body dementia, which is akin to having both Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease at the same time.
That's what Robin Williams had.
That's what Robin Williams had, yeah. And it's a rare condition. It affects about 1 million people in the United States, but it's a dementia, and dementia is now a soaring public health problem. And there's a lot of controversy within the field. The last time I was here, we talked about fraud in the research space with regard to the prevailing hypothesis as to what causes Alzheimer's disease, which is the most common form of dementia. And actually, finally, over the past month, that paper was finally retracted. It took 2 years. But
Could you explain to everybody what the fraud was?
yeah, so basically, among the dementias, Alzheimer's disease is the most common form of it, and that affects about 6 million people in the United States. And since it was first named in 1906 by physician Alois Alzheimer, the prevailing hypothesis as to what causes Alzheimer's disease, dubbed the amyloid hypothesis, has been that this plaque, formed by a precursor protein called amyloid beta, accumulates in the brain. And by finding a drug that can potentially extract those plaques from the brain, from the extracellular space around neurons, that we could essentially cure the disease. That the causal factor in the condition was ultimately this amyloid beta protein, which forms the plaque. And trial after trial has been a dismal failure, and it wasn't looking good until in 2006 a paper was published in Nature, which for any scientist publishing in Nature, it's like winning an Academy Award. And that paper, essentially what that did was it allegedly identified this variant of amyloid beta that connected the plaque to the cognitive dysfunction. So the most important clinical feature of Alzheimer's disease, because for a long time, it was known that cognitively healthy people accumulate plaque in their brains, and that plaque doesn't seem to correlate with cognitive impairment or anything like that. And so that was very deflating for researchers in the field until this 2006 paper came out. And what it did was it renewed faith in this hypothesis, which was always a hypothesis, and continued to send billions and billions of dollars worth of funding down this path. And what turned out to be the case just 2 years ago was that paper was essentially fraudulent. And it represented about 16 years worth of wasted time, wasted money, which was hugely deflating for not just the research community, but also for any patient who's ever suffered from Alzheimer's disease. And, you know, the way that the field is now slowly starting to turn, but this is a drum that I've been beating for the past 10 years, is that we really need to start talking about these conditions in terms of prevention. And that's what inspired me to set down this path of creating this documentary with empty boxes.
What was the fraud? How did they do it?
So basically, in the paper, they identified these proteins that they isolated in rat models of the condition, mouse models of the condition, called A beta star 56. Again, amyloid is there at the scene of the crime, so to speak. So when you have Alzheimer's disease, somebody who's died of Alzheimer's disease, what they find inevitably in the brains of cadavers who've died from Alzheimer's disease are two features. They see this aggregation of these plaques, amyloid beta plaques, and tangled proteins called tau. And so it was a very seductive narrative that this plaque causes the condition, right? For years. The problem is they've succeeded at reducing the plaque in the brains of people with Alzheimer's disease, but that hasn't led to any improvement in the clinically meaningful features of the disease that we aspire to improve for sufferers of Alzheimer's disease, right? The cognitive function. And in tandem with that, we see that amyloid is produced naturally in all brains, and people who are cognitively healthy have amyloid in their brains. There's a degree of amyloid burden that seems to be inevitable as a just general phenomena due to aging. And so it was becoming very clear that amyloid is not the causative feature here, that there is some other factor or factors at play which lead to cognitive degeneration. Until 2006. And then in 2006, what happened? This paper basically found this subtype that when injected into a mouse caused profound cognitive dysfunction. And what they did was they illustrated these proteins on what are called in what's called a Western blot analysis, which is basically a graphical depiction of proteins. And the peer review process for papers, I mean, people go in and they crunch the numbers and stuff, but they don't look at like imagery, and they don't go through the imagery with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that it hasn't been photoshopped, essentially. But one sleuth, who is a scientist himself, this researcher from Vanderbilt, Matthew Schrapp, actually identified that a lot of these images had artifacts that made it very clear that they were fake.
Wow.
Yeah.
So full on
fraud. And by the way, it's been 2 years. It took 2 years for that paper finally to be retracted.
Are there any consequences towards people that publish that paper?
I mean, it's obviously they have a lot of egg on their face, so to speak. I mean, it's hugely humiliating. But no, I don't think that they're
still employed.
The lead researcher still employed. I mean, they're investigating Sylvain Lesny, who's a university of. He is I want to say not Michigan. It'll come to me, but the primary researcher is being investigated. As far as I know.
So the primary researcher, they're connecting to the Photoshop?
Yeah.
Saying this person might have been the one that released it?
It was very clear. And that,
that's so dirty.
It's so dirty.
It's so evil for all the people that are looking for some sort of relief.
Yeah.
And that, you have this scientific paper you publish and you knowingly release these Photoshopped images in order to validate your paper.
There's a ton of fraud, and
God,
yeah.
It's so evil when you think about how many people suffer from this.
So many people.
And you're giving them this false hope just to boost up your academic career.
Yeah, it's awful, the lost time. And by the way, that paper has been subsequently referenced thousands of times in the medical literature. Basically, negating a ton of research. I mean, like countless papers that have been since published that have referenced that paper in 2006, that Nature paper that was finally retracted. I mean, think about the lost time. Think about the needless suffering.
Yeah.
And it's my view that dementia, essentially by the time you are diagnosed with dementia, we'll say Alzheimer's disease, you are in late stage Alzheimer's disease. Whether it's mild, whether you were just diagnosed yesterday, this is a disease of midlife with symptoms that appear in late life. And so that's why the field is now slowly, hopefully, I hope, pivoting more towards prevention. And where the money, I think, needs to go is into identifying that golden biomarker that's associated with the onset of the condition so that clinicians can intervene earlier. Because right now when you catch it, it's sort of like pancreatic cancer, which incidentally my mom passed from in 2018. It's, pancreatic cancer, most of the time it's diagnosed and it's too late. The tumor's already metastasized. And so this is kind of similar with Alzheimer's disease. By the time it's diagnosed, you're already very late in the game. There's widespread neuronal dysfunction, glucose metabolism in the brain is diminished by 50%. So it's, again, you're catching it in its latest stages ultimately. And that's why I think Alzheimer's drug trials have a 99.6% fail rate. Because by the time you catch it, I think reversing it is, impossible. I think it can be slowed with exercise, with a multimodal dietary and lifestyle intervention. But yeah, it's really sad. And so that's why 10 years ago, when I saw this developing in my mom and I stumbled upon all this research and I began really diving in, it became very clear to me that this is something that anybody with a brain needs to be aware of and talking about.
And what's the factors when it comes to someone eventually getting Alzheimer's? Is it purely genetic? Is it lifestyle? Is it diet? Are there environmental factors and toxins? What is it?
Yeah, so there are what are called risk factors. So the heritability of Alzheimer's disease is very low. It's like 2 to 3%. And the variant that is hereditary is early onset familial, but that makes up a very tiny proportion of overall Alzheimer's incidence. And similarly with Parkinson's disease, the heritability of Parkinson's disease is very low. I mean, this is and I definitely want to talk about Parkinson's disease because there's a lot of really interesting new research in that field. But by and large, with regard to Alzheimer's disease, you have what are called your non-modifiable risk factors, which are your age. You can't change your age, your gender, you can't change your gender, and your genes. You can't change your genes, although you can affect how your genes express themselves, which is known as epigenetics. But then you have your modifiable risk factors, which I think is so exciting because these are the risk factors that you have agency over. You can control obesity, hypertension, type 2 diabetes. I mean, these are all nutritionally mediated, obviously, which I love talking about nutrition insofar as it can prevent or reverse obesity. I think that's incredibly empowering. Type 2 diabetes, if you have type 2 diabetes, your risk for developing Alzheimer's disease increases between 2 and 4-fold. They're actually now, we interviewed in my documentary the researcher who coined the term type 3 diabetes. Have you heard that? Are you familiar with that concept?
No, I haven't.
So it's looking a lot like Alzheimer's disease might, in fact, be a form of diabetes of the brain, which is a mind-blowing way to think about this condition. And in fact, we see that peripheral insulin resistance, so the hallmark of type 2 diabetes is insulin resistance. And we see that the more insulin resistant a person is, the more difficulty their brains seem to have with regard to creating ATP, which is the primary energy currency of our cells. And the researcher who coined type 3 diabetes, her name is Suzanne de la Monte. She's a Brown University researcher, and she is in no way in the public sphere. She's purely a bench researcher. She's actually in my documentary. It was incredible to get to interview her and speak to her. But it seems that insulin resistance causes the brain to suffer in many ways. It damages the blood vessels. Ultimately, when you have type 2 diabetes, it damages the blood vessels that supply the brain with oxygen, nutrients, energy. But it also seems to impair, there also seems to be an aspect of insulin resistance that reduces the brain's ability to generate energy.
Okay. So when you first started becoming aware of this, when your mother develops this condition, you first start being aware of it. What were the first things that you noticed that started to get you to question whether or not the conventional applications of drugs and things are on the right path?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in New York City, and when my mom first started to show these symptoms.
And how did you notice it? Like, what were the symptoms?
I was living in LA at the time, and so we would touch base every other day via phone, and she started to complain to me about brain fog. And there was some aspect of what she was sharing with me that I thought was just a natural part of getting older. But ultimately, she revealed to me and the rest of my family that she had sought the help of a neurologist. And that seemed odd. Why would my mom, I hadn't had any prior family incidents of dementia, anything like that. Why was my mom suddenly going to see a neurologist? But I was still in LA living my life. I was in my late 20s at the time. But it wasn't until a trip to Miami. My family went down to Miami to hang out with my dad because my parents had been separated. And my mom was in the kitchen, and she confessed to the family that she'd been having memory problems at this point. So it had been described as brain fog, but she revealed that she had sought the help of a neurologist. And, me and my brothers and my dad, we were in total disbelief that my mom was having anything outside of could possibly be having anything outside of the realm of ordinary. And so we were kind of mocking her in a way. And we said, well, if you're really having such profound problems, what month is it? Or I think it was like, what year is it, or something like that. And she couldn't recall. She couldn't recall what the month was. And she started to cry. And at that point for me, that's when I knew that something was really wrong and I needed to step in. Because, when you're sick, that's a really scary place to be. It could be frustrating. It could be confusing. And, when you're in these doctor's offices and they're, oftentimes they don't have the best bedside manner, and they run a battery of esoteric tests. It can be incredibly overwhelming, and it becomes really hard to advocate for yourself, I've learned, as somebody with a chronic illness, not least of which a chronic illness that's affecting your cognition. And so I decided at that point, essentially, that I had to pack up my LA life. I moved back to New York, and I started going with my mom from doctor's visit to doctor's visit. And again, I'm pretty privileged, grew up in New York City. My mom had health insurance resources. We started going, to all of these different cathedrals to Western medicine, academic medical insight. And in every instance, I experienced what I've come to call over time, diagnose and adios. A physician would, run these tests, titrate up the dose of a medication that she was already on. One physician actually thought that all of her symptoms were due to depression, right? There's this idea of the hysterical woman. Today, 1 in 4 women over the age of 40 are on an antidepressant drug, so 1 in 4, yeah, over the age of 40.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no use for them, those kinds of drugs, but they're very overprescribed. That's not. I don't think that's controversial. And so my mom was given one of these drugs without full informed consent, I don't think. Ultimately, we tried to get her off of them, which we found out was incredibly difficult to do. Titrating off one of these SSRIs is really, really hard, actually. And it turned out, obviously, to be the case that these symptoms were not due to depression. They were due to degeneration in her brain. And we went from doctor's office to doctor's office, ultimately culminating in a trip to the Cleveland Clinic. So just imagine, we're in New York City, right? We have multiple hospitals that are at our disposal. We had to book a trip to the Cleveland Clinic, and it was there that for the first time my mom was diagnosed with a neurodegenerative condition. So she was prescribed drugs for both Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease at that time. And that to me was, I've always been a pretty chill guy, but that was the first time in my life I've ever had a panic attack. Just Googling the drugs, like any scared kid would do when their mom receives a life-changing diagnosis. And that was the moment for me that I realized that my life had to pivot, and I had no choice but to dedicate myself to learning all that I could about these conditions.
And so you find out about the fraud? How long into your research did you find out that most of what people understood about the condition was based on this fraudulent study?
Well, it's not even just the study. It's the fact that these conditions began decades before the emergence of symptoms. So, again, it's a disease of midlife, essentially. Alzheimer's disease begins 20 to 30 years, if not more, before the first symptom. And so to me, it became very clear that we were approaching these conditions in the wrong way. Acting in a reactionary way to something that had taken decades to manifest, to me just seemed wrong. And I stumbled upon the work of a neurologist at Weill Cornell New York Presbyterian who was talking about Alzheimer's disease as a preventable condition, which is not something that I'd heard prior to coming across his work. And I realized at that time that this was considered 10 years ago a fringe idea. Dementia prevention is a fringe idea, except for through the lens of this neurologist who was working within the confines of rigorous randomized research and checking all the boxes for scientific credibility. And so to me, it became really clear that this is a topic that I need to help amplify using my skill set as a non-medical doctor, as a non-academic scientist. And I also learned really early on that it's not a genetic condition, that we have genetic risk factors, but that we have a say when it comes to our cognitive destiny, that this is not a natural part of aging. I mean, everything in the body as you get older tends to falter in its functionality, our joints don't work as well. And, there is a degree of forgetfulness that I think is in a way a natural aspect of getting older, but cognitive impairment, that's not natural. Degeneration of our neurons, of for example, the portion of the brain that drives movement, the substantia nigra, which occurs in Parkinson's disease, that's not normal. And so it began this investigation for me, trying to understand, because I was seeing the person who meant the most to me of anybody in life, degenerating every day in front of my face, getting worse and worse and worse. It instilled this burning desire in me to understand all that I could and to share, in the hopes that it might prevent it from happening to others. And yeah, it was also very odd because my maternal grandmother did not have dementia. So it was really sad and surreal, in fact, that my mom was increasingly requiring around-the-clock care, while her mother, who lived in the same home and was 30 years older, was cognitively totally healthy. It was just the oddest thing. My grandmother, my mom's mom, was in her 90s and totally cognitively healthy, able to form cogent sentences. And my mom was struggling to express an idea, to get out of the bathroom. And it just, to me, it was so shocking that it was traumatic. I mean, I still have PTSD, I think, from those days, but it's motivated me to do what I can to help. And I saw all in every, by the end of my mom's life, she's on 14 different pharmaceuticals. And I'm not anti-pharma. Like if there was a drug that would have actually helped my mom, I would have been first in line at the pharmacy to fill that prescription for her. But the drugs don't work at all. And physicians are very quick to write a prescription, to add a new drug to the arsenal. They're very reluctant to deprescribe. I have never seen a prescription deprescribed to my mom, and by the end of her life, she's on 14 different pharmaceuticals. And there's nobody on earth that understands how all of those different drugs are interacting in a system that's growing increasingly frail. It was just really sad. And so I started to investigate these modifiable risk factors. Whether it's diet related, which in my mom's case, it may have had something to do with her diet over the years. It might have had nothing to do with her diet over the years. I'll never know. But also now we're starting to see that air pollution is a major contributor to neurodegeneration. We're starting to see now that, as of 2020, it was acknowledged that exposure to air pollution is actually one of these newly identified modifiable risk factors for Alzheimer's disease. So exposure to fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, actually might cause Alzheimer's disease for some patients. And then, most interestingly, and this is one of the things that I want to talk about with you, which I came across the work of a neurologist named Dr. Ray Dorsey, who's over at University of Rochester, who's done a lot of work publishing on the link between environmental toxicants and Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease is now the fastest growing brain disease. And my mom's condition actually had more in common with Parkinson's disease than it did Alzheimer's disease. She had Lewy body dementia, which has more in common with Parkinson's, even though they're both dementia, Lewy body and Alzheimer's. But there's data now linking exposure to certain herbicides and pesticides to Parkinson's disease, dramatically increased risk, anywhere between 2.5 to 6-fold increased risk.
Which herbicides and pesticides?
So there's a pesticide called paraquat that there's a great article written in The Guardian by a journalist named Carrie Gillam. And I got to speak on a panel with her recently at a scientific conference in DC called Brain and Environment. And paraquat is this compound that it's an herbicide that's produced in China, but its use is banned in China. We import it here. Yeah. It's crazy. We use it here, and occupational exposure to this compound is associated with between 2.5 to 3 times the risk for the development of Parkinson's disease. Related compounds are literally used in mouse models to create Parkinson's disease. And the company that creates it has been under investigation for years, and what has now come to light is that they knew about the fact that these chemicals accumulate in the brain, in brain tissue, and they seem to selectively target the region of the brain associated with Parkinson's disease, the substantia nigra.
Wow.
It's very scary. And
what crops are these used on? Is it specific crops? Is it specific foods to avoid? Or how do you know if those pesticides or herbicides are being used?
Well, it's the residues and the exposures that you get from eating them is very low, but we don't know what long-term exposure to those low levels is doing to us. I mean, my mother is somebody who never believed in organic produce, right? And organic is not perfect. And natural compounds, some of them are the most dangerous compounds on earth. So I know, some people listening might say, oh, here we go with the appeal to nature fallacy. But it's very clear that occupational exposure is very hazardous. You have to be licensed. You have to use this stuff very carefully. But some people actually use it to off themselves. I mean, it's a really toxic compound. And we now have data suggesting that it creates this condition, that it selectively targets and destroys dopamine-producing neurons that mediate movement. And it's used, it's used in cereal, grains, things like that.
Why does cannabis oil have a profound effect on Parkinson's patients?
I don't know about cannabis oil, but I can tell you about nicotine. And nicotine is a very interesting compound from the vantage point of Parkinsonism. And a lot of people love nicotine, obviously, for its cognitive boosting effects. I'm not going to say that it's a healthy compound. I mean, I think that it has cardiovascular repercussions and the like, but there seems to be and of course smoking is terrible for you, but
cardiovascular with the delivery method or just across the board?
Nicotine by itself raises heart rate and it raises blood pressure acutely. Not by much, but presumably, and it's vasoconstrictive as well. So there's some evidence suggesting it impedes wound healing. I will occasionally use nicotine as a cognitive enhancer, but I also have chronic low back issues, and I think that for people with disc issues, this is just a speculation, but I think that it's probably not a good idea to chronically use nicotine if you have disc issues, which are already, your discs in your back are already poorly vascularized, and nicotine is a vasoconstrictor. And smoking, increases your risk for Alzheimer's disease. I don't think that there's a that we've identified a relationship between pure nicotine and, well, pretty much anything. The research on pure nicotine by itself is pretty sparse. Most of the research on the health effects of nicotine is confounded by smoking, which is obviously not good for you. But interestingly, there does seem to be an inverse relationship between nicotine use, even via smoking, and Parkinsonism. So people who smoke cigarettes seem to be protected to some degree against Parkinson's disease, which is very odd. And they've shown in mouse models that nicotine actually, when they use some of these mitochondrial toxins, some of these poisons like paraquat, right? Or another one called MPTP, which has been used as a street party drug, but it's actually profoundly neurotoxic. It's been shown to create chronic Parkinsonism with just acute use. Nicotine actually prevents that in those models. So it's been shown to somehow protect the brain from, in some regards, against Parkinson's disease. So I wouldn't recommend using nicotine unless somebody, and this is again a speculation, but my hypothesis is that if you were exposed occupationally to some of these compounds like paraquat or rotenone, or there are other compounds that are being directly connected to Parkinson's disease too, like trichloroethylene, I would say maybe nicotine is a potentially disease modifying intervention in those contexts.
So in these, when they've studied patients, was there a noticeably smaller instance of people who developed Parkinson's who were smokers, or was it non-existent? Like,
they're just, I'm not sure the relative risk decrease, but it's one of these odd things that seems pretty consistent in the literature, that smokers are less likely to develop Parkinson's disease.
Like what factor?
I'm not sure the factor, but significant. It's significant. But smokers are more likely to develop a whole host of other.
Oh yeah, it's terrible for you.
Yeah, but that's the interesting thing, is that nicotine. It's thought that nicotine protects this one region of the brain in a significant way.
Have they looked at people that are taking nicotine in different ways, like cigars, gum, patches, things along those lines?
Not a lot of the research on nicotine is in animal models, unfortunately. But it is, I mean, it does seem to do, if you set the vascular effects aside, which might play a role in neurodegeneration, because, the brain relies on its vascular network. The brain, is a very hungry organ, and vascular dementia is the second most common form of dementia, actually. But nicotine does seem to have some really protective effects on the brain. It seems to reduce neuroinflammation. It might act in a way as an antioxidant in the brain. I'm not recommending it because there are risks, of course, but they've shown that it seems to be protective in these animal models against these poisons that would otherwise cause Parkinsonism. And some other cool facts about nicotine, actually, because I did do a little bit of a deep dive recently into it, because I do notice a cognitive benefit when I use it. Nicotine.
How do you use it?
I just use it. I use it like before.
In what form?
A lozenge, like a little lozenge. And I don't have an addictive personality, so for me, I'm not it's not something that I feel compelled to do every day. But I do it before, like I have to go on like a TV show or do a big podcast or something. And I do see, I do definitely see like a cognitive bit, like it's a stimulant. That's pretty well known. But yeah, nicotine also, it has a very short half-life, so its half-life is only about 2 hours. I mean, you compare that to coffee. Coffee's is like 8 hours, so it's relatively transient in your system. But then I think the more interesting compound is its primary metabolite, which is called cotinine, cotinine's half-life is 20 hours long. And it seems to also boost cognitive function, mental health, insofar as animal models can show us that these compounds boost mental health. Might even enhance what's called fear extinction. So for people with PTSD, it might play a role. So it's a really interesting compound, but again, it's highly addictive. And
what is cotinine?
It's nicotine's primary metabolite in the body. So when you ingest nicotine lasts in the body only about, the half-life is 2 hours, so it lasts presumably about 4 hours. but it converts to this compound called cotinine in the body, and the half-life of that compound is about 20 hours, so it's in your system for a long time. And that compound doesn't have any of the negative side effects of nicotine. It just seems to do all these interesting, cool.
So does all the positives and none of the negatives?
It seems to. I mean, it's not a stimulant.
Short and long-term effects of. Oh, that's codeine, bro.
It's COT.
Trying to spell it. And then I fell down the path.
Different
I was like,
compounds.
whoa, look at that.
Yeah, that's never gonna fuck you up. That's in cough syrup.
Yeah.
Cotinine.
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
COTININE, I believe. Yeah, it's super interesting stuff.
And do people take this as a supplement?
No, but your body readily will create it from. I don't know if it doesn't have the
Cotinine.
Yeah, there we go.
Produced by the body after exposure to nicotine, the main metabolite of nicotine. 70-80% of nicotine is converted to cotinine. Cotinine is often used as a biomarker for exposure to tobacco smoke to be detected in urine. Cotinine can remain in the body a day or more. Nicotine disappears in a few hours.
Yeah, but you can Google like cotinine fear extinction or cotinine
Which
cognition.
is probably why people say that cigarettes relax them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an anxiolytic. It reduces anxiety.
Interesting.
Yeah. See, I mean, it does seem to be this. It's like this really interesting compound where it does all these. It has all these effects in the body that many of which I'm sure are negative, but it does seem to do some good stuff for the brain, which is fascinating. So I think, and again, I'm not promoting it, but if you're able to forge as an adult a responsible relationship with it, then maybe it's worth experimenting with. If particularly because of its, its potential to. I don't want this to come off as an endorsement for nicotine, but its ability potentially to protect against Parkinsonism is very interesting.
And so when a person, you're saying, so this is something that starts to happen in midlife and then it really expresses itself in dramatic ways years later. What are, other than the environmental factors, what dietary factors contribute, except obviously pesticides and herbicides that are unfortunately a part of our food system now?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, like organic is, as I mentioned, it's not a panacea. And today on social media, if you in so much as mention organic and that debate, organic versus conventional, I mean, there's so much controversy, but, I think as we've seen, right, with Paraquat and this Chinese company that has
There he is.
shrouded the data.
How you doing, big dog?
They've assembled internally a SWAT.
Just one moment. Can you hear me? Let me turn you up. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I saw that you were BRB on your stream. Just one moment. I'm joining Discord. Here we go. I should be there in approximately 5, 4, 3, 2. There's the big dog. How you living, Tim? Excellent. You're looking good as always. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Just chilling, man.
Excellent. Hey, you want to knock out this podcast? Takes about 20 minutes.
Not right now. It's too early, man.
I gotcha. You got to get those gears lubricated. Have you had your first toke of the day?
No, we haven't, man.
Oh, no, wait. You got to get that thing done. Let's see it.
Still having our cigarettes in the morning, man.
Oh, okay. Do you drink coffee?
Gotta get that nicotine level up,
Word, dog. Do you drink coffee?
No, I drink water, man.
Okay. There you go. That's the cowboy in you. Looking out for the future, staying hydrated. Good on you. All right, so what you got? Cowboy killers?
Cowboy killers.
Yeah, what do you smoke? A Marlboro Reds?
No Marlboros, man.
Okay. What's your...
smoke Seneca full flavor 100s, man.
All right, there you go. All right.
Knock off Marlboro.
Okay. Hey, it works. All right. Well, so that's how you got to start the day. Get that little rush.
I gotta get that nicotine intake, you know?
You ever vape nicotine?
Yeah, I've tried. I can't do that shit, man.
Okay. And I think we talked about this. Marshmallow smokes.
Nope. Never tried them, man.
You got to try them. Just get yourself a pack. They're on Amazon. You can get chocolate flavored. You can get regular.
I probably pay less for these.
Oh, that's a potential. Definitely a potential. Well, I know that first one of the day is
I've seen
amazing.
about $3 a pack for these.
Damn, where are you getting them? Off the boat somewhere?
Reservation.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So they're very affordable. Wow, that's the cheapest I've heard of somebody with a pack of cigarettes in 25 years. Yeah, good on you. Excellent.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm getting these real cigarettes way cheaper, buddy.
Amazing. Hey, do you know who CLB69 is?
No, I did go look him up last night when you said something about it.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so yeah, he was the second guest I had. I published. So let me explain. I have never done the whole podcast thing. I'm the king of the video, but the audio aspect of it, I didn't really know how like the iHeart app works and how Spotify for podcasters work, or how Apple works, or Amazon. But I got them all to work last night, and I created an RSS feed. So basically, when I publish on Spotify, it publishes on all the major audio platforms. And I look, they're all up already. So you can hear my first two podcasts. And if you're not familiar, what we do, Vogue Magazine had a series during the pandemic known as 73 Questions. They're easy questions. There's not a lot of pressure on them. I don't want to put pressure on people. If you want to go out there and talk about whatever you want, we certainly can. But I also want to get kind of just like different people's opinions on these 73 different things. And the first one that I did was with a Thai streamer named Prince Justin. It was hilarious. He was just hanging out. He was one of these streamers who has like one person watching him. I go to the bottom there, check him out. He's been streaming on Kick for only a week, but he's been on Twitch before that, and he's a real nice gentleman. So he was the first one, and then the second one, the CLB69, and then I've got some other people lined up as well. Do you know who Ori is? Ouri? He's the number one streamer on Kick right now.
That is the famous Rabbi.
Word, dog. Hi.
They can see you and hear you now.
Absolutely. Pleasure to meet you. Do you know who Ori is? Ouri? He's the number one streamer on Kick right now.
No.
All right. Well,
Ross is the number one streamer on Kick, isn't he?
Well, I mean to say, as of like this second right now, the top person on Just Chatting, he has like 394 people watching him right now. I don't mean the whole platform. I just mean right now.
Okay.
And
wait a second. What do you mean?
No. Which is kind of ridiculous, if I must say. Aiden Ross has like 1.4 million people who are his followers on this platform, which is just a preposterous number in comparison to all the other people who have like 2,000. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's neither here nor there. But I know he's a big streamer.
He's doing a watch party though.
Aiden Ross is?
No, the guy that you were just talking about.
Oh, Ori?
The Ori guy.
Yeah. So.
He's doing a watch party. He's not even doing Just Chatting.
Oh, okay. Well, at least when I pulled him up on my phone, he was the top one. He does all kinds of stuff though. So he's gonna be on it. If you know who Lil Scam Live is, he said he'd be on it.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Excellent. And then who else?
He knows who I am.
Excellent. And then the other person was Alabama John.
Alabama John?
Yeah.
I know who he is as well. He knows who I am as well.
Excellent.
Actually, I have Alabama John pulled up right now.
No way.
Fucking go, John.
LFG. We talked a little this morning about EA Sports College Football 25. He had it on the first day, and he's a huge Alabama Crimson Tide fan.
See, Alabama John right there.
Let's see it. Oh, hell yeah. LFG. There he is. He's ready to go. He's a very cool individual. He's got
Yeah,
great.
I like Alabama John. I've actually talked to him. I'm actually going to link up with him and go down and beat him, man.
He's got great positive vibes. He's just chilling. Very nice. He likes blunts. I could see that. And he's a nice individual.
He likes his blunts, man.
Yeah. How about you? You said no,
I'm
right?
not a blunt fan.
You like glass, right?
I'd rather have a bong, a bowl, or a joint, man.
There you go. We may have had this discussion, but are you a fan of the rock cones?
Yeah, I like rock cones.
Yeah, same here. And then, oh yeah, I always mention this too. The Randies that have the little wire in them. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah.
Yeah, those are big time too. There are only so many innovations that you can have, but when somebody is able to recreate the mousetrap, it's always interesting to me, especially something like that. So you've never been able to do the nicotine vaping thing, and I understand that.
It's not the same as the cigarette, man.
I agree. What about, and I know it's not the same as smoking pot, but what about vaping cannabis?
Only my, my rigs, my puff dope.
Okay,
I guess this.
you don't do cartridges though.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck my cartridge, man. I don't even know where a battery went.
But that's
But
not
I got one somewhere.
that's not your. You'll do it, but that's not your way to go.
Yeah, I got lots of cards here.
Have you ever had? I don't know.
I
This
like
is
the cards because they're convenient.
word dog. You can basically have them anywhere. Have you ever had Rove brand cartridges? ROVE? No. They are. There's just one flavor they make. It's called Punch, and I could drink this stuff. It tastes so good. It's very fruity. I'm somebody who doesn't necessarily, allegedly, like the really, really earthy kind of taste of some types of cartridges. I like fruity flavors and, make it smooth. And they're amazing. So if you have a cartridge, what's your poison? What do you like to try?
Anything that sounds good, man.
I got you. Word.
I'm not super picky, man. Most cards are pretty good.
Sativa or indica?
I prefer indica.
All right.
It really triggers my anxiety.
Okay, and indica doesn't make you tired? No, not at all. And you get a body buzz out of it, I assume, right?
Oh, I get high as fuck.
Good on you. Good on you. Now, do you ever have to take tolerance breaks?
No. I'm very high tolerance.
Have you? Meaning
I
like,
have.
okay, and so when you do you get super high the next time you get high after the break?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I took a tolerance break when I found out I had anxiety. Because I thought the weed was triggering my anxiety, so I took a tolerance break.
I can see that.
And it was more the caffeine than anything. So
I can
that's
see
why I
that.
don't drink caffeine anymore.
Good move.
Um,
I can see that.
and I ended up with throat problems. I've had acid reflux, and the valve at the top of my stomach doesn't close all the way. So when I lay down, the acid sits in my throat, and it caused throat problems. And when that first happened, I stopped smoking weed for about 8 months.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure if that was irritating it, you know what I mean? So, Super K, how you doing this morning?
I'm not going to say this to suck your own dick, but I do think you have one of the best voices on Kick.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome. It's distinct. It's strong, and it's.
I've been told I got that radio voice.
Yeah, you do, definitely. The people who told you that are correct. And you're in the right field.
Cheers, Super K.
Hey, just one moment. I got a friend of mine who's in my Telegram. Hey, what's going on, Igor? How you doing? Here's Igor.
Alabama John, what a fucking legend, dude. Coming in with a host. Let's go, man. Me and the infamous Rabbi here was just talking about you, John.
We were. We were talking about your love of
How you doing?
college football 25.
So if none of you guys have ever met Rabbi, this is the famous Rabbi right here, guys.
Hello, everyone. Hey, do you mind if I show them the robots?
That's all your stuff, man.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we are, friends. What you're going to see.
He's gonna show you the little guy that spams in the chats, guys.
I have 4 robots. Right now, you're going to see that pink pointer. It's very smart. It has image recognition technology where it knows where the follow button is, and it will click it.
Tell him to stop spamming the chat. 2 times is good enough.
Okay.
He does it because every time it posts a clip, or every time it posts in the chat, it makes a clip. No way. John, how was your stream, man? All right, ready? Here goes his bot, guys. He's going to show you how this thing works. This is the legendary Rabbi, yes.
It most certainly is. So you're going to see this pink pointer.
Cheers, everybody.
The follow button. I have 4 of these bots that are going at any given time. And as I said, they do have this recognition
It was great.
capability.
That's what we love to hear, man. We got a bong pack for you, John. Cheers, man.
There you go. It presses the follow button. Then what it's going to do is open a full screen and create a clip here in the lower right corner. Create the clip. Then what it's going to do is type Rabbi Rothschild, and it's going to put the link to this Discord in there. And then what it will do is spam approximately 13 times and move on to the next person. And it does that.
You were just in my chat.
There you go. I can't tell you how famous this thing has made me. I mean, everybody knows about me. I know that they find it annoying, as would anyone, but I've gotten people who now embrace it. They're like, they dance when I come in because they know it's for a good cause, and they know that I'm starting to make waves on this platform. And I gotta say, I mean, overall, like, Kick has to hate me. I understand it. But
for thousands, yeah, I know. I'm with you, man.
But Kick,
Charlie Mayer would be nice, but I'm pretty fucking old. I don't see me making $1 million for the rest of my life, buddy.
that's okay. Rabbi's going to give it to you. I have more content than any person in global history. Additionally, Straight Savage, you should know that Rabbi is a big advocate for life extension technology and mind uploading technology. If you want, where we can take that beautiful brain of yours and upload it into a computer for later download into an avatar, a clone, a cybernetic being, an ethereal being, whatever you want. A clone of yourself. We can have multiple Straight Savages if we want.
The only problem is none of them are me, so they're not going to be as good.
I know, but that's what you think. But if we're able to replicate every single molecule in your central nervous system, upload that into a computer for later download, and clone you, essentially you will all think that you are you, because you will be.
I mean, in a sense, as long as them clones are all in the same environment, if you split one clone out of that environment, then that clone is going to be different than the rest of them.
So the way that we do it is we use a test tube where we essentially
What up, man?
aggressively advance the maturing of these to be exactly the age that you want to be. So if you want to be yourself when you were, let's say, 40, we could advance them to age 40, where they were all with the exact same memories and the exact same experiences, and they had essentially been aggressively advanced so that they matured to an age of 40, and then we put your central nervous system or its contents, the data of it, into one of these. It's a wild thought, but within the next generation or two, this may become a reality. So you should know that. Keep your eye out. It seems like science fiction. I got that. But let's say 200 years ago, the idea of flight seemed like a science fiction. So it'll just take some time, but we'll get there. Have you seen this recent interview Joe Rogan did with a gentleman named Nolan Ashbrough? Something like that is how you say his name. is the first Neuralink transplant receiver. So, what does that mean? He has.
Milk is amazing, Dark Bro. What do you mean? Free jelly. Good morning, man.
He has a
I love milk, man.
brain-computer interface. So he has a computer that connects to his brain, and he's able to play video games with it. Have you ever heard of the Sid Meier's Civilization game?
Yeah.
He's able to play Civilization 6. He's a quadriplegic, meaning he can't move his arms or legs, just his head.
I don't know what it is that I have right now, man. It's not bad, though.
And his ability to auto-aim is already better than the best humans. So if he were to enter like video game tournaments, he beats everybody.
Rabbi has a kick protection or something? What do you mean? You can't hear Rabbi? Oh, the music might be too loud. Hold on, let me turn them up. There you go. We turned them up.
How you living? We're talking about life extension technology, mind uploading technology, and the ability to perhaps live digitally, digital immortality, should you wish.
Spam is punished only by the creator. So whoever's page you're on, only them and their mods can punish you for the spam.
Well, no, Kick punishes me. They ban my accounts.
Only because you get reported.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, one day I look forward to going to the Kick headquarters and being like, seeing their moderation team and just being like, yeah, apologies, guys. I made you work overtime that summer.
Did you know Action Man eats his all day? I mean, nothing against gay people, but Action Man, he makes a lot of cakes.
Did you see his outreach tour throughout the United States, culminating in New York City? He went with Cobra and Mike Baby, Mike Smalls Jr.
Action Man is amazing, though, man. Don't get me wrong. I love Action Man. Action Man is amazing, yo. He took it upon himself to, throw me under his wing, man, and promote the fuck out of me, man, for the longest time.
Oh, that's tight.
I've been on the stream. I've won a fucking smoke off on his stream and shit, man. He's hosted out to me multiple times. He's pulled me up during his stream and told people to just come and chill with me. Like, Action Man is fucking amazing, man. To me, he is the goat of Kick, man.
I like him as well. I really got into his stream when he did the Action Man tour, where they went from like New Orleans to St. Louis to Chicago to Detroit to Philadelphia to New York City doing outreach. I thought that was really cool. It was like 14 days long.
Oh, Rabbi's hilarious.
Oh, thank you so much. Bless you. You're a wonderful person. Shout out to that person. That's amazing.
Yeah. He streams on every platform out there, guys.
Except Kick. One day, maybe.
Except Kick. Yes, Kick is the only platform he does not stream on.
Do you know who Shakti G is?
Who?
Shakti G. He's the guy who said Kick a million times on screen.
You're breaking up a little bit, buddy.
Do you know who Shakti G is? He's the guy who said Kick a million times.
No.
Okay. So he is going to be on the front page. He has some kind of agreement potentially where he'll be on the front page more often. And he says that he wanted to do an interview with me when that happens. And I explained to him, I didn't want him to get banned, but Kick is really cool. They allow people who are banned to be interviewed on the platform, just not to have an account, which is fine by me. I get the same results.
Rabbi
Rothschild. Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild just started the Rabbi Rothschild podcast yesterday. Check it out. It's on Spotify. We've already got.
Why doesn't he stream on Kick? I think you did, right?
I did, but I sacrificed the ability to stream on Kick to be able to spam on Kick. Best decision of my life. Not that Kick isn't a wonderful platform, but everybody.
There you go. He gave up the streaming to be able to spam, guys.
Exactly. Everybody knows about me.
I mean, you could go in any channel in the just chatting category or a couple other categories and say Rabbi Rothschild, and everybody's gonna know who he is. Man.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows who he is.
You're gonna get tomatoes thrown at you. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here, let me show you. Let me show you what it looks like when Kick bans one of your accounts. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he showed me.
All right. Well, if anybody else out there hasn't seen, this is what it looks like. It says your account has been temporarily suspended. Please check your email for more information. Which the key word there to me is temporarily. Kick isn't saying that we're never going to talk again. It's just temporary. So I never read the email. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm potentially going to be the biggest person in the history of their platform. And because of that, I'm going to...
Which Rothschild number? His actual account should just be Rabbi Rothschild.
Where are you looking?
Twitch.
Oh, yeah. I've got just regular Rabbi Rothschild. But if he wants one that's streaming right now, I think Rabbi Rothschild 8 is streaming right now. Rabbi Rothschild 13 is streaming right now. Just type in...
They're all in.
Yeah, devices at any given time.
That he runs 24/7. They don't stop. They run all the time.
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
What is it, the Truman Show or something like that?
Exactly, the movie from the 1990s.
He runs a stream kind of like that.
100%
24
right.
hours, 7 days a week of his life, man.
100% right. You get to see everything that a human does. Their eating patterns, their sleeping patterns, their bathing patterns, their circadian rhythm. Perhaps in the future, people might be able to see my dreams. They might be able to see my thoughts, my emotions. And that is all very exciting to me. People are going to be able to measure my breathing, my breaths per minute, my heartbeats per minute, blinks per minute. Everything about the human psyche and the human body can be studied from this. And human data is Earth's #1 type of data.
Like this camera, see, this is another one of his cameras. This is probably one that's streaming somewhere right now. Same with this one, probably another one that's streaming out there somewhere right now. And you got this one.
We're done. I'm everywhere. Not only that, but shout out to Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross has allowed me to stream in his Discord now for like 3 months straight. And I get a lot of people who find out about me from there, and then they join my Discord. And he's been really...
You can tell my comrades I talked to the real Rabbi.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Absolutely. Straight Savage
He
and I...
He was in the chat earlier, too.
Absolutely. Straight Savage and I have a good friendship.
Different names that he comes and talks to me on, so he doesn't get mad.
That's right. I have to stay covert. That's right. It's the James Bond in me. But yeah, I've got to say that, especially now that I know that people can't get banned for interviewing me, I'm much more comfortable on Kick. And every day something new happens. Hey, you want to be on my podcast? Hey, so-and-so did a shout out to you. Hey, more and more people are in my chat. More and more people are in my Discord. So just one of these days, somebody's going to see it, see how much content I have. If you guys weren't aware, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts, and I have over 5,000 Kick accounts. I have over,
you should be on Lowell's late show sometime. You know, we're going to be on stream with fucking Alabama John and Lowell's one of these days, man. I've already talked with both of them. We just need to link up, man. They told me I'm more than welcome to come down, man, and chill with them and shit. So one day we are going to see that, man. I just don't drink like they do, guys. I smoke. I smoke like a motherfucker. I'm just not a big drinker, guys.
High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease,
What everybody wants to know, how do we become a trillionaire? You set your mind to it and you don't ever fucking give up, man.
Absolutely. But all you have to do is shout out Rabbi Rothschild. All of my data is recorded. So you'll be able to say 30 years from now, hey, Rabbi, I told all my friends about you and I said it in your chat, and I'll say it was recorded. You're on the list, and we're going to make sure that you and your descendants and your friends and family, particularly who are living now, get to enjoy all of the benefits.
I guess I've got a little bit of cannabis every now and then too.
We're dog. Rabbi's he's a public 420 positive rabbi. It's even in his Instagram profile. I don't think that anyone has the ability to take away a plant that comes from our Creator. There you go. There you go. That's a good one. How you doing there? You got that?
When a streamer become close, that's how it goes, man. That's how Rabbi started out in here.
That's exactly right. It works. It's known in sociology as the mere exposure effect.
You know what's crazy? I talk to Rabbi almost every single morning now for like the last week and a half.
It's absolutely correct. I go down the list and see who of my acquaintances and now becoming friends are streaming, and I say hello to them. And I gotta say, Straight Savage, you have an inspirational Discord. When I would go through, this is what I would do. And you can find this on my Instagram, which is at Rabbi Rothschild, or you can find it on my TikTok, which is at Super Rothschild. And I would go through different creators, all of their social media, and like basically do shout outs to them. And I would see everybody's Discord. And I saw your Discord and a few other people's Discords. And I just took some ideas from all of them and built this one. I know mine's overkill, but you should know that like yours was really organized. It had people in it. You got to know that like of all the streamers that we have on Kick, I would say far less than maybe 10% actually have like a living Discord. And I remember the first time I saw yours, before I'd even met you or said anything to you, I saw that you had people randomly in your Discord. And I was like, oh, all of a sudden, boom, I knew that this person had an instant community and I wanted to be friends with them. That was that first day that I came in. And we've got the #1 cannabis enthusiast on Kick right now. If you're watching on Rabbi's End, this is Straight Savage. You can find him on Kick at STRHXSAVAGEX. And follow all his social media. He's an amazing streamer. And I mean this. He is the #1 cannabis smoker on Kick and perhaps the entire internet. He is, and he comes out there and says it. And I can tell you who his competition is, and he is far and away more of an enthusiast than they are. He does cheers for his bong rips. He talks 420 culture all the time. So if you're seeing this, I mean, whether now or 50 years from now, you should know that this man is a legend. He is a trailblazer in 420 culture. Not everybody has the confidence to do this. Look, I'm going to tell you what, a lot of people like to smoke pot, but guess what? They're afraid to do it publicly. They don't want people to know about it. And my man, Straight Savage, doesn't let the hype get in his way, is proud of what he does, understands that he is in the majority of people who thinks that this plant should have absolute decriminalization, absolute legality for people of age and people who can use it wisely. They know that there's a lot to it. And he's going to be seen as an extremely wise person in the future. And all of this is a time capsule that is capturing that. He's a man. Now, I have a question for you. Your eyes normally don't look too red. How do you avoid that?
They just don't really get rid of it.
Okay, but you know the stereotype.
I've smoked weed for a long time, so.
Yeah, that's true. Now, do you use any kind of Visine or anything like that? Nothing. Okay. Do you have, let's say we had to go to the pharmacy, your eyes were red. Do you know, like, the better eye drops, or you don't even fuck with them? You're just going to go with the general redness remover?
No eye drops, nothing. Wait, I can't.
Wow.
I subscribe to you, bro.
You can't subscribe to me?
No, to Rob.
Oh.
You're not affiliated over there, Rob.
So if you want to know my top secret plan, is just like I go through and spam everybody, they all know about me. So now the ones who I've worn down little by little, I'm going to get them on my podcast. And I've already got, people lined up, which is great. And I've also got some podcasts in the book. And I know I'll get some people who are like, I want nothing to do with you. I get it. That's cool. Give it 10 years. Give our friendship 10 years. And if you still feel that way, that's fine. But given enough exposure, I'm going to wear you down and we're going to be friends. It works just about every time.
Have you streamed in a while? Okay.
Now, your microphone, every time you...
Let's go, man. Yo, I appreciate all you guys from Alabama John stream sticking around, guys. You guys are fucking amazing, man.
Every time
I
you...
fucking love the Alabama John, man.
Shout out to Alabama John. Shout out to the state of Alabama. Shout out not just to the Alabama Crimson Tide, Roll Tide, but also shout out to the Auburn Tigers, War Eagle. And they're...
IRL streaming is my favorite type of content, man. I love watching IRL streaming. I don't do a lot of traveling, man. So, like, when I watch IRL streams, I get to see a lot of the world and how people interact in different places in the world and shit like that, man. You know?
You have some great IRL content, though, yourself. Your outdoor content is amazing.
A bunch of house music DJs, nice, man. There's a lot of amazing DJs here on Kick, man. A lot of amazing DJs. They don't get the love and support that they should, I'll tell you that, because there's a lot of amazing ones here, man.
Do you normally stay in just chatting, or do you go into other categories as well?
Between just chatting and IRL.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of focus on...
We'll go IRL today. We'll go on Sport Driver today. And we'll IRL today.
Thanks.
Sport Driver.
Now, when...
Nice. I used to stream on Twitch. I gave Twitch up. I used to multi-stream to both Kick and Twitch. But when I got KCIP, I gave up Twitch, and we're just 100% Kick now.
Smart move. KCIP is the way to go.
Spark up driver. I make decent money doing Spark Driver, man. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one, man. Spark Driver won't let you on. It took me about 2.5 months to get approved to get into Spark Driver. I did DoorDash until I got into Spark Driver. Then once I got into Spark Driver, fuck DoorDash, Roger.
Why is Spark Driver better?
Well, you make way more money.
Do you? Is it more expensive?
I make about $25 to $30 an hour doing Spark Driver.
Wow. Is it the delivery more expensive for the customer?
Probably because I order stuff like groceries and shit from Walmart. So.
Oh, okay. So it's a big order.
Not always. Sometimes it's one item and I'll make $20 delivered it.
Excellent. And you stream that IRL?
Yeah.
Wow. Good on you.
Yeah, I'll put my camera right in the windshield and flip it so you guys can see where we're driving and everything, man. And just kind of
amazing. Now, when you do that, I imagine you can't be riding hot. So do you just take a big rip before you go and then roll? Or do you take your chances?
I don't normally smoke while I'm doing it.
Gotcha. So then you get a nice little break, and then when you come back, extra strong hit when you return.
No break. We just catch a buzz in the morning and we go out and do it, man.
Oh, no way. Okay, but
And I smoke when I get home.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So basically, you get a little bit of a. I mean, it's not like you're going 24 hours. There's a little bit of a break in there where your body can adjust a little bit, and then you just hit it hard when you return.
You know, we can't be doing illegal shit. I straight, you know.
Well, of course, particularly behind the wheel. I've seen some people do DoorDash around here, and it's amazing to me how they can multitask. So, I imagine you have multiple SIM cards. Straight Savage, do you have multiple SIM cards?
Multiple what?
SIM cards?
No, I have multiple phones.
Okay. With one SIM card?
No, they're all active.
So you have.
I run S22 Ultra and an S24.
Excellent. So you do have multiple SIM cards. So you've got multiple devices, one doing the delivery.
I got 2 hotspots. I got a Verizon hotspot and I have a AT&T hotspot.
There you go. Man, my man's got
Good morning, man. How you doing?
backup.
People don't realize, like, people come out here and think when you stream, a lot of people automatically think streamers are rich. Most streamers are not rich unless you like fucking eating Ross or,
Right.
you know what I mean? Or guys and that, or somebody like that.
1%.
Most are not rich. We come out here and we do this because we enjoy it and we love it, man.
Absolutely.
What? And then a lot of times, people don't realize how much money it costs a streamer.
So expensive.
To do what they do.
Absolutely.
On a monthly basis, it costs me about just IRL streaming. It costs me about $200 a month.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm completely understand. And that doesn't include what you're doing IRL. That just includes. That just includes essentially the equipment. If you want to do fun stuff IRL, it's expensive.
Yeah, and then depending on what you're doing while you're out IRL streaming. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. When I first started,
I don't. Like I said, I'm not rich. I mean, I drive a beat up 2007 Ford Focus car. You know what I mean? I'm not rich at all, man. I don't make a lot of money doing this, but I love it and I enjoy it, and that's why I come out here every single day, man. And you guys being here talking to me and being active, that's what makes me keep coming back, and that's what makes me love this, man. All you guys, like, you guys are amazing. Dark Bro, you just joined the Discord? Let's go, man.
LFG. Take a tour of his Discord. It's beautiful.
That's right, man.
His Discord is beautiful. It's very organized.
Yeah, I still gotta go fix my one bot. There's a bot from the Streamer Smokehouse Stream Team that notifies every time one of us go live. I gotta go fix it. The bot fucked on us. Now I gotta go re-add everybody back to it.
So you had a bot that would alert everybody when you went live?
Me or anybody else that is part of the Streamer Smokehouse Stream Team.
Very cool.
From the East Coast to over here as well. So you're not super far from it. I'm in upstate New York. I'm about 2.5 to 3 hours from Niagara Falls.
Have you been to Niagara Falls?
Multiple times. American and Canadian side boats.
Very cool.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Paula. How you doing this morning? Just getting up, yeah. Been up for a couple hours now. We normally wake and bake every morning, man.
Do you ever do hookah?
Do what?
Hookah?
No, I'm not a hookah fan.
What don't you like about it?
I just don't like the way they hit.
Okay. That's honest.
Been up all night?
Do you ever do gravity? Do you ever do gravity bombs?
Gravity bunks?
Yeah.
I used to have what they call a gravitron. I don't know if you've ever heard of a gravitron.
Explain, please.
But it's a complete glass-on-glass gravity bong.
Oh wow.
And let me tell you, man, that thing was wild. And I used to pack that thing up. People would come over to my house and smoke, and I'd pack one up for them. And I would milk the fuck out of that thing.
Dog, isn't it amazing?
To them, dude, and they hit that thing, and they would literally fall out. I'd have to catch it out of their hands before they fell and fucking bang their head off my heart.
Dog, exactly. A gravity bomb will fucking make your knees buckle and make you pass the fuck out. It is, in my opinion, the absolute most hardcore way to fucking get high. And it's
Now
and
they got these new gravities, you know, like the Tyson one and all that shit, man, where you just spin them.
right. They in my opinion too, they're really efficient. For the little amount of weed that you have to put in the
Are you modded for Alabama John now? Rob? EG, is that how you say it? EG, how you doing? How's your morning going?
Is Rob a mod of Alabama John?
With a dad flying for 10 gifted subs? Damn, dude. I don't eat nothing hot, guys. So that's one thing you guys would not get me to do. My stomach is so fucked, dude. I couldn't eat it if I wanted to.
You don't like spicy things?
No.
How about mild
Cheers, everybody.
mild salsa?
I'll eat like a chicken wing pizza or something.
Okay,
like that, you know
okay,
what I mean?
yeah, that's just a little.
To
Yeah,
go any further than that, no.
I gotcha. That's something.
And I'm gonna have to drink half a gallon of milk
All
to make
right.
my stomach feel better. So,
White milk or chocolate milk?
chocolate milk.
There you go.
Chocolate milk's better because our body can break down the chocolate, and when the milk mixes with the chocolate, our body, and that allows our body to break the milk down, the sugars in the milk like it's supposed to.
I could see that.
Your body doesn't naturally break the sugars down in milk.
Right. That's why people have lactose intolerance, right?
Right. Yep.
I could see that. There he goes. Oh yeah, that's it. Let it out. Cough like a motherfucker. Cough like a motherfucker, straight savage.
Gotta cough to get off, man.
That's right, dog. I like that.
They were telling me earlier not to cough. I was disrespecting you while you was talking.
Oh.
Stop disrespecting the rabbi with the cough.
They're so sweet. No worries at all. It's a natural thing, especially with the number one marijuana user on Kick. I'm going to have that as an expectation. I really mean this. For people to be out there on stream smoking, you're trailblazers. I bet you most people on stream want to be smoking, but due to whatever reasons they don't, and they see you as trailblazers, which you absolutely are.
Before it became legal in my state, man, I couldn't stream smoking when it wasn't legal because I would get banned.
Right.
So my camera was off more than it was on when I streamed before. I used to stream video games back then. So every time a game would end, I'm ripping a ball.
Sure.
Camera would have to be off more than it was on.
Absolutely. Weird. What kind of lighter do you use? Just a regular Bic? Do you remove?
We got a Tucker poker. So
Oh, tight. Yeah.
nice little case here. It's got a poker built into it. So we got a little packer on this end.
Wow. Fancy, man. We're rocking.
I would recommend this lighter case to any of you. Amazing.
We're rocking with the best. So, want to know that lighter? That's not a case around the lighter. That is directly in the lighter, correct? With the toker poker?
That's just in case.
Oh, very cool. What a cool case. That's baller as fuck. Amazing. Love it. Wow, we're rocking with the best. Excellent.
I wonder if I can get affiliated with Toker Poker. I should send them an email.
Yes, you should. Definitely.
Maybe they'll sponsor us.
We're done. We'll make sure that there are toker pokers.
Send us a box of Toker Pokers and we can fucking
We're,
give away.
we're going to have them in every back-to-school backpack. We're going to have them in every holiday present, every stocking stuffer. They'll be everywhere. We're going to make sure this is the hot commodity of 2024.
Isol, that's awesome. Where do you live at, Isol? If you don't mind me asking.
Military declaration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the
That's one thing I really want to start doing with my streaming. I've been talking about it for months. North Florida, nice, man. Start doing traveling and collabing with other people and stuff like that, man. Hopefully someday we'll be at that point where we'll be able to do that, man. But traveling is very expensive.
Yes, it is. Yo, how's MJ doing?
Huge.
M-
She's getting huge.
Good on her. Did you say she's 8 months old?
7.
7 months old. Well, good on you for being her owner, taking good care of her. I'll tell you what, she's probably got the best little setup of anybody on Kick, any cat on Kick, I can tell you that. They're on camera, but tucked away and cozy, and just get to enjoy life. That's quite the setup.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Have you ever?
She's just so much different than like normal house cats, man. Like their personality and everything is so different.
Have you ever seen the streamer? It is. Oh man, now it's escaping. He's a YouTuber who does like police chases, and he.
This is the famous Rabbi, Tabone.
Word dog, welcome. Glad to have you. You're amazing. If you are a part of Alabama John's community, my apologies for my bots. Anyone who's a member of Straight Savages community knows that I apologize routinely for my bots. We're trying to get the word out about world peace. We don't want war anymore. It's as simple as that.
I've been spreading the word that Rabbi's a real guy. Everybody thinks he's a bot. They're like, he's a bot. He's a bot. I'm like, no, Rabbi is real.
Word dog.
He has a bot that spams chats, but Rabbi himself is real.
Absolutely. 100%. We spread the word about ending world hunger through technologies.
Oh, you were laughing at Rabbi and Alabama Giants channel?
The way that we want to end world hunger is through agricultural drones, greenhouse, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, and vertical farming, to name a few, in addition to cloud seeding.
Sir, I grow hydro.
Excellent. That's amazing. And
Actually, all 4 of my seeds popped yesterday, man. I checked them last night. All 4 have popped. John doesn't mind him, actually? Yeah. I see a lot of people that, flip out and go crazy. I might say, motherfucker, Rabbi. Or, fuck you, Rabbi.
That's right.
When he comes in with his bots. But Rabbi himself is a good guy, man. I said, for the last week and a half, I think I've talked to Rabbi almost every morning.
That's right. You're very consistent. You treat this like a job that you love, and that's cool. I mean, that's the reason why I say that. You take it seriously, like a professional takes their work, their craft, but you have a good time doing it, and that's what you want to see. Oh yeah, definitely.
Every one of his bots. People are more than welcome to ban his bots because it's just going to create a new name and then come out again.
Exactly.
So you're not going to ban them all. But if you ban the one that's in your chat, it's going to stop the spam. It's not going to multiple click on your channel.
Exactly. But, you know, sometimes people think it's in their best interest to ban the account and to report it. But the faster you report it, it just means another one's going to be created. And chances are you're at the top of the kick stream, so you're going to get it immediately. It's basically a catch-22. You're darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't.
You're told by you, Juice. Let's fucking go, Juice. How you doing this morning?
Juice. Do you like juice?
The juice is amazing.
Excellent. Do you like juice, the drink?
Yeah, like orange juice.
Hell yeah, good on you.
You see Rabbi everywhere? Hey, now you see Rabbi in the flesh, man. This is Rabbi.
Word, dog. I'm here.
You see his spot everywhere, but now you get to see who he is, man, and what he looks like.
Right here, all day, every day. I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. I don't want war anymore. It's a time capsule for the world. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I started a podcast yesterday.
It doesn't matter, Juice. It doesn't matter. We don't care if you're white or black or green or purple or orange or whatever, man. We don't care. To me, we're all human. We're all flesh and skin, and we're all here to succeed and do the best we can, man.
Agreed.
Who juices? Well, I think Juice is normally you're normally a troll, though, ain't you, Juice? But you normally troll people. You got them few people that you don't troll that you actually chill with, but normally don't you troll? You don't troll?
Straight Savage, where did you learn to grow?
People, one of my buddies, one of my real good buddies is actually the one that originally started teaching me hydro.
Excellent. So you had a mentor. Very nice. Because it's difficult if you don't have a mentor, getting all the pHs correct and everything.
That's the great thing about where I live. My well is what they call an artesian well, so it's a very shallow well, and it's fed from a natural spring. So my pH is perfect. I don't even have to pH my water or nothing. I add my nudes, put my plants in, and I'm golden.
Oh, that's phenomenal. You don't have to do any testing or anything.
Nothing.
Wow, that's really convenient. So it's basically like you're using distilled water, almost, because it has like a pH of 7.
It's fucking perfect, dude.
Perfect. Well, that's phenomenal. Total advantage of yours. Now, you do hydro.
I gotta let you guys. There's one for Juice. Oh, we already got Rob. I already follow ISO. Let's go. Hopefully someday I'll see some of you guys live, man.
Word, dog. We're going to make sure that happens.
IRL content. Heads up. IRL content is where it's at nowadays. That's what people want to see, man. I like doing these, smoke sessions, man. But I feel like I enjoy IRL way more, man. Being out, doing shit, showing you guys shit. Oh yeah, juice. Hey, I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with trolling people, man. I love the trolls, man. I go along with them. I try to make them think that they got me all bad and shit, but I don't give a fuck what anybody says, man. But Isola runs a lot of music, guys. He runs like a radio station most of the time on his stream.
Shout out to Icehole.
So you guys ever looking for a good radio station to listen to while you're out doing something, man? Pull Isola up. Oh yeah, Rob. Oh damn, yeah, I'd probably troll him too. 32 is still living with your parents. It's kind of time to grow up and become a man. My son's 20 and living on my couch. I tell him all the time, it's time for you to become a fucking man, yo. Like, you've been getting off my couch soon, motherfucker.
Are you able to produce all of the cannabis that you need, or do you have to buy it as well?
If I grew on a regular, now that I have my big tent,
Yeah,
I could probably grow enough to supply myself.
gotcha. Is that the goal someday?
When I was growing 2 plants at a time, that was not enough to supply myself.
Word.
But I could grow up to 6 now, so.
Oh, very cool. It's amazing how quickly they grow.
Sometimes I wish I had more trolls, man, because trolls help make content.
That's absolutely true. 100% fair. Have you ever done a sleep stream?
I ever what? You break up a little bit.
Have you ever done a sleep stream?
Nah, they're just weird to me, man. That's something I don't think I would ever do.
All right.
I could be live every waking second, but to be live as I'm sleeping, no.
Gotcha.
It's bad enough there's times that I wake up now thinking that the camera is still on me.
Wow, what a wake up call.
Rob, I agree, man. It takes a weird ass person to sit there and watch somebody sleep, man.
Hey, some people like it, and then they message you.
Unless, of course, it's your girlfriend or your wife or some shit like that, and
But some random ass person on the internet, I agree. But some people enjoy it. I get the strangest messages about people who do things while I sleep, and I'm just like, knock yourself out. Whatever floats your boat.
Let's go. We gotta bring up some more weed. Rick.
Hell yeah. You grind it?
Yeah. What is this song by Wiz Khalifa? What is this song? Always driving for choice. That's right, Curly. Always. Hold on. I'm gonna restart this song, guys. I kind of want to hear it a little bit louder.
Doctor report child abuse within 36 hours, but instead to investigate themselves, and then only if they absolutely have to report it. That's not the law.
Saturday is a foundation that's a charity foundation run by Darth Rips. They do it the last Saturday of every month. They collect donations and give away to different charities every month.
Phenomenal.
They arranged to have the man pay back what they said was money accidentally deposited into his bank account last month.
You know what's crazy is, Wiz has been around for a long fucking time, but I never started listening to Wiz until probably about a year ago. And like I started listening to his music, and I was like, this dude is fucking amazing. Why did I never listen to him before? Like,
Do you know the song "The Thrill"?
yes.
I love that song.
I'm with you on that, buddy. Respect is a thing that's kind of gone, man. You don't see respect nowadays like you used to, man. It's kind of like common sense, man. It's far and few and in between, man.
It's not so common. Are you a Sabres fan?
What's that?
Are you a Sabres fan?
You break it up at the end.
Are you a Sabres fan in hockey? Buffalo Sabres.
Oh, no. Anaheim.
Oh, okay. The Ducks.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because my nickname was actually Howard the Duck ever since I was a little kid. So, of course, I liked Anaheim.
Oh, amazing. Do you like the Oregon Ducks? Do you like the Oregon Ducks?
No.
Okay. Just the Anaheim Ducks. Did you like the movie The Mighty Ducks?
Well, I thought their logo was pretty fucking sweet when I was a kid and shit like that. So that's just the team I've always stuck with, man.
Hell yeah. They had a really sweet logo. The duck mask is amazing. Do you like the movie Howard the Duck?
Right, Deuce. Yes. Bring back common sense. Yes, man. That's something that is gone. Most people don't have common sense nowadays. It's literally fucking insane, man. Yeah, Rob Bass. Yeah. I just call you Rob, though. Yeah, the smell on your hands, Timon, fucking right, buddy. You don't get that true smell out of it until you touch it a little bit, man. I mean, you can smell it, but if you want that true smell, man. Cheers, everybody.
Heyo.
That's right, Juice.
That was smooth. Minimal coughs. There you go.
No, baddies. It's baddies for Timon, man.
Your microphone does a great job of muting the cough.
I think. No, it's working. Yeah, the lights just ain't working. No, it's legal. We can have 6 in veg and 6 in bud.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
So
you can have up to 3 ounces on your person, and you can have up to 5 pounds at home.
12. You can have 12 total plants.
What's that?
You can have 12 total plants.
You can have 12 plants, yeah. You can have 6 in veg and 6 in flower.
Excellent. Do you have to have like a license or anything? Or that's just as a resident of the state of New York? Very cool.
I mean, technically, you should always have it away from your kids where they can't get it anyways.
Right. No, definitely. 100%.
Only allowed 4 plants for recreational. That's why I only smoke in this room. My stuff is always in this room. My kids are not supposed to be in this room unless I am in here. And then if they come in, I don't smoke.
Would you be okay with your children who are of age to smoke?
What's that?
Would you be okay with your kids once they're of age if they smoke?
My 20-year-old smokes.
And that's cool.
I mean, he's 20 years old. He's an adult. What am I going to do?
What's he gonna do? He could just say, "Dad, look at you." What are you gonna say?
He's 20 years old. He's got a kid of his own.
You're a grandpa?
Yeah, my grandson is almost 3 years old.
Well, good on you. Amazing.
And that's what happens when kids don't listen. Don't fucking cover their shit up. You become a grandparent.
Well, you're probably one of the coolest grandpas I think you could ever have. And every kid I know would have dreamed to have a grandpa like you. So you've got that going for you. Take them fishing, get high. Not saying that they would, but you're just an easygoing individual.
They've been laughing my ass off. That's true. Smoke till I'm high.
We got you covered. We got all the updates on what happened while you were sleeping.
We smoke until we're baked, not high. We go for the baked status.
Some of the biggest topics. We've got a big one coming up in just a minute. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Russian and Chinese military jets and bombers.
But man, Shay Savage, are you in a mood where you would want to do this interview?
Many times, Juice. Many times have we, yes, Juice. Should we do this interview with Rabbi right now, guys?
Yes.
I'll leave it up to you guys. Should we do the interview with Rabbi right now?
Take a poll on it.
Let's do it.
Excellent.
Sure.
All right, just for a moment, let me get things set up. You are in the right position. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna.
Let's fucking go, man. I hope you have an amazing morning, Dark Bro.
LFG. All right. Just so I can keep the cameras
Might as
going.
well, we're all here now. Facts. I love having my chat this active. This is fucking amazing, man.
Hell yeah. Well, they're gonna get even more active in a second.
Like this, and then it just, like, everybody stops at once. It's so weird. Need some good content to keep us going.
Well, you're about to get it. Just one moment. I'm gonna start recording in a second. I'm getting out my questions, and we'll start. This is phenomenal. This is gonna be A1.
If the 450 was supposed to like go ripping through the mud hole for you guys to see if we can get stuck. Probably would get stuck with that because my 650 I have to ride a fucking wheelie through. So is this Rabbi Curly? Is Yes, it is. This is Rabbi. This is what he looks like, man.
Word,
Y'all
dog.
see his body everywhere.
You're 100% right. And if you're not familiar, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Very important that people are aware. And that's how I get out the word, through my bot. All right.
What do you mean? A 4-day flight? Oh, you've only been hitting your cards, huh?
All right.
Nobody has a bot like Rabbi. That's right.
That's absolutely correct. All righty.
He is so known, man.
100%. That's what I like to know. All right, everybody. This is Rabbi Rothschild. I'm here with the world famous Straight Savage streamer. He is a kick streamer. He is a 420 leader. He is a trailblazer for the culture. Welcome. Thank you for being here, Straight Savage.
Let's fucking go, man.
LFG. All right. Just one moment. I did this yesterday, and I'm just double checking to make sure that we are recording the sound. Excellent.
All right. Is it working?
It is. Here we are with Straight Savage, the one, the only.
You got me on a big screen. This is when I'm always like, hey, man, look, I'm famous. I'm on TV, man.
100%. So,
Fuck you too, man.
well, if you want to find Straight Savage's content, he's at kick.com/x STR8X SAVAGEX. That correct?
Rabbi's a bit low. I can turn him up a little bit. Let's turn him up a little bit here.
Excellent. And Rabbi.
Nice and loud now.
Excellent. And Rabbi is pulling up his list of questions. And
Go, cheers, everybody.
Heyo.
I don't know what strain this is. Pretty good. Tastes like fruity, or smells like fruity pebbles. Don't taste like it though.
All right. First question. What's your favorite time of the day?
It's in the morning time.
And why?
Because I get to get up and just chill out and enjoying the peace and quiet. There's nobody bothering me. I get to come out here and do a wake and bake every fucking day.
Excellent.
With all these amazing people, man.
Absolutely.
What's my favorite strain? Green crack.
Oh yeah. That's one of my favorites as well, allegedly. All right. What's your biggest weakness?
What's that?
What's your biggest weakness?
Probably caring too much.
That is a beautiful, perfect answer. Excellent. Next question. What's your biggest strength?
Biggest what?
Strength.
I don't know, man.
That's an honest answer.
Not a clue, man.
I understand.
One thing that you think is probably right. Is probably one of your biggest weeks. Is what I would almost think.
I'm in agreement. Excellent. What's the biggest learning experience you've had?
I didn't hear you again.
What's the biggest learning experience you've had?
Biggest learning experience I had. I mean, you learn something new every day, man. You never stop learning, man. So as life goes on, you learn new shit every day. You always learn. And, I mean, that's what makes us who we are. So, I mean, really, the biggest learning experience is life itself, man.
Beautiful. Very well put. What's your idea of the perfect date?
Perfect date?
Yeah, if you were going to go out with a loved one, what would you do to make it a cool time?
Repeat question twice, please.
Sure. Like some people might like to go to a picnic on a date or to the movies or out to dinner. Do you have something that you like to do on a date? Or did you?
You should try turning crisp off on your Discord on your phone.
Hold on a second. Do you have any of my accounts muted?
Yes, all of them but this one.
Yes. Hold on. You don't have this one muted right here?
This, yeah, the one that just pointing at right now, yeah.
Okay, so this one is not muted, right?
Right.
Okay. If you would, there's one that I'm pointing at right now. Can you unmute that one and mute this one? There you go.
I got to. Let me turn that one up. Okay, talk.
Can you hear me any better in this one?
Sounds a little weird, but yeah, okay.
Okay, excellent. Next question was, what's your idea of a perfect date?
I don't know. I would have to say, just sit down to a nice dinner and, I don't know, maybe going for a nice walk somewhere or just sitting down and chilling and
Excellent.
enjoying each other's conversation, man.
Beautiful. Next question. What's one vice you wish you could give up?
What do you mean?
Like some people wish they could give up carbohydrates or nicotine or heroin.
Definitely cigarettes, man.
Excellent. Next question.
I
What's
can
a
smoke more weed.
oh yeah. What's a cause that's important to you?
Cause that's important to me. The legalization of cannabis across the whole country, and not just our country, multiple countries. I mean, Europe needs to get on board with this shit, and they need to start letting the facts out instead of what they just want people to think. And it's a lot better for you than people think it is, man. And that's because of the government has made it that way. They have made people think it's such a bad thing.
Excellent. What's the best compliment you have ever received?
The best confidence?
Compliment.
Compliment?
Yes.
I would have to say, it's actually in a clip. One of my buddies said it. Good things happen to good people, man.
There you go. Excellent. When do you feel the most inspired?
When people are listening to me.
Excellent. Sweet or savory?
Sweet.
Beautiful. What song can you listen to on repeat?
Right now, Chris Webby, Day by Day. I fucking love that song. The song is amazing. It's one of his new songs. It's fucking great, man.
Beautiful. What makes you smile the most?
Seeing my kids happy.
Excellent. What's one thing people don't know about you?
I don't know. When I was 16, I stole my stepdad's vehicle.
Hell yeah.
I don't know.
Hell yeah. There we go. Well, if you didn't know before, you know now. What's your preferred type of footwear, or do you wish to go barefoot?
I'm not an expensive footwear kind of guy, man. I don't like to go spend, $100 on a pair of shoes. Or,
Sure.
I'll go to Walmart and spend $25 on a pair of Air Ones, man.
Excellent.
Air Ones, it doesn't matter to me, man. As long as there's shoes on my feet, that's all that I care for.
Beautiful. When it comes to items, do you like vintage items or do you like new items?
Depends on what it is.
Okay.
Some older stuff is much better made than new stuff, so.
Absolutely. What are 3 things you can't live without?
Girl, you can give me some nice charges for $30 to $40. I got a hookup. Yo, let's fucking go, man. Hit me up in my DMs, buddy. Three things I couldn't live without.
Word.
My family.
One.
Pretty much my family, man.
Excellent.
Is the only thing.
What about cannabis?
I don't have to have weed, man.
Beautiful.
That's something I choose to do.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Window or aisle seat on a plane?
Aisle for sure.
Excellent. What's your current?
Sit next to the window.
Oh, very cool. What's your current TV character obsession or movie? Like, do you have a television show you really like?
I like Bob's Burger, Family Guy,
Perfect.
stuff like that.
Excellent. Do you prefer a woman in leather or lace?
Lace.
Very nice. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
Most adventurous thing I've ever done in my life.
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's honest. How would you define yourself? Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. When I was younger, we got towed around by a flat bottom boat. Almost got my fucking head ripped off by a mailbox.
That's an adventurous thing. That counts. Excellent. How would you define yourself in 3 words?
Describe myself in 3. Normally, that's fat, dumb, and lazy.
That works. But we don't think that. You're an amazing person. What's your favorite place of what I'm saying? What's your favorite piece of clothing that you have?
Probably my hat. I wear my hat almost every single day.
Excellent. What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own?
Fucking pants.
There you go. Next, what's inspiring to you right now?
Inspiring to me right now. Everybody that's in chat, man.
Word.
They all inspired me to be here every motherfucking day, man.
Shout out to the chat. Next question. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Keep pushing and don't ever give up.
Excellent. What's your pet peeve?
Road rage.
All right. In what do you prefer a woman? Diamonds or pearls?
Diamonds, brother.
Excellent. What's something you noticed about someone when you first meet them?
I don't know.
That's okay. What's your biggest regret?
Not being more outspoken and being a little shyer than I would like to be.
Okay. What's heavily played on your playlist right now?
Chris Webby and Jack Harlow.
Beautiful. What's your favorite board game?
Probably Monopoly.
Excellent. What's your guilty pleasure?
I smoke a lot of weed.
Heyo. What book did you most recently finish? That's okay. Are you currently reading any? Excellent. So you're currently reading your chat. Excellent. That answers the next question. How do you start your day?
Wake up and take a piss.
Beautiful. What's your favorite holiday?
I'd have to say probably Christmas.
Excellent. If you could rate,
Seeing my kids open their presents, man.
beautiful. If you could rate one person's closet, who would it be?
Nobody's.
Excellent. If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
Nope.
Excellent.
You should never want to be anybody else.
What's one thing you've always wanted to do or try, but you've been too scared to do?
I'm afraid of heights.
There you go.
I did just go on a plane back in December, so.
All right. What's one thing that you wish you knew at age 18?
Don't care what other people think.
Beautiful. Besides your phone or wallet, what are a couple other things that you need when you go out?
My cigarettes and my weed.
Beautiful. If you were not a writer, what would you be? I'm sorry. If you were not a streamer, what would you be doing?
I'm probably working at a restaurant.
Excellent. What's something you can't do?
All kinds of shit. I'm fat.
Where was the best vacation you've ever taken?
Well, I'd have to say the Orlando trip to go meet Jake Paul, man.
Beautiful. What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to?
I want to go to Vegas.
Excellent. What's something that you always travel with?
My kid.
Excellent. What's your favorite food?
My favorite food?
Correct.
Cheeseburgers, but I can't eat them anymore. Only once in a great while.
What's your favorite dessert?
What's that?
What's your favorite dessert?
Ice cream.
Excellent. You have a flavor you like?
Chocolate.
Beautiful. What's your favorite snack?
Snacks?
Yeah, what's your favorite snack?
Cookies. Chocolate chip cookies and milk.
What's a movie that made you cry?
Nothing.
There you go. What's your favorite movie of the last 5 years?
I'm going to tell you that either. I'm not a
That's okay.
TV guy.
What's one talent you wish you had?
Any talent.
Excellent.
I
What?
have no talent.
What's your favorite exercise?
I'm fat. I don't exercise.
Hey, what's your favorite band?
My favorite band is Demon Jones.
Excellent. What's your favorite fast food order?
I'd have to say Bob Evans pancakes.
Beautiful. What's something you don't want to be doing in 10 years?
Struggling.
What's the cutest thing on planet Earth?
I don't know.
That's okay. What's the best thing that happened to you this year?
I know he's really making mistakes here, guys.
There you go. Did you get KCIP within the last year?
I did.
There you go. That's the best thing. That's a great thing. What's your favorite cocktail?
Captain and Coke.
Excellent. What movie makes you laugh the hardest?
Yeah. Back to the movie thing. I don't know.
That's okay. What do you usually eat for dinner?
Nothing.
What do you usually eat for lunch?
Whatever I can find.
And how about breakfast?
Bowl. Long.
Excellent. What's your favorite thing in the world?
My kids.
What's your favorite color?
Favorite color?
Yes.
I really don't have one. Between blue and green, would say.
Excellent. What are 3 words to describe living where you live?
3 words to describe where I live: expensive, beautiful, Karens.
What was that last one?
Karens.
Garens. What's Garens?
You've never heard of a Karen?
Like the bird?
No, like, that person's a Karen.
Oh, Karen. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you now. Thank you. Do you like surprises?
Depends on what they are, man.
Excellent. What is one thing you had to learn the hard way?
Life isn't easy.
Excellent. We're coming down the home stretch. What's something you're tired of?
Something I'm tired of. My kid's not listening, man.
Excellent. Who do you turn to when you're sad?
My chat.
Excellent. What's a trend that you would like to see disappear forever?
Hard drugs.
What do you want to be remembered?
Rare.
Excellent.
Cannabis, man.
Excellent. Well,
I want to be known as one of the biggest cannabis influencers there was, man.
you absolutely are that. I want you to know that you have completed Rabbi Rothschild and Vogue magazine's 73 questions. You're amazing for doing so. Thank you so much for giving the time that you have. What I'm going to do is end this podcast right now. I'm going to publish it and I'm going to tag you, and then you will have this and the world will have this record for all eternity. Thank you so much for being on our show. Anything you want to say to the world before we go?
Hey, say hi, motherfuckers.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You're
Good morning,
amazing.
Jacob. How you doing, man? Sorry, guys. I wasn't ignoring you guys. It's like crunch on the surface, super gooey. It's like the name is sweet. What? Gooey butter cake be slept. What the fuck is that, Tabone? Damn you, Rabbi. Let's fucking go.
Thank you so much. So I had an issue that occurred. You're going to laugh at me, but it didn't save. And that doesn't mean it didn't save on my backups, but just on my primary, it didn't save. I apologize for that. I'm still new to this, but what I'm going to do is get it off of my backups, and we'll get the audio from there, and then we're going to publish it.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Absolutely.
How do you guys not know this? I've never heard of it, man.
Excellent answers that you gave. Beautiful.
Look it up and make it sometime. Gooey butter cake. I'm not a baker. My wife's the baker. I can order a box from Amazon. A 10-pack for $30. Let's see. What does it take? That is a yellow cake mix, melted butter, eggs, vanilla extract, cream cheese, and confectionery sugar. this morning. It does sound pretty good, man.
Hey all, welcome. How are you? We're happy that you're here. Shout out to Frosty Dark. How are you?
It's Doc or Frosty. It's me, Doc, from your Kick channel.
From my Kick channel?
From States Kick.
Hey, what? Hey, excellent. Hey, Straight Savage, you have a member of your chat here. This is Dark.
It's Doc from Doc or Frosty.
Welcome.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Just chilling. It's raining here. It kind of gets cold, and then it kind of gets hot and stuff. And I put the fan off, and then if I put the fan on and it's still raining outside, it gets too cold again. So I'm dealing with it.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad you're here. Any friend of Straight Savage is most certainly a friend of Rabbi's.
Yeah, I'm good. I do smoke a lot of cigarettes, so I think it's mainly because of that.
That's okay.
I smoke a lot of cigarettes too, man.
I'm fairly certain I come from a long line of potential people who enjoy many of the same things that we all do. So.
Yeah, I don't. I'm kind of banned from weed, so I don't do that anymore. Because I mean, not just banned. I don't want to do it anymore ever. But that's the problem with me. And I smoke cigarettes, and the thing with cigarettes is like you smoke them, and like they offer nothing to you. Like it just there's no addiction. It's just whatever you're smoking is just like a habit. So it's pretty cool that way. But I still wouldn't recommend it to anyone, like cigarettes in general. But they're all right.
Thanks, you have a great day at work, buddy. You should roll up a joint, guys. What you think?
Word. It's that time of the day.
Well, yeah, I live in India, so it's not different.
Hey, India's amazing. I tutor people in India on Discord in English. So I have a very sentimental part of my heart for India.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I get like I went to Vietnam and the French came there.
Yes.
I always wonder why the French didn't come here, and then I started to realize like they knew we were about some stuff, something, I don't know what. They knew we were already had some sort of English language background, I think. Do you think that's why the French don't go to certain countries because of the English background?
Essentially, India was a colony of the English, the British, and Vietnam was a colony of the French. So the Vietnamese generally tie more to French speaking and India to English speaking.
Oh, you have to do lowercase.
Yeah, I was just watching a video. I was just so flashed by it. Like, the Bible does say a lot of stuff, and I'm a Christian, right? I'm a believing Christian. So, there's a lot of stuff about. There's this guy going around in churches basically, and he tries to tell people to reject the world and stuff like that. But also, like, he says, like, the current empire is the European Union and stuff like that. Like, it's, I don't know, I think, the problem is, right, people are getting blamed. So, we might be living kind of like our lives and stuff, but people still get blamed from government. And it gets bad for them.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It's the people in power.
Yeah. is you can't really hear much about it because it's the problem is there are people who have been anti-religious and they come from presumably the good side, you know, and it gets quite strange.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Hey, you know where Sri Lanka is?
Yeah, right below India.
Right. I'm a big advocate of building a bridge from mainland India to Sri Lanka. If you know that area, it's a very shallow part of the ocean that big ships cannot go through. And in order to make it so that you could drive from, say, Colombo, Sri Lanka to Mumbai, you could take a bridge. I'm a big advocate of that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think everyone's, you know, in USA, people have sort of scared towards things that involve too much technology suddenly taking over. And in India, we don't have that problem because go outside, right? And it's like there's a big spiral right at the end of any street you're on. So you know how like there's a sort of grid overlay in USA with like squares and stuff.
Yes.
There's no there's no grid overlay. It's more like a curved path. So it sort of like spirals out into the distance.
Sure.
So you know it's a little different. What happens is when you start smoking weed and stuff, I think that stuff has a basis. As in you smoke weed and it takes you to the same place someone else has been.
That could be. I'm someone who
Could be that, yeah.
I like to keep my mind open for anything. So that could be. I'm in agreement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you.
There's
Apologies, go ahead.
nothing.
Let me tell you about myself, just so you're familiar. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm always live. I've been live now for not 1 year, not 2 years, but more than 3 years, which is the most amount of content that any person has ever uploaded to the internet in the history of mankind. And I really want to help the developing world. I really want to help people who I think perhaps are on the next up and coming wave of going from developing countries to perhaps developed countries. And I want to help particularly people in poor areas with some ideas like this: ending world hunger through agricultural drones, hydroponics, cloud seeding, vertical farming, floating greenhouses, and saltwater greenhouses. I want to help end world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants. And I especially want to help people in the developing world, particularly in rural China and rural India.
Wow, that's I'm not I don't have any power or authority, but to anyone watching, I just want to tell you that this guy only means what he says. So
I do.
gotta watch out. Good.
You're amazing. I want you to know that little by little, more and more people find out about me, particularly because of my bots, and I'm becoming a little bit of a celebrity. And when people actually see how much content I have, it's going to take over the world. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Kick accounts. I've been streaming now live on multiple platforms, 33 different platforms for 3 years now. I'm live on 8 different YouTubes at any given time. It's like a real world Truman Show or a real world Big Brother. You can watch me whenever you want, and it's perhaps the biggest event in global history. So thank you so much to Dark and their kind words. Frosty Dark's absolutely correct that this is a big deal, and I do mean what I say. So if you are listening right now, check it out.
All right. I hope to see you again. I'm gonna get off now and smoke a cigarette and just like kind of
Chill.
I have like I had some vitamin C zinc fizzy tablet in the morning. It's an immunity boost. So
Sure.
what happens is like if your cool and heat isn't right, then it sort of gives you this heat feeling, like a sort of feverish feeling.
Yeah, I understand.
So yeah, try to take care of your health and stuff. I mean, people like I'm not anti-weed or anything, although sometimes state kind of gets me on that. But yeah, I mean, so take care. I will see you definitely whenever my parents are not around and stuff.
Most definitely. And you should just know, I'm always live 24/7. Whenever you want to watch me, I'm live. Whenever you want to come in here and talk, let's talk. Enjoy your day, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Peace.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. What a great person. Shout out to them. Frosty Dog, you're amazing. Dude, Tim cooks so much cock. All right. What are we doing with these? I had to take a whiz. Let's go one at a time. Man, I have to piss. Yo, bitch.
What's your biggest Are you in a mood where you would want to do this interview?
is Rabbi Rothschild. I'm here with the world famous. What's up, pimps? Hey, Rabbi Rothschild fucked up again. How? We're new to this, and really it's Tim Cook's fault because he sucks and everybody knows it. His screen recorder isn't always that reliable, and without having to hear me rant about Tim Cook, this is a streamer who I believe we were able to salvage the audio because I have a million backups, and we're able to have video too. He's got it on video, I have it on video, and someone out there piece it together. This is the X straight STR8X Savage SAVAGE podcast with Rabbi Rothschild. You can find him at kick.com/X SAT. Pardon me. Kick.com/X STR8X SAVAGEX. They're amazing. They are the preeminent 420 connoisseur and user with pride on the social media platform Kick. They're an amazing streamer. They have a great personality. They care a lot about their families. You'll hear in this interview. I hope that all this recorded again. The only reason why this is working is because I have backups of backups. But I'm confident that I have more data on Earth, and this is some of the quality content that you get in audio form. And again, we have it in video form as well on a bunch of different streams. It's just difficult to get at this point, and I'm going to get out the content. So with that, this is Straight Savage talking about their answers to Rabbi Rothschild's version of those 73 questions. Here we go. And by the way, this is fucking raw. If I say the F word, does it make it explicit? I don't fucking give a shit. No one gives a shit. I guess I gotta make it explicit. Anyway, say whatever the fuck you want. This is my world, my podcast. I'm the biggest podcast fan in global history. I'm the biggest motherfucking thing in global history. And you should all know that Straight Savage is the #1 weed smoker on Kick. Boom! So, if you're like, Rabbi, when does the podcast start? It's fucking raw, baby. Alright, everybody. This is Rabbi Rothschild. I'm here with the world famous Straight Savage streamer. He is a Kick streamer. He is a 420 leader. He is a trailblazer for the culture. Welcome. Thank you for being here, Straight Savage. LFG. All right. Just one moment. This is just I'm just double checking, make sure that we are recording on this. Yeah. No. It is. Here we are with Straight Savage. Tim Cook. Well, if you want to find Straight Savage's content, he's at kick.com/STR8XSAVAGEX. That correct? took me some time.
I don't know what strain this is. Like, it tastes like fruity herb, and it smells like fruity pebbles, so it tastes like.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry. You're like, this is the worst podcast eat ever. Fuck you.
First question. What's your favorite time of the day? And why?
All these amazing people, man. That's my favorite stream.
That's one of my favorite things. All right, what's your biggest weakness? What's your biggest weakness?
Probably caring too much.
That is a beautiful, perfect answer. Excellent. Next question, what's your biggest strength?
Biggest what?
Strength. What's the biggest learning experience you had? What's the biggest learning experience you had?
Biggest learning experience I had. I mean, you learn something every day, man. Always, you never stop learning. So, as life goes on, you learn new shit every day. You always learn. And, I mean, that's what makes us what we are. So, I mean, really, the biggest learning experience is life itself, man.
Very well put. What's your idea of the perfect date?
Perfect date.
Yeah, if you were going to go out with a loved one, what would you do to make it a cool time?
Repeat question twice, please.
Sure. Like some people might like to go to a picnic, on a date, or to the movies, or out to dinner. Do you have something that you like to do on a date? Or did you?
You should try cutting Chris off on your Discord on your phone.
Hold on. Do you have any of my accounts muted?
Yes, all of them but this one.
Yes. Hold on. You don't have this one muted right here?
This, yeah, the one that you're pointing at right now, yeah.
Okay, so this one is not muted, right?
Right.
Okay. If you would, there's one that I'm pointing at right now. Can you unmute that one? This one?
I got two. Turn that one.
What's the best compliment you've ever received? Compliment. There you go. When do you feel the most inspired? Sweet or savory? What song can you listen to on repeat? When you smile the most? What's one thing people don't know about you? Hell yeah, there we go. Well, you know before, you know now. What's your preferred type of footwear? Or do you wear both? Beautiful. When it comes to items, do you like vintage items or do you like new items? Okay. What are three things you can't live without? One. Excellent. What about Canada? Beautiful. Excellent. When you were Iowa, what's your current? What's your current character obsession or approval? You prefer a woman or leather or lace? What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life? How would you define yourself? How would you define yourself in 3 words? What's your favorite place? What's your favorite piece of clothing that you have? What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own? There you go. Next, what's inspiring to you right now? Shout out to the chat. Next question.
What's the best piece of advice you've ever received? What's your friend doing? What do you prefer a woman? Diamond or pearl? What's the first? What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them? What's your biggest regret? What's the family place on your playlist rate? What's your favorite board game? What's your guilty pleasure? Hey, what book did you most recently finish? That's okay. Are you trying to meet it? Next, let me chat. Next. How do you start your day? Beautiful. What's your favorite holiday? Excellent. If you could rate one woman, one person's planet, what would it be? Excellent. If you could switch lives with one person per day, who would it be? Excellent. What's one thing you always wanted to do or try, but you've been too scared to do? What's one thing that puts you to a peak? Besides your phone or wallet, what are a couple other things that really put you on? If you were not a writer, what would you do? If you were not a streamer, what would you do? What's something you can't do? What's the best vacation you've ever taken? What's one city you've always dreamed of traveling to? What's somebody who you always travel with? Excellent. What's your favorite food? What's your favorite dessert? What's your favorite dessert? Excellent. Do you have a flavor you like? Beautiful. What's your favorite snack? Yeah, what's your favorite snack? What's a movie that made you cry?
to say Bob and his name is.
What's something you don't want to continue?
Struggling.
What's the cutest thing on planet Earth? What's the best thing that happened to you this year? There you go. Did you get KCIT within the last year? There you go. That's the best. That's the best. What's your favorite cocktail? Excellent. What makes you like the heart? What do you usually eat for dinner? What do you usually eat for lunch? And how about breakfast? Excellent. What's your favorite thing in the world?
My kids.
What's your favorite color?
Favorite color?
Yes.
I don't know. I have one that's blue and green, I would say.
Excellent. What are 3 words to describe living where you live?
Words to describe where I live. Expensive, beautiful, goods,
What was the last one?
feelings.
Earrings. What's earrings?
Never heard of it.
Like the bird?
No, like, that person's again.
Oh, Karen. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got that. Did you like some rice? What one thing have you learned the hard way?
Life isn't easy.
We're coming down on that. What's some of your items?
Something I've heard. He's not listening, man.
Who do you turn to when you're sad?
My chat.
Excellent. What's a trend that you would like to see disappear forever?
Hard knocks.
What do you want to hear about?
Cannabis.
Excellent.
I've been known as one of the biggest cannabis influencers there was.
You absolutely are down. You know that you have completed Rabbi Rothschild and those magazines. 73 questions. You're amazing for doing so. Thank you so much for doing the time that you have. What I'm going to do is take this podcast right now. I'm going to publish it, and I'm going to tag you, and then you will have this, and it will have this standard for all of you. Thank you so much for you on our show. Anything you want to say for the world before we go? Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. That is number 3 in the books. If you're like, hey, Rabbi, your audio quality, stop. Go fuck yourself, okay? And then come back and realize I'm doing a whole lot of other shit here. I'm doing more than just fucking audio. Audio sucks in comparison to video. But if you're like, hey, I want to see it, dog, I've got it recorded on like 1,000 different angles, and my man has it straight savage. So, and somebody out there will go and put these two together. So somebody go out and clip my shit and clip his shit. So I'll put out the fucking content. I will put out podcast after podcast and with these streamers, and then have their fans go out and fucking clip it together. Why? because you can get free views off of that. It's beautiful content. All right, with that being said, speaking of beautiful content, this is Rabbi Rothschild. Everybody, stay black.
What's up, pimps? Hey, Rabbi Rothschild fucked up again. How? We're new to this, and really it's Tim Cook's fault because he sucks and everybody knows it. His screen recorder isn't always that reliable, and without having to hear me rant about Tim Cook, this is a streamer who I believe we were able to salvage the audio because I have a million backups, and we're able to have video too. He's got it on video, I have it on video, and someone out there piece it together. This is the X straight STR8X Savage SAVAGE podcast with Rabbi Rothschild. You can find him at kick.com/X kick.com/X STR8X SAVAGEX. They're amazing. They are the preeminent 420 connoisseur and user with pride on the social media platform Kick. They're an amazing streamer. They have a great personality. They care a lot about their family, as you hear in this interview. I hope that all this recorded, again, the only reason why this is working is because I have backups and backups. But I'm confident that I have more data unearthed, and this is some of the quality content that you get in audio form. And again, we have it in video form as well on a bunch of different streams. It's just difficult to get at this point, and I want to get out the content. So with that, this is Straight Savage talking about their answers to Rabbi Rothschild's version of Vogue 73 questions. Here we go. And by the way, this is fucking raw. If I say the F word, does it make it explicit? I don't fucking give a shit. No one gives a shit. I guess I gotta make it explicit. Anyway, say whatever the fuck you want. This is my world, my podcast. I'm the biggest podcast fan in global history. I'm the biggest motherfucking thing in global history. And you should all know that Straight Savage is the #1 weed smoker on Kick. Boom! You're 100% right. I stream out full of people. I don't want war anymore. It's very important that people are aware. And that's how I get out the word through my bot. All right. CLB, Rabbi Rothschild here. You were Rabbi Rothschild's first video podcast at Rabbi Rothschild.com.
hands in the air. Somebody over here, shake it for the man of the man of the yeah, man of the raps. I see girls every to the hands in the air. Somebody over here, shake it for the man of the man of the yeah, man of the raps. I see girls everywhere, to the hands in the air. Somebody over here, shake it for the man of the yeah, man of the yeah, man of the raps.
Electricity back then.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's in the air. It's a respiratory virus. They've never, ever in the history of human beings been able to contain a respiratory virus. You can't do it. If a respiratory virus gets out to a certain number of people and it starts spreading through certain it's just gonna, and it also has animal reservoirs. So one of the things it actually can exist in certain animals. In fact, in deer, they tested a bunch of white-tailed deer, just wild deer, and a bunch of them tested positive for COVID-19.
Are we going to look back at this? That's they're still 6 feet, staying 6 feet apart at the airport. It's so fucking stupid.
It's so stupid, but it was all a thing where people looked for something to make them feel better, right? So even though masks didn't work, even though 6 foot distancing didn't work, if you were out in public and you knew that COVID was a thing and there wasn't some sort of fake measure that made you at least feel safe, like you have to stand a little bit apart from each other, you have to wear the mask, we're going to be okay if we follow these rules. We took the vaccine, we're standing 6 feet away, we're wearing a mask. And so all those things, even though none of those things kept you from getting COVID, 0 of those things kept you from getting COVID. In fact, there's more evidence now that the more of those shots you take, the more you get COVID. There's a bunch of different reasons for that, but I'm not a virologist or a biologist. But those things at least kept people thinking that they were doing the right thing and that maybe they're going to be safe, instead of just a freak out of a bunch of people with no masks and a wild disease that we've been told is going to kill everybody.
I saw the clip of him saying, masks really, they'll make you feel better. And so I thought, okay, that makes sense.
No, but he said in that clip, it's not going to help.
It's not going to help. And then wear one. Then people start wearing 2.
Yeah, he was wearing 2.
Yeah, you got to wear 2. Then wear a face shield. Then put a fucking diaper over your fucking head.
The wear 2 is just like the woke shit in San Francisco. It never stops. It would go to wear a beekeeper's outfit. It would go further.
Yeah.
If they let it stay on, I wear 2 masks now. I feel more protected.
Yeah, wrap yourself in plastic and just stay underwater.
It's amazing how that guy can gaslight. It's amazing. He does it, and his hands fidget. And
you can tell with his body language.
Oh, he's fucking.
I love watching him when he's in Congress when they're interrogating him. It's all political theater, Ron. It's all misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah. Oh, he's well prepared to gaslight.
But how can people still watch him and go, yeah, we did the right thing?
Even in that audio that you were talking about, he said, when you make people's lives difficult, they will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated.
Fucking worked.
He said when they were quizzing him on this, when they were asking him about this and confronting him with this, he said, that's not what I meant.
Yeah. He's sick. He's a sick mad scientist.
What could you possibly have meant other than what you said? If you're that guy, this is not like a thought experiment. You're hanging out with buddies, and you're like, imagine if you were a guy, and you're like, you would tell people. No, that's not what that was. That was you, the head of the NIH. You, the head of our America's coronavirus task force. You're the big guy. You're the one America looks to for the answers, and you're saying that.
Yeah, shame them, but God, did that work, man? That was what I learned from that was how hard it is to stand up for something you believe in. Yeah. God damn. To go, I'm going to do this, and you start to see your friends disappear, your family. I mean, I wasn't allowed home for Christmas.
Yeah.
I had to sit outside on a porch with half my family outside wearing masks on. and I'm standing on the other side. It's 38 degrees out.
Wow.
And I'm going, what am I at? Like the first AIDS patient here?
How do they respond to that now? They apologize?
No, it's just, no, it's just, everything's just back. We're just back. We're back open. You know, it's, but do you think that's just human nature? Like,
people are cowards. People are cowards, and there's like a mass psychosis that happens. Like everybody to collectively panicked in the face of this fear that we'd never experienced before, like a global pandemic in our lifetime. And then people fell apart. Like that's what happens to people when they get pressured. There's a lot of people out there that have never really experienced actual pressure in their life. So when something scary like a virus comes into their life, they fold up like a house of cards. They just can't take it. They don't know what the fuck to do, and they don't have any personal sovereignty. So they don't have the ability to go, wait, what? What is everyone saying? That doesn't make any sense. Why am I going to do that? What are the consequences? How much do we know about pharmaceutical drug companies? Have they ever lied before? Oh, they have. Have they ever been fined? Oh, the most fines in medical history? Okay. What are these studies? Like, how long did they take to do these studies? Like, it's 100% effective? What does that mean? How do they define 100% effective? Does that mean if you take it, you definitely won't get COVID? Because that's what I thought it meant. Do you know what it meant in 100% effective in stopping death? In the vaccine, Robert Kennedy explained this to me. This is his words, not mine. But if he's right, it's the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. I think he's right. In the placebo group, two people died.
I'm going to do his voice while you talk, if you don't mind.
Don't do that. In the placebo group, 2 people died from COVID. In the vaccine group, 1 person died.
Yeah.
2 is 100% more than 1. So it's 100% effective. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that kind of math. That's Fauci kind of
nobody really knew.
Nobody knew. It's like 100% effective. So you get people like Rachel Maddow on TV telling you that the virus stops with you. You can't get infected. You can't transmit. And then they never even they had to admit later in European court that they never even tested it for transmission. It was never tested for transmission.
Who hears that and is gonna go, well, fuck it. So no, everyone's like, yeah, I get to be the hero. I get to get the shot, and I get to end it.
Yeah.
That's how
and you
people
get to put it on
around.
your fucking Instagram. Yeah, I got vaccinated.
And you know
today.
what? Fucking fine. But don't shame the people who just made the decision that it's not for me. I never said one negative thing about the vaccine or who got it. And goddamn, dude, even in the stand-up scene, I was a far right, QAnon, all the fucking things.
Yeah.
Horse medicine guy. You know, it's like,
listen, man, I got it on CNN.
Yeah,
I know it.
yeah.
I know it more than anybody knows it.
Yeah,
I know
love
her
Chris,
as well.
Chris Cuomo would not. Did you see the Dave Smith?
Dude, Dave Smith.
He fucking
lit him on fire.
God, he lit him on
Pissed
fire.
on his corpse.
That piece of shit. That clip actually, I did an impression of you doing an impression of Don Lemon. Dude, wait, don't get the vaccine? Can't go to work.
Yeah.
Don't get the vaccine? You can't take a poop. Don't get the vaccine? Unbelievable that is on national television and that clip lives on. And they get to just get away with it.
Well, not only that, even Chris Cuomo, when he's talking about people injecting veterinary medicine, and then Chris Cuomo saying, ivermectin, a dewormer? Like the stupidity in which they were describing on cable television. Like, first of all, you're not injecting anything, you fucking idiot. You're taking a small pill that's one of the safest drug profiles of any drug in recorded history that's been prescribed to human beings billions of times. And the fact that they had the balls to go on TV and frame it that way. And then Chris Cuomo with Dave Smith saying, like, this is what we were being told that they were to, like, you don't have Google. Like, you just go out on CNN and you spit out what they're telling you. Like, you didn't look at it at all.
Even at the same token, even if you wanted to go experiment with an actual, why don't you get to do that? So everybody has to take this experimental fucking rush vaccine that Trump pushed the regulations.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. The point is I was already better. That's the dumbest part about this. The dumbest part about the let him experiment, let him not experiment. That's not the point. The point was I got better really quick.
Which is hooray.
Yeah, but they didn't want that. So that's when the machine moved and, they went with this horse dewormer narrative because they were worried that other people were going to start taking ivermectin. I took a bunch of things And I talked about I didn't say ivermectin by itself. I said IV vitamins, monoclonal antibodies, Z-Packs. I literally gave the list of different things. There was some corticosteroid. What is that stuff called? There was some sort of a steroid that I took too. What was it
You
called?
were better like in 2 days or something, right?
Quick.
Holy shit.
Like quick. Like
How
it
old
was
are you?
gone. 56.
God damn.
I was working. I did 10 rounds on the bag 6 days later. I was like, let's see what's going on. Because the only way to really see what's going on is see if I have endurance.
Yeah.
I did 10 rounds on the bag. I was not bad. 5 days in, I did a workout. And I tried it. And I was like, I feel pretty good. I don't want to like relapse because I kept hearing that people would work out too quick and they'd relapse. So I said, let me just go through like a decent workout and see how I feel. If I feel at all drained or tired, I'm pretty in tune, which is, how I knew something was wrong in the first place. I'm pretty tuned in to my body. And then the next day I said, all right, let's fucking push it. Let's see what's up. And I pushed it and I felt 100%. I was 100% 6 days later. And I think I was on 100% 5 days later. I just didn't try. So that was bad for the narrative because the narrative was this thing was super dangerous. You need to take a vaccine. It's the only way through it. And my doctor was saying, no, it's not as dangerous as they're saying, especially someone like you who works out every day and takes vitamins every day and always eats healthy. This is not the thing that's going to get you. He's like, the people that are dying, what I'm seeing is people with comorbidities. He was explaining everything to me. And he recommended a series of nutrients to take to prepare yourself to pump up your immune system. And he's like, but there's a bunch of things that you can take if you do get infected that will help you recover. And that's what I took. And it worked.
Yeah, think how many people could have perhaps replicated that.
They didn't want that. In order to have the emergency use authorization so that they could make sure that everybody gets vaccinated, they had to have no other treatments. That's why they demonized ivermectin. That's why they demonized hydroxychloroquine. That's why they kept a lot of people from getting monoclonal antibodies. They didn't want any solution other than the one that was going to make them insane amounts of money. So they pushed for it. And we went through that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, did we learn? That's the question. Did we learn?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I
think a lot of people learn.
A lot of people learn. I think a lot of
you
people
learn.
I learned, but I almost didn't survive it. To go through that, and I had no bank account. I had no money. The money I was getting was from comedy club cash, and I had just gotten into the clubs in New York City, and I decided I'm not going. Here's my papers to get in.
Right.
I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I fucking performed outside during those shows. I was performing for free outside of comedy clubs. And then once the vaccine, I said, we need your papers. And I just said, I can't do it. I said, okay, take care.
Wow.
And
how long did you go from that to not doing stand-up? How many months did you not do stand-up?
Well, I started just doing videos in my living room. I lost my fucking mind. That's the thing is, and when I tour, a lot of my fans, went through a similar thing. And so when I meet them after, it's painful because everybody tells me the story. I'm a firefighter. I lost my job. I'm a nurse. I lost my job. I lost my family. I was isolated. My just met a guy, his daughter killed herself because she couldn't practice her sports. She was locked in her bedroom. It's like the fucking damage that was done. And to be able to stay steady during that and go, all right, I'm going to go through this now without any friends and being labeled this far-right crazy person for just saying no thanks to the shot. You can't believe, what that does to you. And so I feel so much for these people that did it and who stuck up to it.
Yeah, I do too. And I also feel for the people that got suckered into taking it and now they have serious consequences.
Sure.
Serious health problems. I was ready to get vaccinated. The UFC had allocated a bunch of vaccines for their employees. This is because they were doing shows during the pandemic. We did shows in the height of the pandemic with no crowds. So the UFC has this place called the Apex Center. And the Apex Center is a small arena that the UFC built. And they built it to do like the Dana White Tuesday Night Contender Series and a bunch of different other fights that they filmed there. And so we went there and they said, we've got the vaccine, so you can get vaccinated. We saved one for you if you want to get it. I said, okay, great. A lot of the UFC employees got it. It was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so I called up the doctor. Hey, can I get it today? It was like the day of the fights. He said, I can't do it today. You have to come to the clinic. Can you come on Monday? And I said, I can't come on Monday. I got to go back Sunday. I said, but I'll be back in 2 weeks for the next fights. We'll do it then. In the time that I left, the vaccine got pulled, the blood clots. And I knew 2 people that had strokes. One guy that I met and another guy who's a friend of the guy that I met. And they told me that they had strokes like within 5 days of getting vaccinated. And I was like, wait, what? And then they were saying, I was reading the news story about it. They're pulling it because of blood clots. And I remember that. These guys had strokes. And I'm like, holy shit. And I think I talked to the UFC. I go, hey man, I don't want to take that. And, you know, one of the guys that I talked to there was like, I agree with you. Like, you know, I took it, I don't know, I feel okay, but I know a guy, everybody knew a guy that got fucked up. Everybody knew somebody who got fucked up by it. But it was like, all of a sudden, the genie had come out of the bottle. Because before that, I was all in. I was not in any way, shape, or form anti-vax. But
it doesn't make you anti-vax for not wanting to get one.
My point is, in fact, I was having a conversation with one of the scientists that I talked to about this. And I was like, maybe this would be good to get people that are these crazy people that are anti-vaccine to like wake up and recognize the importance of these things. So this was my mindset back then. And so when that happened, I had decided like, I'm not taking a chance with this thing. Like, this is too weird. And then I knew another guy who had some sort of a heart problem from the Moderna one, allegedly. And then it just started getting weirder and weirder. And then when a couple of my friends got COVID, one of the things that happened is my whole family got COVID. And I was like, well, I should probably just get it. And I was like, I was getting tested every day because we were doing the podcast.
Yeah.
So the way we would do the podcast to keep everybody safe is all the employees got tested, security got tested, I got tested, everybody got tested. And a couple of times we had to cancel shows because someone tested positive. And then everybody had to keep getting tested. We were very diligent about it. But my whole family got it. My kids got it, and they were fine. Like, they skated through it. Like, 1 day, 2 days, they felt great. Like, this was early days. Like, no vaccine. No one knew what the fuck the treatment was. My wife got it. She took ivermectin because they were actually prescribing it back then, and her doctor prescribed it back then. This is the early days.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. But I did feel not good. But I was in the house, man. I hugged the kids, and they were like, "You're gonna get it." I'm like, "I'm not gonna get it." I was like, we were joking around.
Yeah.
It's like they weren't even that sick, and my wife got it worse than them for sure. But I didn't get it, and I kept working out. I was working out, and I remember one day I worked out, and I didn't feel good. I was like, "Man, I feel fucking weak," and I was like, "I'm just gonna use like lighter weights and just go through like 3 series of this routine that I do, just light and easy. Don't push it. Just get the blood flowing a little bit." And then the next day I went back to the gym and I did the same thing. I started working. I was like, yeah, I don't fucking feel that good. Like, I still feel a little off. I'm like, let's just do the same thing. Nice and light. Just go through the motions, not pushing anything. And then the next day, I went in and I felt fucking great. I'm like, okay, it's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone. Dang it. I tested every day, never tested positive for it, but my body clearly was fighting something. There was something going on. And because I'm so in tune with it, I recognized it and I didn't push. I do have some friends that are meatheads, and they also felt that same thing. And they were doing jiu-jitsu and they just kept training really hard and they got real sick. Because if you get sick while you're broken down from training, like if you have a really hard workout, the whole thing is it makes your body stronger because it breaks you down and then your body has to build back up again.
I gotta have you help build a body here.
If you can help me, Hassan's been working out. We can have you come in.
I do laps in my hot tub, man. That's as much as I do. I don't need much.
Well, you can do a little something. You don't have to do anything rigorous, but
I heard you say once, do 100 push-ups a day and it'll change your life, and it fucking did. I couldn't do, now I could do 100 no problem.
Yeah,
and my
change
whole
your life.
everything. It's like you got to be able. You got to do what you're willing to do.
Well, you got to
can't be
have
much-
some activity.
Yeah.
Your body needs activity. Your body. My point is, if you break yourself down from really hard workouts, you will get fucking sick. Like the sickest I've ever been is when I got sick because I was working out really hard. Because when that happens, then it hits you and you just fucking get wrecked. And I knew a bunch of people that did that. But you just got to be smart.
Yeah.
And so, like a lot of the tough guys are not smart because they're just too tough. They're too tough, and they make these decisions like, I'll just fucking power through.
Our ape brain, our man cave brain, it takes over.
It does, but that's also what makes you successful. That stupid part of your brain that could just power through things. That's what makes you get up in the morning. That's what gives you discipline.
Yeah.
But that also can fuck you up.
It can fuck you up.
Yeah, it can fuck. You have to know. You have to be the general of the army.
Yeah.
You have to understand what's going on. You can't always just be the soldier. Sometimes you have to be strategic about it. Like, no. Hold. There's not the time to attack.
Well, you need people you really trust who can tell you. I mean, I the weekend that I just filmed, I've stayed up for 3 days straight to finish editing it. So I've never done that. And I remember doing it going, I don't know if this is really stupid or really smart. But Biden could die any day, and half of your set is about Biden. The wind could take him out, man. And so I just did 3 days, for, a couple hours of sleep.
That's hilarious. It's like a race to see if
I was supposed to film it in end of August in Chicago. And I go, no, if he dies, this is useless. This 3 years of honing these fucking jokes in. And
that's such a crazy mindset. I gotta get it out before the president dies. I gotta beat his funeral. Oh my god. Do you think that they're gonna put in Gavin Newsom? Oh, that's what I think. I keep thinking it like every day. I'm waiting for the big announcement in the news.
He is so repulsive, man.
He's repulsive, but he knows how to talk. That's all.
And he's attractive. God damn it. He's got that
nice hair,
hot privilege.
Yeah, he's a smooth gaslighter, and
he's got that serial killer face though.
Super good at running a state into the ground.
He talks like he's rapping. He's like, we're gonna shut down the.
Yeah, well, it scares me. It's very practiced. He's a performer, But that's what half this country wants. They want someone who's just going to make them feel good enough to go to work every day.
Sure.
Well, as their rights get eroded.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
Kamala Harris, that would be interesting. Even to have her for 1 day as president.
Bro, they've been hiding that lady.
That would be interesting.
No. That's when Russia's going to attack.
I got kicked out of a comedy club for doing an impression of her.
No.
Yeah.
What?
They said it's no longer okay for a straight white guy to do an impression of a retarded hyena.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was the club?
It was like a makeshift thing during COVID. It was this outdoor thing, and I got thrown out. They go, "You're racist." I was like making fun of her, and I got thrown to the curb.
Wow.
Because I couldn't do the club, so I was unvaccinated. I hate saying unvaccinated. That makes it sound like the vaccine. It's like being I didn't get circumcised. I don't like being called uncircumcised.
Right.
Yeah. So you can't something that just is.
Right.
The dick and then the chop dick.
Yeah.
I hate that.
It is weird.
You gotta be careful with the way we phrase you're unvaxxed. It's like, go fuck it. I'm just a human with blood, regular blood. Yeah. And you got Fauci juice, Trump Fauci juice floating around your body.
Warp speed juice inside of your son.
Warp speed.
And so, did the joke go over well? Did it get a good laugh?
I was just kind of talking about race and stuff, and you're a racist. And slowly, the manager came and physically threw me to the curb. And I just remember, what is going on? When I started comedy, I started around the time of like Sam Morrill and Mark Normand, and I started 2 years after them, and we were still doing open mics. You'd see Mark Normand on the Tonight Show, and then back at the club, hey, comedy, all right, you're gay, I'm fat, praise Allah, hey, and we would say this craziest shit, and it made you good. And then suddenly it was like, you can't say this, you can't say that, you can't say that, and it's all made up. It's all made up.
It all happened during the Obama administration. It was a wave of it. And it was like Dave Smith has tracked it. It's really interesting.
Really?
Yeah. He describes like when the phrases, all the different catchphrases, all of it's around 2012. It's like this big ramp up of all these things, racism, all these ideas, transphobia, all this big ramp up of all these issues happened around 2012.
I'm transphobic, but that just means because I'm afraid of them. Joe, I've gone out with you by accident. Yeah. I used to do online dating, and we'd show, they would have good angles. The surgery's getting good too. And if they're Asian, game over. Ooh, game over. So I was on a date with it was a black woman. It turned out to be a man, and I had a complete mental breakdown. I ran in the bathroom. I called my friend. I go, I'm out with a dude, and he wants to fuck me. He wants to take me home. Yeah, that happened twice.
So, did they explain to you that they have
No. If you're dealing with someone who has I'm not saying all people that I don't even think trans is it's all fucking just makes you have a seizure, but no, they don't. A lot of them don't tell you.
Well, a lot of them feel like you don't have to tell. I was actually watching a podcast where a comic was arguing that you shouldn't have to tell someone that you're trans if you're dating them, even if you're having sex with them.
You're gonna find out.
A comic was arguing that
in a fucking vagina,
and they were doing it in just this woke, compliant way. It wasn't like they had a well thought out point. It was just like, yeah, why should you have to tell people? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? You should tell people if you have bad credit. You should tell people if you're going to get involved in a romantic relationship with someone and you owe the government $100,000 in taxes. You have to fucking tell people that. Like, I might be in trouble. I might have to run to Costa Rica. Yeah, you should have to tell people a lot of things.
Yeah, well, that's the new way. It's just this compliance for all this new shit that didn't exist a couple of years ago.
Well, the thing is that they want to say that trans women are women. So watch they have to tell you.
I think it's transphobic to call somebody trans. Because if they're an actual woman, they're just a woman. So why are you calling them trans? You can't transition. If you were born a woman and you feel like a woman, you really want to support people like this? Trans shouldn't be on the fucking table. That's a woman.
With a dick, though.
With the dick, yeah.
So that's how you say trans woman.
The woman with the dick.
So let everybody know.
Just say woman with a dick. A dick person, yeah.
A dick holding person.
Dick holding person.
For now,
dick
you might decide to get rid of the dick.
Oh man, I wonder what that's the thing. I wonder if I've ever even.
Yeah.
They should show the surgery. You want kids to get involved, they should show the surgery of taking your forearm skin and building a penis. Well, it's hard enough having God-given penis. Imagine one built by a bunch of like arteries. And
that one's scary, but that one doesn't take away your vagina. The scary one is the penis to a vagina. Where they take it off. They fold it in, really. Make an opening in your body, and then you have to keep it dilated all the time. So you have to shove something up there to make sure it doesn't close up like a fucking ear piercing. Yo. One day they're going to be able to do gene therapy, and they're going to be able to literally transform someone into a woman. That's not off the table. They're going to be able to do that. And, some animals can do that. That's one of the funniest things that Alex Jones got called out for. They're turning the frogs gay! But that's a real thing. Atrazine. It's pesticide or herbicide. They got it in with these frogs, and half of the frogs changed their gender. Like, here it is. Atrazine is an herbicide and endocrine disruptor that can harm the sexual development of frogs by altering their hormone cycles. Exposure to atrazine at concentrations as low as 0.1 parts per billion can cause gonadal malformations, including hermaphrodites and males with multiple testes. Atrazine can also chemically castrate male frogs, turning them into females or demasculating them.
That's kind of happening anyways in New York City. But they're doing it to men. You seriously, I walk around and you see these couples where the female looks like the guy and the man looks more feminine. Men are just being emasculated.
If they allow it.
Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are you? Every day's a holiday. Every meal is a feast. If you want to hear me best, the camera at which I'm pointing right now, make sure it's unmuted. Yes, I changed them around. So this one here, make sure it's unmuted. Excellent. Okay, so you can hear me? Beautiful. All right, here we go. We have Orlando Jet, one of the biggest streamers on Kick. He's KCIP. He's as big as they come. Thank you so much for being here. You're on Rabbi Rothschild's podcast. We are going to go through Vogue Magazine 73 questions as quickly as possible. Feel free to pass on a question. And I don't mean to say as quickly as you want. Be comfortable. There's no pressure. Here we go. Question 1. What's your favorite time of the day?
Morning time.
Excellent. Why?
Morning time because in Australia we have kangaroos that come into the house and shit. It is when I get to see the kangaroos. They come inside my house.
Wow. All right. What's your biggest weakness and why?
My biggest weakness and why? What's my biggest weakness? I don't know.
That's okay. None. It's great. You're perfect the way you are. Wonderful. Feel free to say pass or you don't know. That's absolutely fine. What's your biggest strength?
My biggest strength?
Correct.
Confidence.
Excellent. What's the biggest learning experience you've ever had?
What was the question?
What's the biggest learning experience you've ever had?
Biggest learning experience I ever had?
Word.
Probably not trusting people.
Excellent.
Not trusting people.
All right. What's your idea of a perfect date?
What?
What's your idea of a perfect date?
Idea of a perfect date? Probably shit. Probably like a movie date or something.
Excellent.
Something simple.
Excellent. What's one vice you wish you could give up?
Nicotine.
Excellent. What's a cause that's important to you?
Because it's important to me.
Correct.
I don't know.
That's okay. Next question. What's the best compliment you have ever received?
What's the what?
What's the best compliment you have ever received?
Probably
These are the rabbi accounts that come in here.
yeah. Probably we believe in you or something. I believe in you or something like that.
Excellent. And we do believe you. And we do believe in you. When do you feel the most inspired?
Probably when my friends are grinding.
Excellent. Sweet or savory?
Savory.
What song can you listen to on repeat?
Deep throat by Cupcake.
Excellent. What makes you smile the most?
My boyfriend JB from the GB.
Excellent. What's one thing people don't know about you?
Some people don't know about me.
Correct.
Before I was a streamer, I was a UFC fighter. I fought in Israel Adesanya.
Amazing. What is your preferred footwear, or do you prefer to be barefoot?
Probably barefoot.
Excellent.
I like trying to be like an ape.
Cool.
It's like an ape mentality, so I like to act like an ape.
Excellent. Vintage or new? What are 3 things you can't live without? 3. 3 things. What are 3 things you can't live without?
Probably my vape.
Food streaming and vaping.
Excellent. Window or aisle seat on a plane?
Like you said, you couldn't get it.
Window or aisle seat on a plane?
I will see. I'm too claustrophobic.
What is your current TV character obsession?
Yeah. Probably Homer Simpson.
Perfect. Wonderful answer. On a woman, do you prefer leather or lace?
What's that?
Leather is a material usually made from cattle hide, and lace is a material made from like cotton or fabric that is like very like dainty. Do you prefer on a woman leather or lace? There you go. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done in your life?
Most adventurous thing I've ever done. Actually, I think I've seen this on stream before. I was in a bush one time, like 1 a.m. and I was on the cruise and shit, and then I ended up in another state.
Hell yeah. Sounds amazing. Next question. How would you define yourself in 3 words?
I don't define myself.
6 hours, 8 minutes.
How would I define myself?
Correct. In 3 words.
7 minutes.
Probably loud, energetic. That's it. Loud and energetic.
All right. What's your current favorite piece of clothing that you own? You're okay. What's your favorite piece of clothing that you currently own? Perfect. Next question. What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own?
Probably pink socks.
What's inspiring you in life right now?
My friends.
What's the best piece? Excellent. What's the best piece of advice you've received? That's honest. What's your pet peeve? What's your pet peeve? It's something that you don't like about someone or about the world. People have given answers like they don't like people who walk strangely or are road ragers.
Probably the transgenders one, because I was on a train one time. There was a bunch of transgenders in there, pulled their dick out of me and shit.
All
It's
right.
probably my pet peeve.
All right. Next question is, on a woman, do you prefer diamonds or pearls? What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them?
I don't know if someone I meet them. I guess the way they look.
Excellent. What's your biggest regret?
Biggest regret? Becoming friends with this guy named Jamie from the JV. Trying to ruin my life.
All right.
Horrible person.
What's heavily played on your playlist right now? What's your favorite board game? What's your guilty pleasure? What was that?
What's a guilty pleasure?
Oh, a guilty pleasure is something that like you really like to do. Perhaps by yourself, you might like to watch movies. You might like to play video games. You might like to eat ice cream. You might like to binge television. Perfect. What book did you most recently finish?
Most recently finished?
Yes.
My YouTube video?
That's fine. What are you currently reading? It's okay if you're just reading your chat. It's okay if you're reading your chat. What are you currently reading?
I'm currently reading a book
Oh, very interesting. Excellent. How would you start your day?
I wake up, I look at TikTok for like an hour, and then I get ready to stream.
Excellent.
That's it.
What's your favorite holiday?
Christmas.
Excellent. If you could raid one person's closet, who would it be?
Jamie from the JVs.
Excellent. If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
P. Diddy.
Excellent. We're more than halfway done. What's one thing you've always wanted to try, but you've been too scared to do?
Probably swimming for another country.
What's one thing you wish you knew at age 10?
I wish I knew at age 10. Shit. It's only temporary.
Excellent. Besides your phone or wallet, what are some other must-have items you need when you go out?
Well, I need my phone. I need my wallet. And that's it.
Excellent. If you were, what about your keys? Keys? Do you need keys when you go out? Keys? Keys?
Oh, yeah, in my keys, of course.
Excellent. If you were not a streamer, what would you be doing?
Probably graphic design.
Excellent. What's something you can't do? Yes.
I don't know what I can't do.
That's honest. What?
Probably get hearts of men.
Get hearts of men? Get hearts of men. I gotcha. Excellent. Where was the best vacation you've ever been? What's one city where you've always dreamed of traveling? Milwaukee. Beautiful. What's something you always travel with? Yes.
My suitcase.
Excellent. That's good. That works. What's your favorite food? Yes. What's your favorite dessert? What's your favorite snack? What is a movie that makes you cry? Can you repeat that? You just went mute. He's back, everybody. No, it should all. That's fine. What's your favorite movie of all time? What's one talent you wish you had? What was that? What's one talent you wish you had? Yes. Beautiful. What's your favorite exercise? What's your favorite band?
I don't know any bands, to be honest.
What's your favorite fast food order?
Fast food order is probably Subway, Synergy's sandwich.
Excellent. What's something you don't want to be doing in 10 years?
What I want to be doing in 10 years is shit. Vaping.
What's the cutest thing on planet Earth?
The cutest thing?
Yes.
A quokka.
What is that?
It's an animal in Australia.
Beautiful. What's the best thing? What's the best thing that happened to you this year?
It's an academy this year. Getting parliament on keep.
Perfect. And shout out to you for that. What's your favorite cocktail? Cocktail. Cocktail. Like a drink? Oh yeah, you're okay. What's your favorite like soft drink? Perfect. Which one? Perfect. What movie makes you laugh the hardest? Or television show? Perfect. What do you usually eat for dinner? What do you usually eat for lunch? What do you usually eat for breakfast? What's your favorite thing to do in the world? Or what's your favorite thing in the world? Beautiful. Now, do you mean that like in your sleep or like thinking about things you want to accomplish? Beautiful. I'm glad I asked the clarification. What's your favorite color? What color clothing do you wear the most? What are 3 words to describe living in Australia?
Peaceful, friendly. That's it.
Peaceful and friendly. That's 3. Do you like surprises? What's one thing you've had to learn the hard way?
Not to trust people.
Excellent. What's something certainly? What's something you're tired of?
I have a kid who's been sexually harassing me. His name's Adam.
All right. Who do you turn to when you're sad? What's a trend you would like to see disappear forever? For what? For what do you want to be remembered? That's honest. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and other people out there, you've just completed 73 questions with Rabbi Rothschild and Orlando Jet. Orlando, thank you so much for being here. I'm sure that this won't have recorded or it'll crash or something will go wrong, but you can expect a copy back to you and published on Spotify, iHeart Radio, or iHeart Media. You'll find it on Amazon Music. You'll find it on Apple Music later today. You're going to be all over the internet. I'm also going to use that essay that I wrote about you as the description. And with that being said, is there anything that you want to say to the world before we end? Perfect. You can find Orlando Jet at kick.com/Orlando, ORLANDO. Jet is JETT. Correct? Excellent. Excellent. You can find Rabbi in Orlando Jet's Discord often. Please join it if you have the opportunity. Follow Orlando Jet on all social media. Orlando Jet is the next generation of major streamers out there, and we want to thank Orlando Jet for being here. Thank you to Orlando Jet's audience for allowing us to take some of Orlando Jet's time, and we want Orlando Jet and audience to have a wonderful day. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, go back to your stream. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to work on publishing this right now. I'll let you know when it's out. You got it. Thank you. I hope you had fun. Thank you. All right, folks. So we're sure that that's not going to fucking record or anything. Everything's going to suck. Orlando's just going to be pissed. I don't know. Can I touch my fucking phone or is it going to be douchey? Did it already say that it fucking recorded? Yo, dog. I bet it sucks. Should I close it? Yeah, close this. And then go. Did it go? I'm sure it fucking didn't. Oh, there we go. Thanks. No fucking sound. You gotta be fucking me, dog. Well, maybe it doesn't do it because of the thing. Okay. So then what? Just, damn. Use this sound for another one? God damn it, I gotta do the fucking thing again. And it takes forever to do that. Son of a bitch. I guess this is just not a way to fucking do this. Alright, so now what? Dog. Just see if you can fucking get it to sync like natural. No way. Ain't no fucking way, dog. This sucks. And your live video? Yeah, dog. I like how you keep asking people to be on a podcast that doesn't fucking work. That's amazing. Alright. Live video ended. Dog. This shit sucks. Okay, I get it. Dog. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Yo. That was 2 hours ago. Here you go. Yo, I don't know if it's gonna fucking work.
Holiday, how are you? Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. If you want to hear me best, the camera at which I'm pointing right now, make sure it's on you. Yes, I changed them around. So this one here, make sure it's on you. Excellent. Okay, so you can hear me? Beautiful. All right, here we go. We have Orlando Jet, one of the biggest streamers on Kick. He's KCIE. He's as big as they come. Thank you so much for being here. You're on Rabbi Rothschild podcast. We are going to go through both magazines, 73 questions as quickly as possible. Feel free to pass on the question. I don't mean to say as quickly as possible, but you want to be comfortable. There's no pressure. Here we go. Question one. What's your favorite time of the day? Excellent. Why? All right. What's your biggest weakness and why? That's okay. It's great. You're perfect where you are. What? You'll be saying that, or you don't know. That's absolutely fine. What's your biggest weakness? Excellent. What's the biggest learning experience you've ever had? What's the biggest learning experience you've ever had? Or excellent. All right. What's your idea of a perfect day? What's your idea of a perfect day? Excellent. What's one vice you wish you could give up? Excellent. What's one cause that supports you? Right. Excellent. What's the best compliment you have ever received? What's the best compliment you have ever received? Excellent.
What's the best piece of advice? I got it. What's your pet peeve? What's your pet peeve? It's something that you don't like about someone or about the world. People can give it answers like they don't like people who walk straight through or road racers. On a woman, do you prefer diamonds or pearls? What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them? Excellent. What's your biggest regret? What's heavily played on your playlist right now? What's your favorite board game? What's your guilty pleasure? What was that? Oh, a guilty pleasure is something that like you really like to do. Perhaps by yourself, you might like to watch, you might like to debate, you might like to eat ice cream, you might like to binge television. Perfect. What book did you most recently finish? Yeah. That's fine. What are you currently doing? It's okay. Yeah. It's okay for reading your chat. What are you currently doing? Oh, very good. How would you describe your day? Excellent. What's your favorite holiday? Excellent. If you could read one woman's closet, one person's closet, who would it be? Excellent. If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be? Excellent. We're more than halfway done. What's one thing you always wanted to try, but you've been too scared to? What's one thing you wish to do at each time? Besides your phone or wallet, what are some other must-have items when you go out? That's it. If you were, what about keys? Keys? Do you use keys when you go out? K-E-Y-S? If you were not a streamer, what would you be doing? Excellent. What's something you can't do? Yeah. That's right. What? In parts of that. In parts of that. Where was the best vacation you've ever been? What's one city where you've always dreamed of traveling?
follow Orlando Jet on all social media. Orlando Jet is an executive innovation team that we want to thank Orlando Jet for being here. Thank you to Orlando Jet audience for allowing us to Orlando Jet's time to support Orlando Jet and audience. Have a wonderful day. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, go back to your screen. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to work on publishing this right now. I'll let you know when it's out. You got it. Thank you. I hope you had fun. Thank you. I don't know. My phone is going. No, it ain't no fucking way, dog. This sucks. Project have made a race to serve. Have made a race to serve.
Rabbi, I tried to talk to you.
There, you go in there and it's you're funny or not.
Yeah, and you're supported too.
This
very supportive.
Identity politics stuff,
No.
which is just
killing the business, man.
Destroying the scene everywhere else.
Well, it's just bad for a business that's about taking risks and saying outrageous things and pushing the envelope. And that's all the greats. Imagine setting up like what a comedy club essentially is in this world, in the world of stand-up comedy. A comedy club is a place where you can hone your craft and perform. So you go to clubs, you learn how to do it, then you go to clubs and you make a living doing it, and then eventually, if you get big enough, then you start branching out into theaters and arenas. So it's literally the gym. It's literally the dojo. It's the place. It's the place where you learn. Imagine having a place where you learn where you can't take chances. In a business that's wrapped around taking chances, where all the greats, whether it's Don Rickles, Lenny Bruce, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, all of them said wild shit.
Yeah.
All of them. And the only way you develop wild shit is by performing it on stage in front of people with freedom, where you get a chance.
I just watched the George Carlin documentary. Did you see that? I don't know if it's on HBO or whatever. It's so good. And I'm almost like, man, he almost had more freedom than we. He's talking about 7 words you can't say.
Right.
Shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucking tits.
Yeah.
The 7 word. Now it's like the 7 million topics you can't talk about. Race, gender.
But you can.
You can.
You just have to do it. And if you have a club that has that established, like the Mothership, anybody can do it. You don't have to have a big audience. They'll let you do it. Anyone will let you do it. And no one's going to complain. And then they will come see you again. And then you'll develop. And then the people coming to see you know what you do, and there's no worries. That's how comedy should be done. That's the right way to develop both offensive and non-offensive acts.
Sure.
You know, some of my favorite acts are not. Nate Bargatze's hilarious.
Yeah.
Completely non-offensive. Hilarious. But that's Nate's act.
Yeah. Ryan Regan, Sebastian.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. Great comedians. But that's their thing. And that's great. There's no right way to do it.
You ever want to see a clean person just go, I want to see him do an hour of the filthiest fucking shit.
It would be funny.
Sebastian, you know, you gonna get your dick in this show?
Yeah.
I take a girl home the other day, she goes, can I give you a rim job? I go, hey. She starts pecking at me like a baby bird. I go, I don't want my girlfriend to have the same lingo as my mechanic. Huh? What are you gonna start tweaking my nipples? Right? I just want to see him fucking get Seinfeld.
Yeah,
talking about fucking trans stuff and all that.
Well, even Seinfeld's pushing back on all this woke shit.
Well, he's getting protest. Have you seen the protests? Every show
Palestine.
now.
It's Palestine protests.
It is, but it's still kind of linked up with like we're gonna shut down comedy and for our cause. So he's getting caught up in that stuff.
Well, you got a lot of really dumb young people that are very entitled and think they can shut things down because they have a cause. You think they would learn, but they're not going to, and they're going to keep doing it. And there's more attention to get every time they do it. See the Stop Oil Now people? They vandalize Stonehenge. What the fuck does Stonehenge have to do with oil? It's an amazing monument that's thousands of years old, and you just spray paint all over it because you want people to stop using oil.
That's a mental illness.
And you're wearing clothes made out of oil. You fucking idiot. Everything you own was shipped on a truck that was used oil. Every fucking thing you eat, every fucking thing in your house, everything your house is made out of, the electronics on your phone, the wires in your wall, everything uses plastic, you fucking idiot. Everything uses oil. You're not stopping shit.
No. Yeah, a little tomato soup on the Van Gogh.
It's always rich kids, too. It's entitled kids. It's posh kids that think that this is the thing that they should be doing with their life. They don't have any purpose.
They're taught that from element now. I mean, for me, it started popping up in college a little bit. These kids, like, age 3, Anti-Racist Baby, that's a real book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my kid, when we were in school, right after the George Floyd thing, they sent an email saying to young kids, like some of them as young as like 6 and 7 went there, saying that it's not enough that you not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. They're telling this to kids who don't have any concept of race. They have black friends, Indian friends, Asian friends. These are friends. Who's nice to me? Who likes playing the toys that I play with? Who likes playing the games that I play? Let's hang out. You know, they don't care. And you're making them focus on this for no fucking reason.
It's gonna fuck them up. Yeah.
So they fired the person at the school, and it became like a big lawsuit. But they realized they were getting grifted on. But Jesus fucking Christ, you idiots! Like, how did you not see? And the parents were freaking out. Like, what the fuck are you teaching them? Like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you introducing all these ideas. Is there if there's a problem? Let's talk about the problem. There's no fucking problem. This is not an issue at all, and you're making it an issue to make yourself important. And that's the problem with these positions. When people have these positions of equity and inclusiveness, these people, they have these positions in universities, they have these positions in corporations. It's like, God damn.
The whole equity thing, that happened overnight. The word equality was switched with equity, the equal outcome. And that's, so you have to force it. That's the only way to do it, is to force it. We have to force it. We have to have this person and this person and this race. But all the identities are becoming infinite now.
Yeah.
So it's like, you're going to, okay, it was Kamala Harris. I mean, they had to discriminate against every other type of person because they said we're having a black woman. So they had to discriminate against black men.
Yeah.
And Asian women and everybody.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not a meritocracy if you got her.
No.
None of it makes any sense. The whole thing's bonkers, man. It's a fascinating time to be alive. But it's good for comedy.
Good for comedy. I'm actually playing a DEI officer, a Jedi. He's called Justice, Equity, Inclusion Officer. And Adam Carolla has a new cartoon out, Mr. Burcham, he pitched that like 10, 15 years ago to Fox, and they said no. And Daily Wire, who's just like scooping stuff up, they produced it. And
I think a lot of that was a response to what we were talking about once. We're saying you can't make a good comedy movie now because no one will go off.
Jeremy saw that and was like, fuck, dude, they wrote that thing in like 2 weeks. They flew me out to punch it up. We filmed it in like 3 weeks and it was out.
That's wild.
But this is Mr. Burcham. Kyle's in it.
Megan Kelly's in it.
And Kelly. It's got a cast, man.
Nice.
It's got Jay Moore.
Nice.
That's my little diversity officer guy.
Alonzo.
Yeah.
I love Alonzo. Nice.
Robert. Yeah, it's like it's like a family
guy. It's a fun time to push back.
Yeah.
It's a fun time to push back. Things have gone a little bit haywire, but we're gonna be all right.
For a comedian? Oh my God. I just wake up and I just look at the headlines.
And one thing that comedy does do is it highlights how ridiculous these things are and it takes some of the weight off of them.
Yeah. It's the only way. Even look at the word woke. Woke used to be a cool thing, and because of comedy,
it's foolish.
It's now it's a clown world word.
Yeah, it's a clown world word that you can't use on the other side. You can't say I'm woke because everyone's like, bah, you fucking idiot,
fucking loser.
Yeah, you fucking idiot. So it becomes a pejorative. It becomes something that someone points to. It says, oh, you're infected with the woke mind virus.
Yeah.
Like, no, like no one who is woke claims woke.
No,
you can't do it. They used to.
That's from comedy.
Yeah,
that is
comedy.
from it.
Just from memes. It's from the internet. Yeah, that's what it is, man.
Incredible.
Well, listen, dude, I'm happy you're here.
Hey, thank you,
very,
brother.
Very funny guy. It's been really fun watching you perform at the club.
I appreciate
You're killing
it.
Your special's gonna fucking destroy. I saw some clips. It's really funny.
Thanks
really
for
good
building this thing that is so needed.
My pleasure. Thanks for joining the team.
Flying out from around the world now are showing up.
Yeah, it's fun. We're having a good time.
Awesome.
And we're gonna keep rolling, man. We got more plans.
Can't wait.
We're gonna
I'm
do some
2
more
weeks
wild
in
shit.
here, so
We're gonna expand.
Get me buff, please.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Tell everybody your Instagram before they take it down.
How you doing? Yo, welcome, Cam and Fred. How are you guys? Do you know who I am? Yes. So much. Oh, probably tens of millions at this point. It's so much I don't even count it anymore. Why don't I? Why not? I love this coin. Yo, dogs. You guys, do you want to join my Discord? Yeah, I'll give you a link. I have over 1,000 people in it. It's the biggest event in global history. Do you have any questions? Oh, fuck you. Yo, Fred, what's up? Fred, can you hear me? Fred. Yo, Fred. Fred. Come to my Discord. I just sent you an invite.
Yesterday, in front of a joint session of Congress, ripping into American demonstrators, and rightly so. And over the past weeks, everything from the walk of the debate. It's gonna fucking work. Trump, and it just goes on. Now, I'm going to change gears for a moment and talk about what just happened a few minutes ago. And I was late coming into the segment. Oh, how unusual! I never do that because I was getting my freedoms. Okay. I should prove my point. Okay. So, I was late. It's not my fault. Why? That damn machine, that vending machine, at the end of the hall wouldn't scan the Fritos bag. And therefore, this is not my fault because nothing is our fault. And that is the problem. Article in the Atlantic written by a guy who umpires baseball games for kids. And he said, it's never the kid's fault. It's always mine. The kid is never a bad player. A kid never makes a mistake. It's always my call that's a mistake. You ever watch a soccer game, national soccer game, you're going to call it a soccer game. Like, someone falls down, or someone gets kicked, and then starts rolling on the ground and screaming and grabbing the knees. Oh my God, look at how I've been injured. Whatever play I made is not my fault. And of course, as soon as the referee starts saying, no, don't get over here, he jumps up, trots away. Not his fault. And you know what that really means is we are all victims. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. We're not responsible. None of us are. Bad ratings, not my fault. It's because the rating system didn't work well. I lose an election, I'm a victim. I mean, there's no way that more people voted for my opponent. That's impossible. There's no way that I do a bad job. It's always someone else's fault. And what he did, the guy who wrote this, I don't know his name actually, he took that analogy, he took that umpiring that he does, and brought it across the board, talking about where we've come to. No, we don't make mistakes. I remember my kids, this is another thing. Kids' birthday parties, my kids are 8 years old. And they have I don't know if this is going to fucking work. Where it was a legitimate tournament, because they had a birthday party. And so we keep score, and my kids did terrible. Because they have, I don't know how good 8-year-old bowlers are, but some are better than others. And there was a winner. Except there wasn't a winner. Oh my God, we can't tell anybody, we can't tell any of those kids they weren't as good as the child next to them. So you know what everybody got? Which, of course, pre-made these little placards. Actually, they were these awards. And at the bottom of it, it said, world's greatest bowler. And every kid got in. You go, what does that teach kids? Now, really, what does that teach kids? Try doing that in the world of corporate America. You screw up, bam, Now, let's say I get fired here because my ratings aren't good enough. I don't get enough advertisers in here because, God forbid, advertisers pay the bill around here and they do commercial radio. And if my performance is down, not enough advertisers. Hey, the situation has changed. It's not my fault. The rating system has changed, which, by the way, does constantly. Gee, it's not my fault. That's just the way we work. And am I sitting here saying we've got to change? Of course. I mean, everybody wants fairness. That's the other thing. Go ahead and ask anybody, what kind of society do you want? Do a survey. Well, I want fairness. That's very important to me. I want equality. Well, guess what? You know what? There is no fairness. And yet at the same time, when you're on the other side of I want fairness, and you get screwed over, okay. Yeah, I don't want fairness. I know. It's completely crazy. Okay. All that came from buying a bag of Fritos at the machine. It's my bag of Fritos.
What if you would have ordered a whole sandwich?
Okay. I was close. I didn't actually say it. I came close. All right. Coming up, Mo Kelly. I'm going to talk to Mo about a couple things inside out too. Deadpool and Wolverine, a bunch of stuff coming up. Let's check in with Amy. And it's not her fault either. Live in the Camp Body 24-hour newsroom.
Homeless camps could soon be cleared all across California. Governor Newsom signed an executive order allowing for the removal of the thousands of homeless camps. The order says local jurisdictions have the ultimate authority on whether or not to clear the camps. NASA has provided an update on the two astronauts who've been stuck up on the International Space Station because of problems with Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. Officials said today no return date has been set until the engineers finish working on the problems on the Starliner. A tourist has been taken to the hospital with third-degree burns on his feet after losing his shoes, then continuing to walk barefoot through Death Valley National Park. The guy is visiting the U.S. from Belgium. Temperatures when he was rescued over the weekend, 123 degrees. That was the air temperature. He was airlifted to a hospital in Las Vegas. We'll check some problems on the 710 with the KFI in the Sky next.
I'm very close to the people that own Zellman's Minty Mints, mouth mints, and have been friends for 30, 32 years. And I always have a great time talking about Zellman's. And so, how it works, I've been talking about that many times. Zellman's minty mouth mints are more than a mint. What you do is you take 2 or 3 of the little capsules, you bite into or swallow mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside. So, sitting down with them, trying to figure out how else do you deal with bad breath? Where does it come from? I was about to get into a whole thing about putting Zellman's minty mouth mints in other parts of your body, and I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go back to doing my normal commercial for Zellman's. If you are interested in fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours and hours, you may want to look at Zellman's minty mouth mints. Free shipping if you order multiple packs. I think you're going to want to order more. And a money-back guarantee that I've never seen anybody use. Go to Zellmans.com, Zellmans, Zellmans.com.
Going to be sunny and very warm again today. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro, LA and Inland OC, 90s to about 107 for the valleys, IE and High Desert. Let's take a look at a crash in East LA on the 710.
This is a mess southbound side of the 710. Just south of the 60 crash there in the lanes there. 3 vehicles involved. Last check, we had the 3 left lanes blocked. Traffic is stopped all the way back to the 10. So if you got to head south from either the 10 or the 60, you might consider the 605 if you're that far to the east. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. I would stay on the 10 or the 60 and maybe make your way into the East LA area and find one of the streets dead south there. Because the southbound 710 not moving as you get away from the 10. Unfortunately, still dealing with that fatal crash investigation. This is going to be in Rialto 210 eastbound. That fatal crash there. Traffic was really slow as you approach, as you can Southern California is on the airport traffic reports with Volkswagen KFI in the sky.
Get into summer with iHeartEase. iHeartEase goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Pull the app, search iHeartEase, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Nicholas Galantina has seen his star rise in the past few years following well-received roles in the rom-coms The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal. And now it's taking him to the planet of Eternia. Yep, the 29-year-old Red has snagged the role of He-Man in the upcoming film reboot of Masters of the Universe. In development since at least 2019, Noah set to Dale and later Kyle Allen had previously been set to follow in Dolph Lundgren's footsteps in the 1987 version. But as the project moved from studio to studio, Allen team was hired on for the part. Co-production with Mattel brought us last year's top-grossing Oscar winner Barbie. This new reboot of Masters of the Universe is due out in theaters next summer. Nicholas Galantine's recent hits, The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal Blue, are both streaming on Prime Video. All right, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It all began here. Mike Davis was a night manager here at the Dixie News some years back, and the rest, as they say in the movies, is history.
There's a long line of them needed to show off. They're like being celebrities. Al Capone, John Gotti, Davis, he had those same inclinations. He wanted to be known. He wanted to be a public figure. He was not shy.
Are you serious about movie making? Do you want to be a movie maker?
I'm very serious about movie making. In fact, we've moved our facilities from MGM and Hollywood to Atlanta.
It is the money, obviously, that attracts organized crime. Davis has managed to insulate himself and others in his organization by setting up paper corporations. Sources tell me he has managed to set up more than 300 of those corporations.
Some of my mind that they are nervous and pissed about having to do business with Mike Davis. I don't have any knowledge as to what happened to Mr. Allen. He was a personal friend of mine, and I just think it's a terrible tragedy.
Indictment spells out so many charges against you. You think you can beat them all? Oh, yeah. Like Julius Caesar, I've crossed the Rubicon. I'm ready to do battle. So Mike Davis walked out this door to freedom. Some are speculating he may be in Colombia or Costa Rica, countries which before have harbored United States criminals.
I had 25 years of the good life. I try to look at it in just that manner. In other words, if this is all that the Lord wanted me to have, then I accept what I had because I had far more than most people did.
Gangster House.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Why aren't they demanding answers from the Secret Service? I would be furious at this point in the cycle of the news that has unfolded. Why the hell are we getting answers? A sloped roof being a safety concern? That's the reason you get from the Secret Service?
Gary and Shannon.
It's baloney.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And this is KFI AM 640 million here. It's a Thursday morning, July 25. Reminder that I am taking phone calls at the top of the hour as I walk out, and I will be doing this off the air for a handle on the law, or I'll give you marginal legal advice, ask me marginal legal questions, and we have a very good time. The number 800-520-1150, 800-520-1150, starting right after I leave the show. And so I go through these very quickly, no breaks, no commercials, I mean just phone calls. And, you know, my middle name is Patience. 800-520-1150. Okay, Mo Kelly, host of Later with Mo Kelly tonight. Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Exactly, Mr. Mo Kelly. Mo, good morning. Good morning, Bill. It's always good to talk to you. It certainly is. Now, Inside Out 2 has become the
Shakespeare first film was made, and where protagonists is now going through puberty. People will go to the movies for good movies, but the problem is people are not finding as many good movies in which to go, and so more often than not, they are staying home and not spending 2 or 3 weekends a month at the movies like you and I used to do.
I'm not a fan of superhero movies. You and I have talked about that. Frankly, I just don't pay attention. I was somehow talked into going to see the first Iron Man, and I loved it because forget about everything else. It was just a well-crafted, well-written, well-acted, well-directed movie. It was movie making at a very high level, which means it's incredibly entertaining. Are we talking about that level of making, for example, Inside Out 2, other animated Disney films?
Yes, absolutely. If anything, when you think about Disney animated films, which is now inclusive of Pixar, the story is more important than the visual medium in which we're seeing it. Some of the greatest animated films of all time are now the Pixar animation. If you think about Toy Story or Up or any of those in the genre, it's about the story which tugs at your heartstrings and is for both children and adults. Where the original two-dimensional animation, if you think Snow White or Pinocchio, something like that, it's more for just the children. But animation today, that three-dimensional style and Pixar art is about adults and children.
Yeah, when it was Bob Iger who bought Pixar for Disney, if I'm not mistaken, and it was, I think he paid $5 billion or $5.2 billion for a deal. Yeah, and it was so outrageous money, and he just sat back and bought it anyway. It was one of the greatest deals in entertainment of all time. And this is when you have a CEO that makes $30 million, $40 million. That's worth the money.
Yeah, because he's made that money back for the company 10 times over.
Yeah, extraordinary statements. Okay, moving over to Deadpool and Wolverine. And that's expected to do very well. We know that by the way. It comes out sometime in August. I don't think we have advance.
Tremendous hit, and it grew then when Marvel purchased Fox. They also got the rights to Deadpool, and the question was whether our version of Deadpool was bring it into a Marvel Cinematic Universe, into like Marvel Productions. And what I heard from all of the test ratings and critics reviews, they've been able to do it. They haven't taken out any of the aspects of it. It is a tremendous hit. It's expected to 165 million this weekend.
That's the way to do it.
I'm back. I'm leaving. 800-520-1150. I'm taking phone calls. Just as I log out. And smart connection advice. Taking phone calls off. We're asking questions. I'll do it as well as I can. 800-520-1150. Tomorrow morning, start all over again. 8 a.m. 5 a.m. Call at 6. Neil is not here until next Wednesday, so it'll just be me here at 6 with Amy, no Neil, and of course Kono and do not count at all. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Prepare to be stimulated.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church will travel now brought to you by Stitch, no good. Listen, these days you get back to fucking very you gotta get out and get off the internet. It's like
police arrested two other guys in China shooting in 2005. One was sentenced to 10 years in prison for accessory to murder. The other on charges of drug due to a lack of evidence. 49 folks
Nearly 200 drivers in Orange County have been given 237 citations as part of a crackdown across the county on speeders and loud exhaust. Police Lieutenant Jason Schmidt says modified exhaust citations on Saturday and increased their speeding limits.
All those things we're hearing from our community members.
Schmidt says the crackdown also focused on e-motorcycle riders who are now joining a dangerous street takeover trend. He says the citations typically come with a fine and a requirement to fix any loud exhaust violations. A woman visiting Yosemite National Park has slipped and fallen to her death. The 20-year-old and her father set off to trek up Half Dome on July 13th, but it started raining on their way down. Jonathan Roloff says his daughter lost her footing.
She lost control between two of the wood slats, and it's on the ground, and I tried to reach down for her and reach out for her, and she went off the side. It just happened in a heartbeat.
He wants park authorities to add more wooden planks to the trail to prevent slipping and tragedies. A former school police officer in Uvalde, Texas, has pleaded not guilty to 29 criminal charges stemming from the slow response to the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary.
Those 29 counts represent 19 students who died at the Robb Elementary massacre and the 10 that survived.
ABC's Mariah Villarreal says a grand jury indicted just 2 officers out of the hundreds that responded to the shooting. The former officer was arraigned on charges of abandoning and failing to protect kids who were killed and wounded. President Biden says he ended his run for re-election because he reveres the office of the president but loves the country more.
So I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices.
Biden says America is an idea more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. He told those watching and listening last night Vice President Harris is an incredible leader and fit to be the next president. He says the choice is now up to the voters. Applications for jobless claims have decreased in the last week. That news comes after a spike in claims at the start of the month.
In the week that ended July 13th, 245,000 additional claims for jobless benefits were filed, the highest level since last August, and potentially a byproduct of the hurricane that struck the Texas coast.
ABC's Jim Ryan says during the week that just ended, 235,000 claims were filed. That's slightly better than economists had predicted. Southland weather from KFI, heat advisories still in effect for the valleys, mountains, and foothills through 10 o'clock this evening. Sunny with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Lindosi, mid-90s to 107 for the valleys, IE and Antelope Valley. It'll cool down 5 to 10 degrees tomorrow and then a little more cooling as we head through the weekend with highs in the upper 70s to low 90s. It's 70 in Dana Point, 72 in Long Beach, 76 in La Habra, 69 in Torrance. The KFI Market Report is brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 351 points. The NASDAQ is up 59, and the S&P 500 is up 32.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to kfirevive.com. That's kfirevive.com.
We've got a fatal crash in Rialto slowing you down on the 210. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky.
Yeah, unfortunately, this investigation continues here. It's the eastbound side of the 210 freeway, right there at Pepper. We only have, well, actually, it looks like everything's along the center divide now, so it does look like the lanes have just reopened. The traffic's still really slow as you get out of North Montana there on the eastbound side, starting from before Ayala Drive. Very slow there on the 210 eastbound from this earlier fatal crash involving one motorcycle that went down on the freeway. We've got a situation here in the Irvine area, southbound side of the 55 at the 405. CHP reports one of those little opossums walking around the freeway. He's kind of blind, he's kind of moving slow. Everyone's stopping to not hit him. He's alive, he's well. but it's stopping the entire southbound 55 freeway at the 405. So that's going on. It is a bit slow, as you can imagine, as you approach the scene there. So watch out for that southbound 55 kind of slow off and on all the way back from the 22. Also, the 215 and southbound just before Washington in Riverside, there, 2 vehicles involved in the crash. That's got traffic jammed back from the 10 as a result of that one. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Will Coles, Robert, KFI in the sky.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Christian Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search
I was on vacation. I don't think. There's no people from somebody who's always radio and podcasts. Shallow right through you. These are great podcasts from me and the kids. You don't touch this title. It's a iHeartRadio podcast. You got the fucking clean ones. Anyway, my favorite people in the world. Los Angeles, California. Because the body is about to be shot over the Alvarado Court Apartments. A bunch of niggas that hit Yankees got out because Tulane University got their primary testing facility center in our town. And a bunch of infected monkeys got out and let us out of YMCA summer camp from the police book, bro. I remember they came to summer camp. I didn't see basically just have kids to look for me at that point. Not kids, they were the tallest boys. They took the tallest boys right out and I was surrounded with the shields outside of McKinney Road. One night. Because that director is bleeding out on his very expensive carpet. Stone cold dead.
On February 1st, 1922, one of Hollywood's most successful directors was found dead in his living room, a bullet in his back. His name was William Desmond Taylor. Within hours, news of his murder spread throughout Hollywood. It was clear from the start it wasn't a simple Hollywood whodunit. The list of suspects stretched as long as the line outside a movie premiere. I'm Tracy Patton. Join me and my co-host James Remar as we explore one of Hollywood's most fascinating murder mysteries. Murder in Hollywoodland. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The Police are celebrating over 4 decades since the release of their final album, Synchronicity, with a brand new box set. In addition to the 11 songs on the original album, the new package includes live recordings from shows in 1979, 81, and 83, plus Sting's demos for the album, the new release clocking in at a hefty 55 tracks in total. It also includes new expanded liner notes, interviews with the New Wave Trio, and a glimpse of never-before-seen band pics and memorabilia. Pre-orders for the Synchronicity 40th Anniversary editions, which will be out July 26th on vinyl, CD, and digitally, are being taken at thepolice.com. All right, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. Very special animal guest Please welcome Gary Huffman.
Listen, my teens and my 20-somethings, I get it. It's cool. He's the song of the summer.
Shannon Farron. How you doing, darling? Gary and Shannon.
And we gotta do something. And we gotta do it now. Shocked, I tell you. I googled. Don't do it. Don't play it. 25th Amendment, because I wanted to look at all of the write-ups on people calling for President Biden to be removed via the 25th Amendment. There is nothing, not one media outlet is talking about this. How could you not talk about this after watching what we watched last night? Did I eat a brain tumor for breakfast? I'm not saying that anymore. Yeah, I know, but it's fitting. Why is no one talking about that?
Whatever confidence the president wanted to convey yesterday in that speech, that, hey, I understand politically I can't win, but I am still capable of doing the job. It didn't land. None of that made me feel
to find somebody with a brain. It was former President Donald Trump who went on Fox and Friends this morning and said he did not believe the 25th Amendment should be invoked against Biden, saying it would be more dangerous to put Kamala in office because, I'm quoting here, she's real garbage. He is not helping himself with that rally in North Carolina and things like she's garbage.
And he had to talk shit. I mean, the dumbest move.
Fuck around and find out.
That is.
Fuck around and find out.
That is, if fuck around and find out was a viral video, that's it.
I would love to be the level of ready to just have a two-piece in the chamber at all times.
Dude, you can get there, man. Yeah, you're not. It's not impossible. No, it's not impossible.
That start riding motorcycles when they're 40. Nah, it passed you by.
You can still do it.
You can learn just a mean combo for the Austin bars, though.
Yeah, you get
up,
don't get a fucking Hayabusa, but you get a Harley.
Yeah.
Or you get a pistol.
Around.
Get a pistol.
Yeah, by the time you get that pistol, you're already asleep. Unless you have a quick draw. Did you see the you got a Hawk Tui spit on that thing?
Yo,
it's massive.
She's famous now.
That girl, one video. Have you seen it, Brian?
Yeah,
one girl gets interviewed, and it's just. I love moments like that where one weird video, it's so funny that the whole world sees.
She's
the
most famous person on the planet right now. So the one I saw on Instagram, the top comment underneath it is another woman being like, "Nobody needs. You don't have to spit on it." And then it's 1,000 news. It's like somebody taught you wrong, bitch. People are telling you the truth. Spit on it.
Especially the way she says it, like that
It's
lady.
so good.
She's not pretending.
She said like she passed, but she got a certificate.
She's not posing. That lady looks black belt spitting on dicks.
I wouldn't be that into a girl going.
I'd be into her.
Yeah,
the way with her
cool.
enthusiasm. Yeah, you would if she did
passion
it.
But if you hear a girl go, you're not gonna be like, wait a minute, hold on.
Let's see it, Jamie. Didn't I send you a bunch of good versions?
What,
memes of it?
The original one has how many views now?
Has to be 100 million.
At least. I wonder how she
what
monetizes
she's
that.
doing. She's probably panicking.
I know.
Everybody knows she's
money.
No.
Is she?
Yeah, she's making money. There's merch now. There's like Hawk 2 merch.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to buy a shirt.
Yeah, bro, these kids, man, they own that. They own that social
See
media.
Hawk 2 24.
Autographs.
Look at her. She's signing fucking hats.
Only in America. Only in America.
That is hilarious. Let's hear the video.
That's fucking.
It's just the way she says
right
it.
up there in the corner.
Yeah.
I know. These are. I already clicked 2 of them and they didn't have the video on for some reason.
Christ, what a world. What a fucking world.
And it's only been like 4 days, right? When did it come out?
Yeah, I don't honestly. It happened fast.
I mean, where are the
Who is the Hawk Tua girl taking over TikTok?
Because it wasn't her original video. She was doing an interview, right?
Yeah, some guy in the street says, "What do you have to do to make a guy crazy in bed?"
Good on that thing.
Once upon a time, 2 girls were out on the town in Nashville, Tennessee, when a
No.
with one woman replied, "Oh, you gotta give that Hawk
You get me? You get me?
I wonder what.
Look at her laughing. She's laughing so hard.
I wonder if her dad's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, imagine being her dad right
Yeah,
now.
but her college is probably paid for now.
Nah, her dad knows.
Yeah, I wonder how much money she's making off of this.
Hopefully a lot.
It is smart that she jumped right on it because you got to think it's only been a few days.
I know.
Oh, someone blew her up. In
June
the DMs.
11th.
It was like,
Okay.
June 11th. So it's 10 days.
So it's 10 days. There are a handful of other videos on Tim and D's page featuring the Hawk Tour girl and her friend. Since then, TikTok has claimed to have found the woman, but the account is now repeatedly she might have deleted it.
Possibly doesn't
Freaked
remember
out.
being interviewed.
She got blackout drunk. It's in Nashville. She's probably hammered.
Yeah, she's doing her thing, having fun.
But also, sour bullet.
We got the
Here we
red.
go.
Also,
Nick Davis.
where's her references? I would like where those dudes who think she's like, well, she's just talking.
Yeah.
Is she a thief?
Those guys are about to make some TikTok videos. Just like sitting there with a cup of coffee on the porch. Like, let me tell you something. It's real.
Netflix got to do a doc on it, man.
This is a good fight. Tricoli is good. That guy on the left has one eye, Brian. The guy on the left has one eye, and he only can fight in other organizations.
That's why I can't come
in
out
other
here.
countries.
Because he can't
see. He can't see out of his right eye.
So they won't let him fight in the United States?
I don't believe so.
He's never fought out here.
Here
Most
it
people
is.
think that's
One-eyed UFC fighter Sharabutin Magomedov lands killer role for acting debut in new Hollywood movie. Oh, nice.
Hey, bro, if they name in the head off, I'm not fucking with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of off.
Oh, he's a scary striker too. But
He's fun to watch.
Sharp bullet. But his depth perception's got to be all fucked up because he's only got one eye. Like you need two eyes for depth perception.
That's Bisbee.
Yeah, it fucks you up. But it doesn't matter. He's that good.
He's that good.
He's
He
had
looks
like
like a pirate.
7 different operations on the eye to try to fix it.
He was from childhood, right? It's
No,
kind of a
it's
sad
fight.
story,
It's
right?
from a fight.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure it's from a fight. I'm pretty sure. Because he had the operations while he was competing. I think it was something that happened during a fight. I may be wrong. For some reason I thought it was Jamie will find out. I'm pretty sure the injury happened from a fight.
And also, how do you even not, like, you don't see shit coming from that way?
Nope, he doesn't see shit out of it. Right?
He's got a giant
What's it say? Hey. He had to get the right eye removed completely after losing vision. Holy shit, man.
They get infected. That's why the eye gets infected.
But I
Suffered early in his career.
Right?
Yeah.
Before the operation, I was afraid of an infection. God, dude, one eye redhead.
So they don't take your eyes
What a
out
crazy
anymore.
beard.
They don't usually do that anymore because you have cones in your eyes that sense light, even though you can't see, and it regulates
He's a
your
Dagestan,
circadian
man.
rhythm. I know,
They take that eye out.
but it fucks your
Well, there
sleep
might have
up
been something wrong.
Yes.
So they had to take it out.
Yeah, they were saying something about an infection.
because they get infected a lot.
But they took Bisbing's eye out, right?
They
No,
used to
he
take
still has
blind
his eye.
people's eyes out.
He wears a plate over it.
Yeah, he wears like a lens over the top of it so it doesn't look so weird, but it's just so people don't stare at his eye. But
I get
he
it.
still got his eye.
Yeah.
Tricoli's good though, man. Shara Bullet does weird shit. Man.
He's wild, man.
Wild kicks. He throws kicks like a jab.
How did he got punched twice in the face from the direction he can see it?
Isn't this his UFC debut?
No, Shara Bullet's fought.
Hell no. No, he's a fucking huge prospect.
Isn't he fought twice?
But yeah.
At least once. I think twice. Just once?
Well, this article was he was 11-0. He's only 12-0 now.
I feel like it's his first fight.
Signed last year. No, this isn't his first fight.
So this is his second fight in UFC. At least second fight.
He signed in 2020.
Yeah. But, you can't really fight in America. Like, the Nevada State Athletic Commission, they're like, there's no way, pal. You can't see. Like, you have to be able to see it at both eyes.
I'm sure there's some places.
Well, we're in Saudi Arabia for these fights.
Nothing in America.
Oh, yeah. Like, you bring them to Kentucky, they're like, oh, it is, man.
Mississippi.
Yeah. And if you can close both your eyes, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Hot too. Spit on that. You know what I'm saying?
The girl had no idea about being a fucking violent.
You never know what's going to hit, right?
Yeah. She just
You
being
never know
funny with
what's
her
going to be a
friend.
popular video and what's not. You just got to keep going.
Here's one thing you do know. If you try hard, you won't get one.
That's the grand sure.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
They don't stop easy.
I was try so hard. But the people that I know that try the hardest have never gotten one.
Never.
So Tricoli just wants to take it down. Sharp Bullet has terrible takedown defense. And
That's his liability.
also doesn't get up well. And even in his UFC debut, he got battered on the
Well,
ground.
how about the main event was about to be Bo Nickel, but he was hunting in Montana and didn't have an Android phone like you guys and had no service.
Yeah, interesting.
He was going to take that fight.
Interesting. I would not have advised that.
I wouldn't either, but he's down to do it.
Yeah. He's struggled a little bit with Cody Brundage, and Cody Brundage is nowhere near where Robert Whittaker will change your fucking life.
Well, Robert Whittaker might be the best 185 on the planet. It's up for debate.
Yeah,
He's up there.
How do you say that when well, Drekus beat the shit out of him in one round.
Dricus beat him.
Yeah.
He's fucking good, though.
He's very good.
And he was a former world champion. Like, he was
Yes.
#1 at the time.
He's certainly
he just
in the
beat
top
Paulo
five.
Costa.
Certainly in the top
I
five.
don't know a shitload about him, about Bo Nickel, but I just keep hearing his name.
He's the man.
They're hyping him up. Well, he's an elite wrestler, a real top of the food chain, blue chip wrestler, and he's getting very good at striking.
He's basically our LeBron James, but he's white.
He's
I
just,
wouldn't say that.
his wrestling is
That's
super hard.
ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, the hype on him's insane.
Yeah, the hype on him.
Like out of high school,
So hold on. So here we go. This is why you make the comparison, a guy like LeBron, because he's in wrestling. Since he was 7, he was selling out fucking huge auditoriums wrestling. Dominated. Then he's on a world tour.
LeBron
Then he's one of the best ever at PennTate. And then he goes on a world circuit.
The 3-time or 4-time NCAA champion.
Yeah,
I think he won it as a freshman, right?
This is a good
Great.
fight.
And he won the
We're missing
Heisman of NCAA
We're
wrestling.
missing a good
Very
fight
good
for
fight.
us.
Very good fight.
What were we going to say, though, Joe?
I was saying that the difference is LeBron has been dominant and famous on a world championship level for so long. It's more like a John Jones.
Mm-hmm.
John Jones is more like the LeBron of MMA.
No, he's talking about LeBron.
I'm saying that's like a
LeBron
prospect.
early days.
You know what I'm saying, Joe? Like,
Sorta.
like as a prospect, because there's so much pressure on him, and there's eyeball, and he has how many fights?
Yeah, I would advise a guy like that to not fight in the UFC for a long time. I think you should get to world-class level before you get to the UFC.
It's
I
tough
really do.
because outside the UFC, he's so dominant. He's
Right.
fucking so
So you
dominant.
saying he need to get a striking up?
Yeah,
On the world class level?
100%.
Yes, because once you get there, if you're not ready, it's gonna be it's a marathon, not a
Where you
sprint.
gotta go train with them Dagestani boys.
He'll fuck them up.
He'll fuck them up in wrestling.
He did already.
He's beaten a lot of Russians in wrestling.
His thing is his
Very
striking.
good.
He's going to work on striking.
But hold up, his striking's not like awful.
not awful.
His thing is combining the striking and wrestling, putting it together like
That's right.
GSP did. Well, once he gets that,
Yeah.
okay.
But Bo Nickel's a guy who's been watching the human body move for a very long time.
Me too.
And his timing and
Yeah,
everything.
me too, right?
Shit,
Yeah.
what the fuck's that mean?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be Hamza.
Timing, takedowns is everything. So if they have an easier time, a lot of times guys like that, their learning curve is a lot steeper.
Well, elite athletes have a quicker
Yes.
learning curve.
Yes.
That's
Like Yoel
for
Romero.
sure.
He did
Yeah,
it.
he's an elite athlete, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, Bo's got massive potential.
But even Johnny Hendricks, remember his timing? He learned how to throw
Not
that,
world class though.
but he would knock
Not
things
world,
out because
but
it was
it's a
the same
different. It's a
time.
different.
Johnny
you have
also,
world class.
pre-USADA and post-USADA Johnny are two different human beings.
Correct.
Yeah, it's like you and Mike Tyson. It's like they're two totally different human beings.
Different species.
Post-USADA Johnny Hendricks is like, what? Where'd you go? Like, where'd you go? Like,
But also,
he's just
you
not the
wouldn't
same
watch
guy.
Johnny's fights and go, man, that's world class striking.
Right.
He had a big fucking
Yeah,
overhand
he
left.
just had to time it well.
Oh, it was tremendous power
How does
striker.
that doesn't make
Great
sense?
job.
Why get worse when they're not testing it?
No. Then once they start testing,
Oh, okay.
when they started testing, his body melted. Like there's a lot of those guys. Like there's documentaries online about Johnny Hendricks pre and post USADA. He's like one of the biggest examples.
To be
of
fair
a
though,
guy.
that was those were the
Well,
times.
in those pictures, you don't see much. I mean, you see a little bit of a difference in the physique, but what's really the difference is in the shocking power. He would just put guys to fucking sleep.
Power, cardio, the way he
Everything.
fought, confidence,
Aggression,
But also, to be
confidence.
fair to Johnny, those were the times.
Everybody was on. Everybody was
Fuck
doing
yeah,
something.
name somebody. Go ahead, because those were that was my era.
Everybody.
Those were also the TRT eras where you could do it legally.
Not everyone. They turned me down. Whatever.
They turn you down for TRT.
Yeah, they went,
Turn you
yeah.
down. Why? What did that happen?
I don't know. Haters, man.
I think it was already weird because Nate Marquardt was like from your area.
Correct.
Already
He really
got
fucked us
He
up.
got popped like alien level.
Yeah.
They were like, I remember that fight got canceled.
Yep.
We were at the weigh-in and his
Yep.
fight got canceled. And I was like, what is going on? They're like, he's at like he could die. His levels of testosterone are so
Like
high.
his alien.
Like
fucking
1900 or something.
I think it was like
it was like 24. It's like
Something
super
insane.
dangerous. He had nitrous
Something
oxide in his fucking bloodstream. And then all of us were going to the same doctor. And then that doctor's like, see ya. Close up shop. Like, hey,
yeah, probably good move. for the
you just got the deposit, bud.
Well, a lot of these doctors are dorks, and they think they're going to be able to take these out. I know what I could do with you because they didn't, they're just like, oh, TRT's legal? Great. We're going to fucking bang you up with all these other different
But they don't
things.
get the commissions and all that. And
No.
you're dealing with high level sports.
Right. And how many of those doctors have ever been like through the whole testing process?
That's why Balco is so big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. The clear.
You know, I fuck with now is like I mean, shit. Probably the best shape since I fought is that Transcend with like peptides, TRT.
What's Transcend? Is it a company?
It's a company, and you do your blood work like probably at least every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, and they monitor everything. All right, you should be taking this, and this, and it's a script plan. They send it to you.
Oh, nice.
So just start taking everything, then they check your blood work. Like that's what Cowboy's on, Bradley Martin, like all the like.
Peptides I hear really.
That's what I do out here with the Ways to Well. Same deal. Ways to Well is exactly.
I've never felt better. I've never felt better.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of peptides.
They have stuff for your cognitive, like for me, I need my fucking brain to get after getting punched. So cognitive, energy, everything.
Because I had a doctor, he looked great, 65, he's a friend of mine, Jeff. He shows up at my show, and I was like, what are you doing? He goes, peptides.
Yeah, peptides are incredible.
Yeah.
That's why they keep outlawing them.
Yep.
The FDA
Really?
they got rid of thymosin because it was helping people get over COVID.
This I know they're good.
No reason for it to get rid of it. Now they're trying to get rid of BPC 157. No reason.
That
That's
shit fixed my stomach.
BPC 157.
Yeah. Shit's magic.
This fight is interesting.
Now I'm a guinea pig. I shoot myself about 7 times a day. Whatever.
As long as you feel good.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get fucked.
You know what irritated me is the tobacco people. Tobacco people got caught because they went through the trash and they had their names written on the list.
Yeah.
That was Novinsky,
It's
right?
like, how the fuck you got my name?
Nowitzki caught him. Yes.
The Balco people?
Yeah, Nowitzki's the head guy. They caught him.
They caught him
Conte. Victor Conte's the
Victor
man.
Conte knew his shit, man.
Fuck yeah. Yes, please.
Like how you do a crime and write it down and put it in the trash?
I'd be pissed. If I was Barry Bonds, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
That is funny. You know what's at risk here?
You would have signed baseball in the trash, bitch?
You wrote the fucking.
Yeah, that's how you get caught.
Dude, homeboy can kick. He's kicking the lower legs. He's doing that Pierre thing where he doesn't turn his hips over. He just soccer kicks your fucking calf. He's tough as shit.
Oh, Joe.
Sarah Bullock.
Oh my god.
Joe, let me ask you this: if you're back to the Connor thing, if you're Michael Chandler, what do you do?
Fight somebody.
You
Fight somebody. Yeah, Max Holloway, BMF. I hear people are talking about that fight. That's an amazing fight.
Mm-hmm.
He needs money.
Doing the Sphere.
You can't not fight for 2 fucking years.
He's pretty good. He's very smart. Has a bunch of businesses.
I'm sure, but wouldn't it be nice if he was making millions over those 2 years? Like, even if you're doing well, 2 years is a long time. He's got a family.
Yeah, and he's paid pretty handsomely from the UFC. You know. Yeah. Max Holloway, him BMF title. I like Max at 55 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
No, I smell it. Oh.
I do too, but the
Topuria
problem
went
is
hard in the paint.
they want Topuria, excuse me, versus Max. That's what Max wants.
I don't
That's
like
what he
it.
wants next. You don't like that?
Well, don't get me wrong. That's a great
45?
fucking fight. Yeah, I like Max at 55, especially now. He's getting a little older with his output. I think he can do a lot of damage there.
He's not old, dude. He's like 32.
Bro, in fighting years,
Yeah.
he's 77. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of.
How many
fucked
punches
up.
he's thrown?
Yeah,
He's 77
true.
years old.
Yeah,
But he's so smart. His
Oh,
style's so good.
Dude, outside, and if Islam goes to 170, I mean, I don't see why Max can't be champ.
I'm the best boxer in the UFC. Maniac.
Fucking coolest guy
impossible
alive,
to
too.
take down.
Char Bullet. Well, he's gotten a lot better with his takedown defense, but Tricoli's not exactly Bo Nickel.
No.
But it's a good
Yeah,
fight.
he's tough though. Rough.
But the thing is, like, Char Bullet's going to face this with everyone. That was a nice elbow in the clinch.
Yeah, it's going to get dicey for him. If he keeps
just
winning,
got him off. Wow.
Oh, he just hurt Tricoli.
Yeah, he
Tricoli's
did.
in trouble.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, he did.
Dropped on a single.
Yep.
dude, what do you do if you're the UFC? You put all this stock in Hamzat. It's just eventually they're just go fuck it. Fuck it. We got to move on.
So did he get food poisoning? Is that what happened?
Somebody from his team said that, and
But
then
then they backed off that story.
such a bad story. Come on, fellas.
Did they back off the story?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
What are
I
they
think
saying
Darren
now?
Till said something. I don't remember.
What are they saying?
Bo
now?
Nickel allude to the fact that he's always partying, like hanging out all the time.
That Hamzat is?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, Hamzat's got a lot of bread, bro.
He
Got
does?
a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's hanging out with some people that have a lot of money.
And the same people Khabib's hanging out with. You ever seen what Khabib has?
Yeah, he's
Have
got
you
some
ever looked at the land he owns in
Well,
Russia?
when you're friends with Putin,
They take care of their athletes, especially when they're fighting.
Yeah.
Bro.
also the Arabs, also the Saudis and stuff. Love
Yeah.
him. Khabib is wherever
Well-
he goes and should be.
Well,
too,
Hamzat is friends with that Kardiev guy. The guy who's the
Yes.
leader of Chechnya.
Yeah, he
He'll
won.
kill
He
you.
won a Nobel Peace Prize.
He'll kill
Did he
you.
really?
No, he did not. No,
I was like,
he's-
what the fuck are
no,
you talking about?
He's
I
not.
get that right.
He's he is not. He's a warlord.
There was a guy who used to fight for the UFC who left the UFC and went to work for him, and like his second guy.
Who's that?
Some dude, and then he wound up getting killed.
Kardiev.
I forget the
Kardiev's
guy's name.
Yeah,
but he fell out, and then
yeah. Kadyrov's father was blown to smithereens, and I believe he witnessed his father.
Do you think they're arguing about pronouns out there?
No. In fact, Hollywood basically, what was it? Boycotted Chechnya because it is Amnesty International said that the Chechen government was killing and torturing gay people.
oh, they definitely are.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
Chechens went, oh no.
Yeah, he was like he was
We're not
actually
getting the new
no.
Buzz Lightyear.
No, Kardiev had a ceremony because he was sanctioned more than any other leader by all the Western European countries in America, and he was given an award for being basically the biggest asshole. He threw himself the award. He was awarded.
Yeah,
the
with
guy.
Hamzat, it's tough
Whoa.
at the UFC because we don't even know if he can fight in the States, right? He can't fight here, and then
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
he has the longest COVID ever, right? He keeps getting hurt.
Well, the problem with him was when he got COVID, he would not stop training until he had full blown COVID, and he was just beating his body into the ground every day. And
It's
then
a
wound up in the
shame, man.
hospital multiple times in the
I
hospital.
know it's a shame. He's
Yeah.
a fucking boogeyman that might never come.
But when he fights, it's fucking pretty goddamn exciting.
Yep.
Although I did think Kamaru beat him in the third round. I was like, if that was
Correct.
a 5-round fight, that's a difficult fight for him.
Yep.
Because you're dealing with a real champion, knows how to pace himself, guy's been there, struggled before, knows what it feels like.
Also, he really doesn't have a significant win at 85.
No.
He's never beat 85 or
Not a real good one. Joe Miroshart, he's beaten a couple of guys.
not like
Hamzat
not
thing
that
was short notice.
Not that tip of the spear.
Excuse
though.
me, the Usman thing was not the tip of
He
the
knocked out.
And then you're gonna go to Robert Whittaker.
Right.
But I think the fact that
Big leap.
did he come in having 2 fights in 2 weeks?
In the early days of his career, he did that. Yes.
I think that forever has him in Dana's good graces.
Yeah. Well, he's also incredibly exciting.
Dude, Tricoli's taking
one of my
it now.
favorites.
He's taking a beating right now.
Well, Shara Bullet does wild shit like hook kicks off that front leg.
That's why you like him.
He's got a crazy gas tank. Look at him, just keeps hammering that front
Well,
leg.
he does hook kicks from like an open stance, which is weird. Not even bladed. He does he stands like an open stance, like an MMA stance. Look at that. Like the way he throws that front leg. His left leg is so interesting.
Also, nothing's better when you see a Dagestani and you assume wrestling, and then they're all striking.
Yeah.
Like Zabit.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
Yeah.
So when you see him, you're like, what the fuck?
God, I miss Zabit. The man. God, he was
By
good.
the way, what's his name is about to fight Whitaker. He's got a hell of a jab, and he's a very good
Al
striker.
Yeah. Al Scarab's good, man. He's very good.
He's very good. It's a tough fight for Robert Whittaker.
Yeah.
I actually think he's going to win.
Al Scarab?
I do.
Interesting.
I tell you, well,
What? It's a good fight. I'll tell you
I
that.
think
Al
it's a very
Scarab,
good fight.
the only loss that he has is Hamzat, and Hamzat caught him with a perfect uppercut.
And Hamzat said it was his toughest fight ever.
yeah, now, yeah, and
Oh,
that's exactly
Tricoli's
right.
in trouble.
He never took him down.
Tricoli's hurt. Tricoli's hurt.
Yeah, I knew this was gonna
Oh.
happen. He's just too tired, man. He's giving up.
Oh.
I love the body shot.
Oh, he dropped him. That's it. Shara Bullet.
Wow.
Shara
Wow.
Bullet. Let's go.
Damn, that was good.
Well, he just kept getting caught with shit.
With one eye,
One-eye
bro.
assassin. Good for him. And he showed way better takedown defense in this fight. So obviously he's
Better.
been training on that.
Yeah.
Way better. But obviously Tricoli's, again, not an elite wrestler, but fucking good fight.
There's not enough hours in the day to get him to elite level of wrestling.
Bro, they're so close to creating new eyeballs. Give this
Are
guy
they?
2 eyes, he's
I
gonna
hope
fuck
so.
everybody
I
up.
hope so.
Michael Bisping's gonna be reading signs at a distance.
I hope so, dude.
Yeah, they're close, man.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're close to developing artificial eyes. There's so much going on with medical science.
Yeah, there is.
But they can't fix hair.
You know what? He might not
They
want
can't
it.
fix
They can,
hair.
Ain't
they
that a
can
bitch?
they can kind of grow your hair back now
How?
if you get on it early.
Look
Yeah.
at Cowboy.
Like what?
Cowboy has a full set of hair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but he got hair transplant.
Fuck that. I want to grow hair. When are they going to do that for me?
Dude, even if I had hair, I'd shave my head. I really would.
Oh, you can. Oh no,
Yeah.
no, you
Yeah,
can.
you
I
can't
have
be
a
all of
good
a sudden
head.
you have a
It
whole
doesn't.
head.
No, it's.
I have a good head for being bald. I wish I had shaved my head earlier. I really do.
I'm surprised they
Didn't know how good I look
have,
bald.
they don't have dick transplants.
They do.
Word?
Yes.
use your thumb.
Yeah, people have had their dick blown
Yes.
off, like soldiers and shit.
You
Yeah, they're
use your
giving them.
thumb.
No, they give them a new dick. They
Yes.
give them a donor dick.
Yeah.
But they can't give you donor balls. You know why? Because the balls will always forever contain the sperm of the person who died.
Damn.
So, like, if you died and you gave your dick to Brian, Brian would have your kids. Brian would be able to shoot
That's
your.
better than nothing.
But it's crazy because you could shoot someone else's loads into a person and make your kids, and you're not even alive
That'd be
anymore.
pretty lit though.
Pretty lit.
If you get the right genetics.
If you like sign off on it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you say, I agree to let Brian have my kids.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Brian's a
Yeah.
knockdown. How tall is he?
He's got probably got a big heart. Let's go.
Don't donate my dick to science. Your DNA won't even be mixed with it a little bit.
Nope. 100%. It would be the person who owns the testicles, their dick.
They could fix that with stem cells.
No. You can't fix that. I mean, it's literally the DNA is embedded into the testicles. So your DNA would be, it's not like for the first couple of loads. It's forever.
How far away do you think we are from all that? 20 years?
Well, they've given people dick transplants.
Right.
That's
I'm
already
saying
happened.
like eyeballs and the
Oh,
other proteins.
yeah, about 20 years.
Yeah.
But they're also going to be able to, I think in 50 years, all this transgender shit, they're going to be able to change your sex
Yes.
for real.
Yes.
Like they're going to give you double X chromosome, you're going to go to
Oh, yeah.
XY.
But as soon as you can go back and forth, we're in trouble.
Yeah. Right. But, we're the XYs. We're the last of the Mohicans. One of the things that they found is that Neanderthal DNA in humans, none of it is the Y chromosome. They can't find Neanderthal DNA in Y chromosome. They find it in X chromosome. So it's all women being fucked by Neanderthals.
Really?
So yeah. So it's all
That would make sense.
human women being fucked by Neanderthal
That
men.
makes sense.
Or Neanderthal women being fucked by humans.
No, it's just a cave.
No.
No, it's the Y. You know, we're XY, women are XX. You cannot, they can't find the Y. It was at least an article I read. I don't know if it's accurate.
Fact.
Wild, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know there's a theory that Neanderthals, you know, we want to think that Neanderthals look like us. They're just different, kind of like fucked up heads and big bones. They were real thick. They were just like way heavier and denser. But there's this crazy theory that they looked like gorillas. And that we don't know what they looked like on the outside, and that they had big eyes that they could see at night like cats.
Yeah, damn.
Because they had eyes that are much larger than our eyes.
We were smarter than them.
Yeah, but also there's theories that they hunted us. There's some pretty cool documentaries on it.
Wouldn't they be more thinner?
No, they were bigger. They were short. Yeah, they were short but really heavy. They were like 5'7", 210 pounds,
So
and
they're
like freakishly strong, like a chimp.
So they're built like you.
Yeah, but freakishly strong like a chimp. You know, like not like a human, like me. I'm strong for a human.
Yeah.
They're strong like a chimp because massive bones, massive tendons, everything's dense, much bigger, thicker, heavier bone structure, everything different.
Is that what makes chimps so strong? Their tendon strength?
Everything makes them strong. First of all, how much plyometrics do those guys do?
God damn.
They're just throwing their body through the trees every day. Throwing themselves around.
But just there's just neck and head.
I don't know how accurate it is, but I also heard they don't have any. They don't have any medium
twitch
muscle fibers.
It's all fast.
So it's all fast or
and they go from 0 to 100 when it comes to anger.
Like they can
It's
be gentle,
I'm
like rubbing a
relaxed,
baby, or just rip your fucking arm.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That's all you need in the wild. The wild, you ain't running any marathons.
Right.
You're out there jogging, nice slow jog, working on your fucking zone
Cameron
2.
Haynes isn't
Yeah. There's no zone
I'll
2
run
in
the
the
animal
wild.
down.
Shower bullet, 1 tooth too, 1 eye, 1 tooth.
Giant
He was on the prelims too. They bumped him up.
Yeah, well, they lost a lot of good fights, which is just how it goes with this fucking sport, man.
It's been really rough this past month. They're like, God.
I know, especially this card. Jamal Hill versus Carlos Oberg. I was really looking for Jamal versus Khalil. Khalil is fucking scary. And for Jamal, I kind of like that Jamal. I hate that Jamal hurt his knee, but I kind of like that he's not jumping right back in after getting KO'd. Because I know everybody wants to do that because I got to get it back. But the reality is, he got fucking flatlined by one of the scariest punchers on earth.
They're doing him a favor. And then I'm not saying he couldn't win the fight. I think for the longevity of his career, it's better that he got hurt.
Oberg's fucking scary too.
Oh, yeah.
And so's Khalil.
Very scary.
Khalil fights like you just killed his dog. He really does. Khalil's
He's a man.
terrifying. And his fucking technique is so sharp.
Here we go.
Oh, Kelvin's next.
Kelvin
versus G-Rod.
Misses all that weight. You know, he has a show called Missing Weight where he eats food.
That's hilarious.
And then he missed weight. He was eating tacos. He goes, definitely ain't making weight. And that came out like a week ago.
He is a wild, rough dude.
He's so talented.
Bro,
too.
I had a conversation with him maybe 8 years ago at the store. 8 years ago.
He was always at the store.
Always at the store. We were hanging out, and I said, Kelvin, if you just got disciplined and dropped down to 170, you're a world champion. He's like, I know. Meanwhile, here we are. 8 years later, he's fighting 185.
He's like, I know. Check out this new show.
Check out this burrito I just ate.
That's so funny, man. Yeah, because he's 5'8". I mean,
Yeah.
he's not tall.
85, yeah. And then think about it. Even at 85, he went toe to toe. One of my top 5 middleweight fights, him versus Izzy.
You mean,
Oh my God.
Sonya?
How about when Izzy at the end of the round
There's
said,
no
I'm
problem
prepared
here.
to die?
Yeah, he goes, there's
He
no
said,
problem
I'm prepared
here.
to die.
Switch one. Gangster.
What was that, James? He was like looking at Adam, said, I'm prepared to die.
Yeah. Well, that's because, who was it? Who was the ref? Herb Dean goes, you know, you okay? He goes, is there a problem? He goes, there's no problem here. I'm ready to die. Fucking
Izzy, different level.
different level shit.
Izzy.
There it is. Like rating best tacos ever. Missing weight with Kelvin Gaslam.
That is so funny. It's so funny that,
That was
it's called
4 weeks
that.
ago.
It's so funny
Yeah,
that
he's
it's
a
called
maniac.
that. That is such a funny name.
Does he own the place?
Nope. No, he just does
He just loves tacos.
like a lot of these guys, they have to do something as they're phasing out of their career. And some of them do a podcast, they do different things, but Kelvin's just known for being, he's just an incredible fighter, but not that weight. That's not his weight. But meanwhile, he goes down to 170. Who's he fight? Sean Brady, who's a fucking gorilla. Sean Brady was here on the podcast.
He's
He was,
the man.
he was walking in front of me, and we were walking into the studio. His back is like It's like a triple back.
Yeah,
it's like got triple back muscles.
He's fighting Gilbert Burns.
Ooh, I
He's
like
such
that.
a
When is
beast.
that?
They announced, I think, September. We'll have to check that.
I've talked to people that train with him. Said his fucking top pressure
Sean Brady?
is all
Savage.
They're charged.
What's he weight? What's he walk around? 200 probably.
Oh, easily 200. I'm 200. He's way bigger than me. Like I'm looking at his back. His back was fucking massive, man. He's so thick.
Yeah.
So fucking strong
So
and
strong.
elite technique, man. His jujitsu technique is so good.
But he's a wrestler first, right?
He started out wrestling, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but really good striking too. But he's got that one loss. But, you know, it's to Bilal. Bilal's elite too.
Bilal's fucking good. No one gives him credit. Now, when Bilal being like, oh, Brady's just not very good, and then you find out Brady's pretty fucking good, and that's how good Bilal is.
Yeah, Bilal's really fucking good.
well,
And that was also Bilal training with Khabib and
Correct.
Islam and those guys in Dagestan, which I think brought him to a totally new level.
Bilal told me that like just standing up against Khabib is pretty much impossible for him.
Good
Like
story.
wrestling.
Hey, give me the lighter.
D-Rod.
D-Rod. He's a fun
D-Rod
one.
can
D-Rod was
throw
so
his
pissed.
hands.
He was so pissed because Kelvin was so heavy he couldn't do a catch weight, bro.
Headline Fight Night, September 7th. Let's go.
Look at Calvin.
Yeah.
D-Rod was pissed because he was like, bro, who doesn't make weight? Like, and he goes, we were down to do a catch weight. He's too heavy. He can't do a catch weight.
Wait.
They were supposed to do a catch weight?
Yeah.
What was it supposed to be?
I think they tried, so they were going to do 175, and they're like, you can't do it. 180, can't do it.
God damn.
So Calvin did make weight, though. He made 185.
He made 185.
Well, 185 is what they agreed to.
But D-Rod
made weight.
also trains with Joe Schilling.
Yeah, LA's finest.
But D-Rod started as
D-Rod's
a boxer, I think, yeah?
He's fun. This will be a good fight, as long as it doesn't go to the ground.
This will be an entertaining fight, yeah.
I think it's going to be a slugfest.
It should be, most likely. Calvin is fucking dangerous on the feet, man. His combinations are so fluid. He's so sharp and fluid off the feet. It's just like if Calvin had the kind of discipline that like Kamaru Usman has, he would be world champion. You remember when he fought Uriah Hall?
Fuck yeah.
I mean, everybody was like, Uriah Hall's the next Anderson Silva. And Calvin's
He'd be
like,
an Ultimate Fighter finale.
Yep.
It's a cool story. Check this out.
Yep.
Beast.
Look at it. I mean, come on,
He's
man.
a beast. Where did he wrestle at? Because he started
How about when he
wrestling.
knocked out Bisping? My
In
God.
China?
Yeah.
I
bro.
hated that for Bisping. That drove me nuts.
Bro,
Tim Kennedy?
Tim
Oh,
Kennedy.
God.
There's the Bisping one. I mean,
Oh my God, he's a beast. He is a beast.
He's a fucking animal, man.
All those clips are from a long time ago.
That's the problem. He had the window.
I don't mean to be a hater, but
the window was there. The window was there.
No, I was hating.
I think he trains out of Cejudo's camp, right?
Yeah, they're boys.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
those
both
guys
drinking
train
and eating together.
They train their ass off. Those guys.
That was from 15 years ago.
But that's real, man.
That's real. I mean, I wish that guy would show up.
That left hand was something serious.
Fuck yeah, you can crack, man.
It's
He's a
so hard to maintain the fucking grind, and that's what's up.
Especially if you don't love it.
Yeah. I think after a while they don't love it anymore because it just breaks
Well,
them.
and also the worst part of fighting is cutting weight. Because those last 5 pounds is the worst of the worst. And you're getting
there he
older and
is.
enjoys food and you're out for a
That's
while.
my man. The man, the myth, the legend. Orion, how you living, Tim? Can you hear me? Oh, wait, just one moment. Okay, can you speak again, please? Can you leave and come back? I can't. Let's see. What can I hear? Are you speaking? I see your things lighting up.
So many nice things about Kamala Harris this week. I've been
Can you leave and come back? Is there any way?
she's given me the opportunity to. I've tried to say nice things in the past, and it doesn't
If
work
not,
because she doesn't prepare
just give me.
herself.
I can't. I got it. Let me see if I can do it on this phone.
Great so far.
Okay, I see it. Okay, just a moment. I don't know what's going on. Let me use this device. It has 2%. It's weird. Okay, here we go. Yo, dog. Can you speak? One more time? There he is. Yeah. Alright, check. Okay, you're good there. Interesting. Why can't I hear you over here? Just one moment. Let me have this one moving to that. How are you? Hey, I've had Go ahead.
I like to see what you're doing.
Excellent. I'm glad. That's what I want people to do. So we just had our 4th podcast. I host, well, and I did another podcast last night. So what did we do last night? I did a podcast with Banjo and Alex, Banjo and Alex, something like that. And then I've done 4 myself. The first one was with Prince Justin. The second was with CLB69. The third was with X Straight Savage. And the 4th was with Orlando Jet. These are pretty big streamers, meaning some of them get paid to stream. So that's really cool. Yeah, so I just published them on Spotify, Apple Music, on Amazon Music, iHeartRadio. I'm everywhere, baby. Already, I did this within 24 hours. I've done 4 fucking podcasts. That's pretty good. How are things in your life? You're looking great.
Thank you.
I
feel pretty good today.
Excellent. How's your Fiverr account?
Well, it's coming along.
There you go. Excellent.
Hey,
Hey, do you want to be on my podcast? Do you want to be on my podcast? You don't even know what it is.
Yeah, so like I can come up with questions and topics.
No, it's nothing like that. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. That's a different podcast. I want to do those podcasts too, but it's not about that. It's 20 minutes of your time. You answer 73 questions just like everybody else in here. They're easy questions. They're like, what's your favorite food? What's your favorite color? That kind of shit. And you don't have to answer anything you don't want to answer. You can always say pass. Feel free to think about it. You don't have to be the next one. You're good. I've got some people already lined up. So just take your time to think about it. But you could plug whatever you want. You could not plug whatever you want. You could go on. You don't have to give your name. You can just be like, hey, this is at Orion on Discord or whatever. And then the questions are like, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What's your favorite movie? What's your favorite book? That kind of stuff. It's just like, things that are quick. It comes from Vogue's 73 question series. So, Vogue magazine, they have a thing where they interview people and you just do these questions. And so there aren't really any controversial questions. So, I mean, if you want to say something controversial, you're more than welcome to. But they're mostly like, what are you passionate about? That kind of stuff. So just think about it. And it doesn't have...
Hang on. Are you going to be asking, are you a shoe or handbag now?
Yeah, kind of. But not really that question. I change it. So like when they're like, are you heels or flats? I'll ask like, what's your preferred shoe? Or do you rather go barefoot? But yeah, you can see the questions that I'd ask you. Yeah, exactly. So just look up Vogue 73 question series, and you'll see people have answered them themselves. And it's also not anything like that you would, I feel like as a security professional, you can read through them. I don't think it's like any kind of major security.
No, I know how to answer questions, but so not that I'm like good at lying or anything, but I mean, if I had to, if I really had to, like something I realized that my life has that I trained myself to do because of the environment I grew up in. Like I had to grow up to survive, so I grew up having to be a people pleaser. Otherwise, I would have unsavory, very unsavory times. By unsavory, I mean my parents would be very mean, and I didn't realize it until more so recently. But the reason why I had supported a lot of political stuff that I have in the past was simply just because my parents said that was right. Said, "Oh, this is how it is supposed to be." But when I really asked myself, how do I feel about this? Like, how do I really feel? Is this me? Or is this somebody that told me to feel like this because that's how they feel? Or, and I see that growing up, there were phrases like liberal, you're nothing but a liberal, you're a cancer to society. What else? Communist, bitch, whatever. Communist cocksuckers. Dude, just essentially not far right wing. Not like all that all the time, but it was a lot of it. A lot of homophobia, a lot of xenophobia, a lot of phobia of homosexuals.
Okay,
like that.
yeah,
So,
you don't have to get into any of that, though. It's nothing controversial.
I'm getting to my point. So I grew up being basically groomed into being a right wing, not extremist, but a right wing staunch conservative. That's the way I was raised. And so deep down inside of me, I know a staunch conservative is really just a Nazi in hiding, essentially. There's not much difference. Yeah, the staunch right-wing conservative isn't committing acts of genocide. However, their ideologies do not condone the unification of the human race. I made, dude, last night on Monkey, I met this obviously racist guys. These guys dress up in masks, right?
Okay.
And they'll start spewing a bunch of racist shit. Well, I talked with one last night, and really the only racist thing he dropped was the N-bomb, right? He dropped the hard R. But everything else this guy was saying, like I saw it, and like I see the influence of cultures. I see what society used to be with certain things. However, the way it was back then, what was bad. Like there's people in this country that still are still against civil rights. They believe that the civil rights movement destroyed a lot of America, and in a sense, it did. Yeah, it really did. It destroyed white-only businesses and black-only businesses. It destroyed the racial divide that was within the country, and now we got people like this dude and other dudes, mainly dudes. I come across hardly any females. Hardly any females are ever like, I hate this person, I hate that person. Generally, when a female's like, yeah, I hate this racist, when she's already with a dude that is openly racist. I've never come across a chick that is literally openly racist. Ever. In my time. Ever. I've never come across a chick, at least up here in the north, I've never come across a chick that's openly racist. Unless she's with a man that is already saying, yeah, I hate white people. Because, well, there's several things that contribute to that, but I grew up having to please these people, learning them, and so essentially when it comes to answering questions, I have this instinct to try to say the thing that people will agree with the most to avoid confrontation. That's just something that comes into me, and it can be applied for cybersecurity, right? People are asking questions like, I know what they want to hear, right? I can hear it when they're asking and how they're asking it for what they want to hear. And it's just something I learned at a very young age, to not get my ass whooped. To not be that person that's laughed at the dinner table and, then left alone for the rest of the evening, when all I want to do is have a friend to play with, someone that will. Yeah. Anyways, I'm getting into some other stuff there, but no, I can answer your questions without controversy. It's just
Excellent. Well, then we don't have to do it right now, but I'd love to have you on, and you can plug whatever you want. We'll get to know you better. How's your day going?
It's going pretty good. I just chilling right now, drinking coffee.
Oh yeah. How do you take your coffee? How do you take your coffee?
Straight black.
Oh yeah.
If I could though, if I had the machinery and the finances, I would have an espresso machine, and I would make a double shot of espresso.
Okay.
And then I would put that into some chai tea.
Interesting. That's the way to go?
That's what I would do if I had the money to get whatever coffee making equipment I desire. But I don't. It's the same money. It's like the cheapest thing, right?
Right.
Straight black coffee.
I'm in agreement with you.
How's your morning going there?
So far, so good, man. I just did 2 podcasts with people, which is really great. And now, what I'm gonna do is uploading a video to Spotify. Yeah, okay. So I had this issue, which I'll be able to solve, where I just did this podcast just impromptu. It was essentially spur of the moment. So I haven't researched like the best software and stuff to use, but essentially what I am doing is now going through and creating videos for them. I have some of the video, but it just has to be edited. And if you know anything about photo editing, it's a huge pain in the ass. So I've just been getting that done. So as of right now, I've done 4 podcasts in 24 hours or so. And I've got some lined up with some other people, which is really great. And the people with whom I've done them, they're pretty big streamers on Kick. And so that's exciting to always get new people in here to find out about my project, about what I do. And I've got some other people who want to interview me. I did an interview last night as well. And it went well. And I basically just do AMAs where people just ask me whatever they want. And I do my best to answer it. Yeah. So now what I'm doing, I have the 4 podcasts on Spotify already. They're on Amazon. They're on all the big ones, Apple and iHeartMedia and some others. Now what I'm doing, I have to upload the video, and I'm just working on the best system of how to be able to get the best video. Like, I know people want horizontal video, but I'm recording it on my phone. There's a lot. I mean, just to even produce video with a podcast is already rare. Most podcasts are not video podcasts. So I'm already bridging a gap. But I recognize, like, everything is so visual today, especially on these platforms, that I want to make it so that when people take a look at what I've got, they go to it and see it visually. Now, I ran into a couple issues where either the app didn't record at all, or it didn't record sound. And fortunately, I have backups, and I have backups and backups and backups and backups and backups that I was able to make it so that I am pretty good with being able to hear most of what took place. So that's good. But that's quite an undertaking. I mean, I've never done a podcast before, and I know people do it professionally. That's not why this is. This is for me to be able to talk to a major streamer for 20 minutes without doing anything but hearing good things about them, basically, and then getting the attention of their audience. Then their audience knows who I am. It's pretty brilliant.
So I can help you figure out a good software to use. It's just the good software that works. You'll be spending some money.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I just want it to be free. And I'm sure somebody makes open source free software, like an OBS version for podcasting.
Yeah, I wonder if you could use OBS to record podcasts.
A man visiting Death Valley has been taken to the hospital to be treated for third-degree burns on his feet. The Cleveland Clinic says a third-degree burn destroys the first 3 layers of skin and fatty tissue. The man who was visiting the U.S. from Belgium was walking barefoot Saturday in some sand dunes.
Okay, so is OBS good for podcasting? It's not the most ideal platform for podcasting with remote guests, but it probably can work if you're recording in one location and don't need separate tracks. So if you're all on the same, if you all are in the same room, right, you could be running a system that has OBS and record everybody, right, all the audio. However, if you're connected to the internet or something, you're going to be running the hiccups because OBS doesn't have a group feature, like wirelessly connect, like how Discord, how we can connect our cameras, mics, and talk to each other, see each other, right? OBS doesn't have this kind of feature. If they did, to where people could just connect into a room, it would be more possible. But yeah, they're more on like the individual software kind of dealio. Because it's free.
Right.
Free software, you'll run into many issues. Like, yeah, there's some free source software out there, but
that's what I want. I'm sure somebody makes it, and I'll find
I
out.
can use my cybersecurity skills. Now that I think about it, I would probably be really good at finding that free piece of software from a reputable.
Rob, I think it's as easy. I could be wrong, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Going to Reddit and typing in what is free podcast software. And there is someone from the Reddit subreddit that has the best podcast software and a bunch of people who have vetted this software. I don't want something that's like, hey, here are the 10 best. I don't want that. I want somebody who's really used it and a bunch of people who can tear it apart. What are your thoughts?
He says they found some Teflon from an eroded seal lodged in a filter, and that another seal was deformed and bulging. NASA says there are some backup options.
I'm looking. Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Check some problems on the 5 with
There's a bunch of them.
I would love to be one of those astronauts that's stuck up there. Indefinitely. How can I get up there? Every single new GMC Sierra 1500 in stock is on sale at Thorson Motor Center. Check out the savings. You can get a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 AT4X 6.2-liter engine, and you get a $7,523 Thorson discount. $2,700 worth of a factory rebate.
Audacity. That's a good name.
Oh, yeah. I know that one.
That is $13,700.
Is that one free?
Yeah, it's free.
Perfect.
That's the first one that pops up on Google, Audacity.
No, not Google. Reddit.
Audacity.
What?
Audacity
What
is
is?
big, and they have a reputation of hold.
Yeah, but what's Reddit, sir?
That was Reddit.
Oh, okay. You said it came up first in Google. What comes up in Reddit?
So okay, so it came up. So all right, what I googled was best free podcast software, and it comes. Google will gives its list right in Audacity starts with the A, so it's up. Well, I don't know. Yeah, this isn't even in alphabetical order, but Audacity is the first one. GarageBand, Adobe Fiction, Riverside, Alito, Alphonic, Descript, Logic Pro, Reaper, Squadcast Studios, Hindenburg Journalist, Spotify for podcasters, Zencaster, Hindenburg Pro, Sound Tool, etc. It goes on, but Audacity is the biggest one there. I'd have to say.
Very cool.
But then right below that, it gives Reddit, best free podcasting, podcast recording software. And the top comment is Audacity on the PC has been wonderful, and then
I don't know if you know this person. He's my friend Orlando Jet. Just one moment. I'm going to tell him something. Orlando Jet. Rabbi posted in your Discord and sent you a DM with a YouTube link to our recent podcast. Will you please look at it? Question mark.
Okay. Here's another comment I got. I'm reading.
Just one moment, Orion. Just a moment. Just a moment. If you want to see this guy, it's at pic.com/Orlando Jet with 2 T's. Excellent. Okay, I'm back. Orion, so you're saying Audacity is the way to go?
What's up?
You're saying Audacity is the way to go?
Well, yeah, that's what this is. But then I came across this other comment. It's not the top light comment, but it seems to be based from out of experience rather than out of. This is what I've heard, rather than word of mouth. It's this comic, the context of this comic comes from experience. So, Christy, said, I started with Audacity, but a year in, learned Reaper and will never look back. It's a trial period. Its trial period is extensive, and it's it's only a one-time payment after that. Though audio quality has more to do with the recording space and mic than your DAW. And I'm guessing your DAW is some type of internal software. Right?
I'll have to try a few of them and see which one works best.
But I have also heard of Reaper.
Yeah, that might be one to try.
But how much is that one-time payment?
I don't know. I'm going to find something that's free. I can tell you that. It's going to be 100% free. I'm not going to pay for a dime of it. And if it doesn't work, then I'll find something else. Do you know that? And the reason why I say this is because YouTube has a podcast feature for free. So I can just use that.
It's $8.
Okay. YouTube is free. And it already publishes it to YouTube for you.
Yeah. All right. Hang on. So, yeah, YouTube is free. Right?
Yeah. There's a YouTube podcast function.
If you want to take your podcast, you want to upload your own podcast, do it yourself, and how do I say this? Well, using what is there, like for YouTube, would be free. It's going to be stuck to YouTube's terms of service.
No, I mean, you just record it, you download it, and then you put it wherever you want. Spotify, you put it on Apple Podcasts, you put it wherever you want. If YouTube wants to take it down, they're allowed to take down whatever they want. It's already on Spotify. It's already on Audible. It's already on Apple Podcasts. It's already on Amazon Music. So, I mean, it's already out there. You're just using their software, and there's nothing that they can really do to stop you from doing that. Now, I understand if they came out and they banned your account, okay, then that's a little bit different. But they offer it, and it's free. It's literally when you click on create, upload a video, go live, there's an option for like create playlist, create podcast, and you click the create podcast, and then you have the opportunity to record your podcast just like you do a YouTube video. Now, yeah.
Oh, dang it. Hang on. They're not sticking anymore. Hang on one second.
I'm not saying it's the best way, but it's explorable for free.
Check out how sticky these bugs are.
Oh, hell yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh,
no,
hell
so
yeah.
This is part of a plant. This isn't all what I grew. I harvested a plant. It was almost ready for, like, it was almost completely flowered. But I was like, I need some weed to smoke, like, because this is my medicine right here, right?
Hell yeah.
I have ADHD, depression, anxiety, PTSD, and this is what I use to cope.
Hell yeah.
This is what helps me get through the day. This is what, like, if all our veterans had access to some premium cannabis, you know, their life returning to the United States would be so different. Anyway.
I'm in agreement with you on that. And you should know that one of the people I interviewed this morning is the biggest marijuana user on Kick. So I completely represent that. Good on you. Hey, welcome. How are you? Dog, this is chilly. What up, pimp? All right, to each their own. What is the strand of that greenery that you have?
Watermelon.
Oh, hell yeah, dog. Good on you.
Well, here, hang on 1 second. I got some downloaded photos. Check. Jade. Was booked on suspicion of murdering her wife, Chen Fei, on July 18th, and the woman with the samurai sword is the mother of the murdered woman. Wow, yeah. Bizarre. Dude, I think they gave me the wrong lead.
Really?
The wrong lead.
That was weird. Where did he poop? He didn't poop anywhere on the walk.
Yeah, so my watermelon is turning out totally different. Like the buds are supposed to be purple. None of my leaves are supposed to be purple. But I know what kind it is. It's not watermelon. It's what I've been calling it.
Exactly. Guys, stop. It's hot. It's getting hotter. That's fine, right? I think everybody's.
Let me go to this fucking site because I'm gonna write them a fucking complaint.
You do it. I'm here for you, man.
Because the reason why I got the watermelon was because the buds were supposed to be pink. But the buds that are supposed to be pink, the leaves are turning purple, and they shouldn't be turning purple.
Right. Welcome. Hello, hello. I'm glad that you're here. Who's our newest friend? We got Jane Chili. Living like pimps. How'd you hear about me? Welcome. So, apologies, Orion. You were saying that you've been calling it watermelon, but that you don't think that that's accurate, and that you're contacting the farmers, the maker.
Yeah, the seed company, because so the only reason why I even got watermelon was because it was pink and it looked, when it flowered, it looked really cool, right?
Yes.
Like here, this is what it was supposed to look like.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, right?
Beautiful.
Right? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Flower. But hang on, let me pull up the other photo that I have up right now. But it's turning out. Let me take this blur off with my camera.
USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
But it's turning out like that.
Oh, wow.
Now, don't get me wrong, the buds are fat, and it gets you pretty stoned.
Yeah.
I mean, I maybe smoked 3 bongos, not even 3 bongos yesterday, dude. I smoked 2, and then I was about to. Dude, I was so tired, I was gonna pass out.
Oh, wow. That's pretty intense, dog.
It's good weed. It's great. We're very good, but the other two are the other 2 kinds are turning out the way they're supposed to turn out.
Excellent.
They're looking like OG Kush and China Silver Haze. Like the OG Kush looks exactly like the OG Kush. Shiny Silver Haze looks exactly like the Shiny Silver Haze. The watermelon does not look like watermelon. It looks like Tropical Mirage.
Hey, just one moment. I've got to do something with my phone. I'll be right here, and it will take me less than a minute. But if you're wondering where I'm going, I just have to have this thing record.
Yeah, just take your time, man. I got anywhere to go right now. Especially be yo, Chili, you got a mic? Chili.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, July 25th. We'll start off today back in 1941. At age 41, Lefty Grove of the Boston Red Sox wins his 300th and final game of his career, beating the Cleveland Indians 10-6. We'll jump way ahead, and today in 2010, Jamie McMurray's victory in the Brickyard 400 gives owner Chip Ganassi the first team triple crown in American auto racing, winning the Daytona 500, Indianapolis 500, and the Brickyard 400 in the same year. McMurray won the season-opening Daytona 500 in February, and Ganassi IndyCar Series driver Dario Franchitti won the Indy 500 in May.
I'm back. We'll see if that works. The cool thing is, if I don't have the conversation on one device, we've got it on so many different devices and other people's streams that we're pretty backed up. Pretty backed up, I should say.
Listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, artist radio playlists, and more? Yep, free to download and free to use. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can search and play any song, enjoy unlimited skips, download all your music to your phone to listen offline with no connection, unlimited playlist creation, and so much more. Try it out free for 30 days and see what the iHeartRadio All Access experience is like. Why not? Open the iHeartRadio app and in Settings, tap to start your free 30-day trial. Everything you love about free iHeartRadio, plus so much more. iHeartRadio All Access. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app. Steve Gregory, coming up this week on Unsolved, we highlight another cold case or challenging case that needs just that one little piece of evidence or witness to step up. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to go deep on a case. They stay with you. The ones that are unsolved, they stay with you. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, Saturday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet today with both President Biden and Vice President Harris. Netanyahu will hold talks with Biden at the White House, while Harris will hold her own separate meeting. Isn't it weird that everyone refers to her as Kamala and not Harris? It's weird to say Harris. I think that's good for her. I think it's good. I think it humanizes her.
Is it just because it's an unusual name?
I think it's because it's a woman.
If her name was Joan, they would refer to her as Joan.
I think they would.
Really?
I think so.
I mean,
it's well, hey, it's a woman.
Everybody refers to her as Hillary.
Right. It's a woman.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard people call you Farron.
Matt calls me Farron all the time.
That's a teen thing.
That's a dude environment thing.
Hey, Gary and Shannon. Yeah, Gavin's just trying to clean up the docs because once people start looking at how California is, they're going to wonder what the hell you've been doing here for the last 2 years.
Hey, Shannon and Gary, love your show. Just wanted to say, Shannon, you are right on.
640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Hey, if your keyword goes on that website, and we'll let you know via email if you won the $1,000.
We talked about what was it, Badlands 135? Is that what it's called?
Race, yeah.
The race.
How it's going.
That starts in Death Valley and ends at Mount Whitney there in Lone Pine.
I just can't imagine.
The chafing. Well, they have different. Remember, Michael Clark used to have different salves that he would rub on himself. He rode his bike here to Burbank from Westchester every day. And he had a bunch of different creams and ointments and all sorts of things that he would rub on himself.
There's one, I can't remember what it's called. Some kind of
what were you gonna say?
It's a product with Glide in the name of it. It's not that. It's not what you're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything.
It's you can put it in your darker parts to keep things from chafing.
Okay, so let's get back. Darker parts.
Yo, dog. How are you? Jay, do you speak? Jay. Jay. Yo, pimp. Pimp named Jay. Pimp named Jay. Pimp named Jay. Wow, wow, wow. Pimp named Jay. Pimp named Jay. How you living, pimp? I'll be looking like a pimp. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Biggest event ever.
Climate. Money looked it out, and it is on his own, and he was in extreme pain. The man and his family recruited other park visitors to help. Now, how would that conversation go? I think there's a lot of people willing to experience 123-degree heat. That would be crazy.
I want to have that experience.
Well, some people are brave. It turns out that I want to know what that conversation was like, though. Were they saying, "Hey, what's a good name for a Belgian guy?"
I'll Google it.
All right. Well, you do that. Just think, give me the most popular male Belgian name, and the family. Probably some of them also wearing flip-flops.
Noah, Arthur, and Liam are the most popular names.
I like Liam.
I do too. Let's call him Liam.
Our friend, my dad, Liam, here, you see the one with the skin melting off the bottom of his feet. What happened to his feet? Well,
he's an idiot. Dad's an idiot.
Well, is he not wearing shoes? Well, he was wearing flip-flops. In the desert, at 123-degree heat, he was wearing flip-flops. Yeah, but he needs help getting out. Why did he think flip-flops were good?
I would just have left him there with his melted feet. Said, Liam, you're on your own. You're a dumbass.
They were able to carry him to the Sand Dunes parking lot where the Rangers were able to look at his injuries. Obviously, they want to fly him out. That's a pretty significant problem. But they can't fly him out because a helicopter can't generate lift in temperatures of 120-plus degrees. So they drove him to a much cooler spot where it was only 109. And then got him into a helicopter and took him off. Even rangers who work in the park tend to wear gloves when they're working because they know that everything can get hotter than hell.
The story that may affect us all the most today is a story about Southwest Airlines making a massive change. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Harry and Shannon will continue. Deborah Clark is live with the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Israel has announced it has found the bodies of 5 hostages taken by Hamas. ABC's Jordana Miller says the bodies were in a tunnel in southern Gaza.
The IDF says the 3 civilians and 2 soldiers were among those Hamas murdered during its October 7th surprise attack, taking the bodies back to Gaza.
She says the families are grateful for the recovery, but also angry the hostages were not protected. She says many of the families of the remaining report will help find the people who killed a Marine in Bellflower. Lieutenant Patricia Thomas says they're not sure why Peter Shutala was attacked. On Tuesday, May 28th, at approximately 2:02 in the morning, deputies responded to a vehicle versus pedestrian hit and run traffic collision call at the intersection of Virginia Avenue and Artesia Boulevard. Thomas says Shutala had been brutally beaten by two men who left him in the middle of the street. Sometime later, he was hit by a car. Shutala was an active duty Marine who served tours in Afghanistan and other Marine units. California has the most confrontational drivers. Forbes Advisor surveyed 10,000 drivers across every state. Now, California has the highest percentage of drivers who have experienced some type of road rage interaction. That includes being cut off on purpose, cursed at, threatened, tailgated. Hawaii ranked last on the list with the fewest number of road confrontations. The Gun Violence Archive says from 2014 to 2023, the number of violent road rage incidents increased by more than 400% in the U.S. Excessive heat warnings or advisories are in place for many areas in LA County, and more triple-digit temperatures are likely in the Antelope Valley. The National Weather Service says there's a low chance of showers and thunderstorms across the interior parts of the area through today. The heat advisory has been issued for the IE until 10 tonight. Excessive heat warnings are in effect until tomorrow in the Coachella Valley, with temps expected to reach 116, but the weekend should be a little cooler.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
President Biden says he decided to end his run for re-election because the defense of democracy is more important than any title. He endorsed Vice President Harris for president and said yesterday the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
America's going to have to choose between moving forward, backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division.
He did not directly call out former President Trump, but has called him an existential threat to democracy. Southland weather from KFI, it's not again. Advisory in effect until 10 tonight for the valleys of the IE. Highs in the mid to upper 70s for the beaches, mid 70s to around 90 metro LA, 90s to the triple digits in the valleys and the IE, low 90s in Lindo C. Right now, 83 in La Palma, it's 82 in Irvine. We have a crash on 105 in Linwood.
Coming down through your westbound community, right on the 710, looks like it's the left lane that's off limits, and it's going to be a busy one for you from not too far before the 710. So, yeah, it looks like it's heaviest for you driving westbound on 105, leaving the 710 as you make it over to Long Beach Boulevard, so maybe it's a little closer to Wellington Avenue.
That was fun.
Notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Holders, longtime producers of travel guides and related content have put together a list of the top 10 fast food chains in the U.S. And there's not a clown, king, or redhead in sight. Topping the list is Culver's, a Wisconsin-based chain founded in 1984 and found mostly in the Midwest, known for their butter burgers and cheeseburgers. And second is the 19-year-old Shake Shack, that started in New York City, which also serves beer and wine. A rarity is on the list. In-N-Out Burgers, serving the West and Southwest since 1948, is at number 3. Followed by Texas-founded Whataburger, spending 73 years serving the Lone Star State and the rest of the South. Chicken restaurant Raising Cane's, founded in Baton Rouge in 1996, rounding out the top 5. Other notable names on the top 10 include Five Guys and White Castle, the favorite restaurant of Harold and Kumar.
Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
As big as it is, because
with how this entire thing started?
It was the sixth grade. If you're not knowledgeable enough to count anything in the absence, it's not. It's the happening of horror. One night, a woman came screaming out of there. It was running with no shoes on.
It's been 10 years.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Joe, why did you tell the class what you did this weekend?
Well, my dad and I went and searched some magical minnows and found a zillion of them in the stream from our lookout rock. And my sister and I escaped from an eagle stalking. I went back to my super twin fort for safety. Then we told stories till it got dark, and the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Where were you, Joe? We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground and in the air 24 hours a day. No Gold Driver, KFI in the sky. In the plane, we can get to the scene of any kind of news story faster than anyone on the ground and describe that breaking news to you. You will not get that from an app or any other radio station, quite frankly. Rely on one station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies.
Southern California's only airborne traffic reports for Gold Driver, KFI in the sky.
I mean, insane. The guy's insane. It's such a good way.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Picture Jim Harbaugh from the Chargers trading.
He's got the crazy eyes, which you've got to love as a football fan.
That if you and I tried to make our eyes that big, like it would look like we were forcing our eyes open. But for him, it's just the way it goes. A new report came out today. It said economic activity was considerably stronger than expected during the second quarter. Commerce Department came out and said the real gross domestic product, which is a measure of all the goods and services produced during the period, the April through June period, increased at 2.8% annualized pace adjusted for seasonality and inflation. The Dow Jones economists said they were only looking for about 2% to 1%. So they did it much better than expected.
So we had the game on here yesterday, the match. What do you call a soccer game? Match. Okay, we had the match on. Team USA fell 3-0 to France at Marseille Stadium yesterday. It was not good. The Americans managed to record 3 of their 9 shot attempts on goal. U.S. sitting at the bottom of the table in Group A with 0 points. Will look bad to bounce back when they take on New Zealand on Saturday.
Also, more men's and women's soccer matches today. Rugby, archery, handball, they're all starting, even though the opening ceremonies for the Olympics aren't until tomorrow night. Angels beat the Mariners 2-1. They'll come home and host the A's tonight. The Giants beat the Dodgers 8-3. What do you know? But they'll play again this afternoon. And this marks the return of Bill Kershaw to the mound just after 1 o'clock today. So we can expect that before we get into our topic.
Guess what? I don't live in the country, but I can get perfect. I listen to you every morning. Over 5,000 tickets. I love you both. Yeah.
I'm going to my robot right now. Yeah, I'm taking over for a kid. Everyone on 6 knows that you don't need to go to the girl. But I'm going to show you what my robot is. Just one moment. I'm going to join it, and I'm going to show you. So you're like, wow. That's how it's going. One moment, and I join this call.
Why do you guys gather in a phone and putting it on the air? Why?
Wow, that was a lot of. I got a message from one of our friends, and she says, after Biden's train wreck debate and immediately following that, the
I was as close as I was ever. All he had to do at that point was just chill for the next few months. Whether it was sincere or not, if he could have just been a kinder, gentler, more pragmatic Trump, he would have absolutely won me over. I'm sure about him in that
Southwest Airlines says they will be ending their cattle call open seating and will actually offer extra legroom seats on its airplanes.
So we're friends now.
So that they could have an assigned seat.
Well, and I also wonder what they can do for the time. Delta does it, you know, I forget what the verbiage is, but group 5, and you go to the back of the plane, and then they do group 4, and then group 3, and what have you. So they kind of load it back to front. Some
With the exception of first class.
With the exception of first class.
Some Diamond Jubilee pass or whatever they are.
Sparkle of Princess, Diamond, Radar. But you know, and then in some airlines, I think we read a few years ago that one airline was toying with the idea of loading the window seats first,
right,
and then in the middle of the aisle.
I don't know if they just feel like we're all smart enough people. I hope that we can not make this into something that it doesn't have to be crazy. Like I know that there are nightmare stories about the cattle call on Southwest. I think it's probably just based on where we are and where we go. Southwest is the most common airline for us.
I wonder also if it's going to cut down on fights and consternation on these planes.
If you have your fighting about, come on, there's got to be bigger things in your life that I hope there's something else going on.
I think you're giving the American people far too much credit.
Maybe. Southwest said that it expects about a third of the seats on their Boeing 737s will offer extended legroom in line with that offered by industry peers on a narrow body aircraft. FAA, of course, needs to improve cabin layouts. But you're talking about, it's weird to think of it this way, but I saw a graphic this morning on TV that described the legroom offered by different airlines. And Spirit, Frontier, and Southwest, they're bottom of the barrel when it comes to the kind of comfort that you're going to get on an airplane. And they're somewhere around like 27, 28, 29 inches for legroom. I'm not sure what you're measuring. Back of this, like the crevice of the seat to the back of the seat in front of you, maybe. I don't know exactly how the math. But then some of the other airlines do 32, 34 inches of legroom.
I don't want to hear crevice of the seat again today.
That's where your bottom goes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right.
Very worried about what's on the bottoms.
Well, I do have questions. All right. The United States is run by a bunch of childless cat ladies. Look out, J.D. Vance. You're going to piss off the Taylor Swifties.
Curious, and it will continue. Deborah Mark is live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom has issued an executive order for the removal of homeless camps across California. This follows a Supreme Court ruling that allowed for such action. A man who fell at a metro station in Old Town Pasadena has died. Police say the guy fell from an elevated position onto the train platform early yesterday morning. The Memorial Park station was temporarily closed, but train service was not interrupted. The man who broke into the home of LA Mayor Bass pleaded no contest. He was given a suspended sentence yesterday, including mandatory drug abuse and mental health treatment. He was arrested in April for breaking into the Getty House in Hancock Park. Bass and her family were home, but no one was hurt. Southland weather from KFI, another hot one, 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Lowe's. From the Southern California Toyota
to continue further northbound 110 off the 10 and Sam's Pond Freeway heading toward downtown rather toward the 101. Southbound side of the 110 coming out of the Lincoln Heights and Legion Park area. Loop 5 that'll be busy for you back through South LA toward East Manchester and the 101 southbound. Seeing north, go for your drive as you're coming out of Woodland Hills from 418 Avenue. Starts to slow through Studio City to the 134 with delays further southbound Hollywood into downtown San Juan Boulevard to the 110. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm McMully O'Keefe.
iHeartEase goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeartEase, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Imagine you're struggling with back pain for months. No one can tell you what's wrong. Then you find a doctor.
In the words that he said, there was like, and to magic words, I was in pain, and somebody turned into aggravation.
Trust he'll take care of your problem.
And that's the back lanes that okay, just
When you talk to him, he's engaging, he seems very intelligent, witty, he's charming,
you know, always talk about I'm gonna be a doctor.
but he has this dark side that he likes to keep separate and hidden from everybody else.
This is a story about 33 patients who put their trust in a prominent surgeon in Dallas.
State your full name for the record.
Christopher David Dutch.
And wish they hadn't.
This friend called me and said, I believe that your doctor is on the news, that he has been killing patients.
And it's a story about a system that failed to protect them at every possible turn.
Have you ever been under the decided for spinal on any patient?
I think they should.
It's not an operation. This was intended for
We're wondering if the network might journey on. And reporter reveal After Death, our new 6-part series. Subscribe today.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
President Biden is addressing the nation for the first time since his decision to drop out of the 2024 election. It's not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about what you never had that. I never had. Yesterday, the president said that's reform. Passed the 4th generation. He said now it's the
Nobody listens to me.
That's because you told them to do it on an open field, so they'll shut you out. But
I told them to do a football field.
yeah, which is insane.
Have those guys in the middle of the football field. No, I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing. I'm right. I'm right. Nobody wants to listen. I'm right. No, wait. Here's I have a bunch of rules that I would implement if I was the king. Here's number one. Number one. No stand-ups ever. No stand-ups. I don't give a fuck. Get up.
I can't get up.
Figure out how to get up. Also, if a guy takes you down at the end of the first round, the second round starts with you in that exact same position. 100%. You can never get up unless you get up.
So you hate
because
views
it's not
ratings.
once. Yep. I hate views. I hate ratings. It's not.
That sounds so boring.
It's not 5 fights. It's not 5-minute fights. It's one fight. So if a guy takes you down, that's where you are at the beginning of the next round.
You get the 1 minute break though. You just start in that.
I,
If you
you know
think
what?
out,
I also like the idea that the judges only see the last round.
I think there should be 6 judges, not 3. 6 judges, and then I also think that you should have, for sure, you have no weight cutting. Weight cutting should be completely eliminated, for sure. That should be the first one. Before they implement any of these rule changes, cut all this legalized cheating shit. Kamaru Usman is not 170 pounds. He's never been 170 pounds for more than 5 minutes.
5 seconds, yeah.
He loses the weight and then immediately rehydrates. You stand next to him, the guy's massive.
Balloons up. Yeah.
He's so big.
Why even number of judges?
You need more judges. 3's not enough.
And I don't think they should be ringside. I think it should be a remote location where they're not influenced by the crowd.
I think they should be able to watch the fight and hear the commentators. Maybe not the commentators.
I don't think it should be next to the ring.
I think they should have a separate, but I don't think next to the ring is bad because then you get to hear what's going on. Like maybe something's happening.
Let them listen to the commentators.
Or maybe have one next to the ring.
I don't know. But that's debatable. But more judges. So that if you have one cockeyed asshole who fucks everything up, because there's so many cockeyed fighter like decisions, like the way you look at it, you go, how the fuck? You know how many times me and DC have looked at each other and go, what the fuck was that one card?
Like, is Michael Bisping judging?
He's got one good eye. He would get it right. It's like you see a guy get 3-4 fights wrong in a night and you hear his name again. You go, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's wild.
But that guy would, first of all, they should be cut out. As soon as they have one of those, get rid of them. Throw them away.
At least suspended.
Yeah. Get rid of them. If you ever do that, you don't know what you're doing. You shouldn't be doing it.
But back to the eye pokes, I think, sure, change the gloves. Hopefully that happens. But if not, I think an eye poke or a serious like groin strike is an automatic point.
1 point.
It would stop it. Because John's gonna be like, I can't lose a fucking point. So you're not going to see him be reaching out like this.
Exactly.
Because now it's just a warning.
1 point nut shot,
3 warnings.
1 point eye poke, 1 point nut shot, automatically. Fence grab, 1 point.
Yes, sir.
Grab a fence, stop a takedown, 1 point,
that's
automatic.
That's easy to do tomorrow. I don't get it.
So cut that out, cut weight cutting out. You fix 90% of the problems.
Doesn't the Nevada Athletic Commission have to agree to the rules?
Yeah, everybody has to agree to the rules, but the rules are good. These are good.
Make sense.
If I could argue this in front of these people, I really think I can make a good point.
But those people aren't the same people that like haven't there been a few fights that should have been overturned and they never did?
Yeah, they never overturned.
I don't think you can convince those people with logic.
Well, a lot of them aren't fighters, right? A lot of the people that make those decisions are not actual fighters. They don't have as much
fighters. A lot of the judges have not even stepped on the mat.
There you go.
They've never even taken a jujitsu class.
Huge problem.
They haven't stepped on a treadmill.
And if you don't know jujitsu, if you don't know like how close something is, like you don't know. You really don't know. You don't. Like sometimes a triangle looks good, but it's bullshit. Like
it's sloppy.
Yeah, there's no chance. And if someone just sees like an instep over an ankle, they're like, oh my god, he's got the triangle. You don't have a fucking triangle. Like there's so many times where something looks good, but if you have a skilled eye, you don't know what the fuck is going on.
That's so surprising. This guy's a beast.
You gotta go. You guys a very difficult journey around there, Brian. You might have to duck. Yeah, you gotta crawl.
This is a motherfucker, man.
He's supposed to fight 2 weeks from now at the Apex.
Who is he going to fight?
It was a 3-round fight.
No.
Okay, thanks. It was a 3-round fight. So now your main event this is ABC, dog. And your main event against Robert Whitaker.
Right.
That's 5 rounds.
And Robert Whitaker's fired up. One thing about Robert, when he loses a fight, he comes back fucking guns blazing every time. Lost the Izzy fight, came back in the rematch, almost won. Yeah, very close fight in the second fight. Robert Whitaker's a bad man.
And now he's coming off that Paulo Costa win. He looked great.
God, and that's the best Paulo though. I wanted Hamza on him so bad. Me too. That is the fight. That is the fight, man. Real test for Hamza, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Bobby,
we know what Whitaker does. Hamza needs it more than Whitaker.
That's what I'm saying. You'd see, it'd be like if Hamza beat him now, he'd be like, okay.
But here's what's interesting is if Whitaker wins this fight, you're not going to give him a title shot off this.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I would.
For helping them out?
Yeah, I would. That also, he's so good, man. He's so good.
But you got Strickland right there.
Yeah. What happened to him and Strickland? Him and Strickland would be wild. Bro, Strickland shuts down everybody. The way he shut down Paulo Costa, his fucking style is so unique.
I don't get the complaint with that. They're like, oh, Strickland's a boring fighter. Have you never watched him fight? I don't find it boring. I find, like what he does, he's a tidal wave. And his defense is so elite. I don't get it.
Constantly moving forward. It's casuals. I think Strickland's one of the most exciting fighters in the sport.
I love watching him.
I couldn't believe that at one point Costa didn't at least just double leg or just grab him around.
He can't take that dude down. He's been getting pieced up for fucking 3 rounds, man. The problem is like Strickland's just different. Also, you don't know anybody like him.
Correct, and then also we've gone over this. Paulo Costa's #1 thing is cardio. There's nothing more exhausting than shooting shots.
Yeah,
and you're not going to do it against Strickland at that level, and it's not in his background. It doesn't matter.
And Paulo afterwards said, "You know what? I got to stop trying to play the point game.
Yes.
I just got to try to take
That's when
heads
he's
off,
best.
not worry about my card."
That's what he did against Yoel Romero.
Yes,
Using his grill.
that was
Use your strength.
Izzy mind fucked him, man. Especially when he humped him after he knocked him out. When he humped him, like he's never the same.
So disrespectful.
So disrespectful.
He's never been the same.
Izzy in his prime, man.
Oh, bro.
And just pieced him up, standing up.
Dude,
man.
I think Izzy coming back and everyone's doubting all these haters against Dricus, dude, that's a dangerous fucking Izzy, man.
It's dangerous for sure. And Dricus is fucking dangerous too.
Hell yeah.
Dricus is like, I think he's the biggest guy at 85, other than Tejeda when Tejeda was here. He's so big. When I stand next to him, I'm always like, how? How are you in? He's a heavyweight. He's so big, man. He's like 6'2". He's wide as a fucking house.
How do they do it? Like I don't
know.
I don't know how
man.
Paulo Costa sucks down.
You got to talk to like Dan Garner, some of these guys that like have it down to a
They
science.
have a real science to it, man.
Yeah, I mean they get it down to your body
part of the
weight,
sport.
your calories, how much water you're taking in, how much sodium.
I'll tell you what I'd do if I was the UFC with Hamza. We're not doing this whole Robert Whitaker and contenders. You haven't beat anybody. I think they give Bo Nickel a pretty good test next, and then it's Hamza Bo Nickel.
I love
you
it.
guys figure it out.
I love it. So who do you give Bo Nichols a test? Like who's a good test?
Bo Nickel's gonna get Adolfo.
Oh, that's right. Is that in Madison Square Garden or is that July?
When is that, Jamie? I thought it was later.
When
that's a good test for Bo.
That's a very.
How you living, Tim?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm back.
Excellent. Hey, do you ever play Crunker Strike on here?
Play what?
Crunker Strike?
No.
Okay. Well, if you ever want to play, let me know. It's a. Do you know what Counter Strike is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's like Counter Strike, but in Minecraft. Look, but it's very popular on Discord. It's probably the most popular game on Discord.
Throw me an invite. I'll play.
Absolutely. Okay. So I will. Just one moment. I have to complete uploading something. It's at 77%. So once it's done, we're gonna play it, and you're gonna love it. I'm gonna teach you everything about it. So before we start, I'll tell you everything about it that you need to know. Have you played Counter Strike?
Yeah, I've played CS:GO.
Excellent. Same kind of idea, and just to give you an idea, this thing's not 80%, so it's moving pretty quickly. All right. So the teams are based on the green team and the red team. Your allies always look green. The bad guys always look red. There are a few different weapons that you get. You start with like a machine gun, and also like a handgun, and then also a knife. You don't want to use the knife or the handgun unless you really, really need to, but it's really hard to get a kill.
You run out of ammo.
Yeah, it's really hard to get a kill that way. You regenerate. Your health regenerates after you don't get shot for a while. You respawn, like normal places. Okay, the different weapons are machine gun, shotgun, sniper rifle, and there's some other stuff. There's one level where the sniper rifle is like pretty hard to beat, but most things are close quarters. We won't always be on the same team, but a lot of times we will be. You get different awards. Oh, you're playing on a PC, so it depends how you're playing. You still get awards, but like it just displays them differently. But after the game, you get awards. There's a scoreboard after the game. What else? A good score is just being positive and kill the death ratio, or kill the death difference, basically. What else? Well, I can tell you this thing's on 89%, 90% now. So probably another 2 minutes. And when you say send you an invite, we're going to play it right in here. So if you're like, well, what does that mean? You play the game. Like I've got Watch Together going right now. This thing.
So I've tried joining your watch. Here, I'm going to click join before I click accept. Hang on. Sorry.
Mexico.
Luis Contreras allegedly shot a man who tried to protect a woman from
So
being
it
hit by
says,
her boyfriend. Riverside police officer Ray
external
Grant says
application
Riverside
altogether,
SWAT
one
team
is to
members
access
also
the
support
Discord
U.S.
account.
Marshals
It
played a
says,
vital role in finding Contreras. This is a
so
tremendous one, not just for
I'm fine with like the first three, access your username, avatar, bandit, know what server you're in, read, member info.
He's been transported
Well,
back to
that's okay, but set your current activity, create channel, will create commands and send you direct messages. And then the only thing it doesn't do is buy the advanced seafood dinner. I don't want it to create commands and or set my activity and or this is pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be able to do any of that stuff because people, now I'm not saying all people, but when you give something that kind of permission on Discord, it can essentially send other invites and accept invites to where it's like a botnet of sorts. Like
you can, but dude, it's so hard to explain. Like, I get it. Here, let's see if Conquer Strike does that.
Exactly, that's the question.
Yeah, see, it does it for Conquer Strike too.
Okay, well.
So, hang on. I just gotta ask you now. I'm 99% sure I know this answer, but for that 1%, I just have to ask you. Does this fuck my shit up any way, shape, or form? Will it put me in random Discord, send out random messages? Like, does this do that kind of shit?
Nothing like that.
Or is this stuff locked down? Because I'm not very versed in Discord. Like, I
Yeah,
know how
sure.
to use
It's
it.
not gonna. It's never sent me a message. It's never sent me to another invite, like an invite. No, it's all just within this room right here.
All right, so I like the last one that it says it can't do, right? So it says all those 5 saying things, right? And
Yeah.
before, like, the last one, you know, like, so
I
for
don't.
YouTube, it say it won't buy you a nice seafood dinner. This one says it won't record a new mixtape.
I don't like that it says those things. I know that they're jokes, but people who are using your software don't always know that those are jokes.
Yeah, it might raise a question. Oh, can it really buy me a
Exactly.
seafood dinner?
Exactly. Especially when Discord's very confusing already, and it's sending me to a third party or whatever. Like, I just want to use your game, and now it's like it's not going to buy me a dinner. I just want to use the software.
Alright, so alright, I'm still showing offline, which is what I like. I like to join people or have people message me and like, hey, are you on? And if I'm on, I'll reply, yeah, and whatever. But I don't like my online activity being shown to just absolutely everybody.
I understand.
Only this select few.
Yeah, no, it's going to keep your same status, whatever it was. And what it might do is in here, like it shows me that you're playing Counter Strike. And I think if we were friends, it would show that you were playing Counter Strike.
Dude, wait, I just got it. Oh, I got killed by someone behind me.
Oh, so we're playing already. I didn't even know we were playing.
Yeah, sorry, I joined.
I was still on the won't buy you a seafood dinner. Here you are, already in.
Alright, I'll hit home. Alright, send me an invite.
No, you're already in the.
Oh, I left the game.
Okay, we'll go back into it. And we won't always be on the same game, but usually we will be. So just join the game, and I'll see if I can find you. I'll tell you if we're in the same game. You should be in a game where there are like a lot of shipping containers.
Alright, I'm hitting play right now. No, it's a, oh shit. Oh shit, it's 2v1. Oh, dang it, I got. I'm in like a bunch of it's like houses.
Oh, okay.
A winter wonderland.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave my game, and I'm gonna try to get in your game.
Yeah, turn the sensitivity down.
I'm coming back to you again.
Not exactly a surprise, but the AMC rebooted Interview with the Vampire has been for a third season. The acclaimed series, which has an overall 98% certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, has been a fan favorite, spawning its own universe shared with Mayfair Witches and the recently ordered Mattel mascot. Jacob Anderson's daily past Eric Bogosian starred in the flagship gothic horror drama. Episodes of Interview with the Vampire in the first season of Mayfair Witches are streaming on AMC Plus, with season 2 of Mayfair Witches likely hitting AMC this fall.
Do you have a machine gun?
Yeah.
Excellent, dude. We're gonna have so much fucking fun with this game. Okay, so I just gotta get in the same level as you are. And then once we're in the same level, it just kind of keeps you in the same level when you're playing with somebody. You just have to get in the same kind of rotation.
Alright, so now I don't know if you're on my team. I'm on a different map, brick buildings.
That's why we're here. My new podcast from 360 will take an all-encompassing look at the world of food, bringing history, science, and culture to the table. Get behind-the-scenes stories from my friends in the industry and dig into why we eat the way we do. I always say that restaurants are like making a part of 5 years in
Oh shit. Retails. Oh shit. 4 kills. Oh dude, it was 2v1. I was trying to get away. Oh, does he have a sniper rifle? No, he got a lucky shot off.
Oh, okay.
I like how it zooms into the person that killed you, so you know.
Right, I like that too.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
Dog, whenever you're bored, I'll play this game with you. What is your level? What's it look like?
What's my level? Hang on, I'm dead. Oh fuck, I need a heal.
What are the colors?
Sorry.
You're good. Is it like gray?
The building I'm in? Oh yeah.
Are there any shipping containers?
Big crates, yeah, there's shipping containers outside.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're in the same level.
I see the shipping containers.
Have you had a kill yet?
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh, you're really good then. If you've already got a kill. And why do I say that?
Holy fuck!
Are you serious?
How do you switch guns?
There's a little. Did you see it? There's a little button. Oh, whoa. Dude.
Oh yeah, hey, we were on the same team.
You did amazingly, dog. You got 8 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I was once ranked one of the best in the country at PUBG.
Dude, I can see why.
Top 1%.
top 0.1%, 0.1%, top 0.1% of the world.
Is it possible
Sorry.
to make money on PUBG? This next level.
If you were streaming or won tournaments, yeah. But here's the thing: I was never able to get teammates that were actually as good as me because I'm slightly autistic, and people think their teammates have to be super cool.
Is your level like space like Japan? It's white.
We're on skyscrapers.
Yeah, skyscrapers.
And I just fell off.
Skyscrapers is a good way to describe it.
From Sacramento writes in the New York Times, these encampments have vexed California, where housing costs are among the nation's highest, more than any other state.
And if you're ever bored and you want to play this game, it has its own Discord. Wow. Did you just kill me?
I don't know. I got you guys.
I think so.
Oh,
and a really good strategy, I don't know if I want to tell you, I'm kidding, is to jump. When you like run, just jump all the time. Did you just jump up like in the air? Or like up a like a fan?
That makes no sense. There is such a far divide between people who want to get into a home and the people who are scribbling about pirates in the human bathing public tube.
You're good, dog.
Yeah! Got him. There's got to be a market for that. There's you, Rabbi.
Were you just shooting at me? Oh, did you just kill me? You did. Yeah, you did. Good on you, dude. You're already better at this game than I am. Way better.
Okay, so you're coming from this way.
If we cared about that man in the park, we would image with center.
Oh, you got me there.
Oh, yeah. I needed a headshot to do it. So there are like little things that you get. Like close call is when you almost get killed, but you survive. Another one is headshot. Another one is double kill, triple kill, all that stuff. Then there's some of the awards that they give you. Wingman is most assists on the match. Wow. I had 6 kills. You had 12 kills. Wow. Okay. Is it the same level?
It looks like it, yeah.
Sorry, I just had a visual.
Okay, I need to turn my sensitivity down.
Just like this severed leg.
Oh, dude. Fuzzy. That dude's a little sussy.
He was sad. You know that park that's right across the street there?
Oh.
You were there yesterday? I drive by it every day. Oh, okay. Twice. You weren't in the park.
Yeah, what are you using? How do I switch my gun?
At least on mobile, it shows a little button in the corner, and you click that, and you switch the gun. You see, like, there's a knife.
Well, just because it's so cold in here, I don't even turn the air conditioning in my car on the way home.
Oh, yeah. I don't
So I can just defrost.
And it's 103 by the time I get home.
Yes,
Sit in the car for 25 minutes, and then it's 103 inside the car. But then that's when it starts to just barely feel warm again.
Are you there?
I haven't figured it out. We're getting shit on this around.
Ali was very unhinged yesterday in North Carolina, and we'll get into your Jeopardy question as well. So there's something for everybody.
Yeah, I did, dude. Like,
A man has been stabbed in the North Metro station. Cops say he was walking up the stairs.
is it putting me with somebody that has a fucking aimbot?
Yesterday afternoon, when he was stabbed in the ribs, it's not clear why the attacker got away on a bicycle.
We'll be able to tell from the scores. Okay, it says victory. So my guy had 16 kills. That's a good indicator of an aimbot. I'm not guaranteeing it though. He could have just been on fire. But 16
Dude, that
kills.
16 kills, that dude, I was seeing him, and then, boom, I'm dead, right? When I have to hit somebody with 3 or 4 headshots, he's hit me with 1 or 2, and I'm dead. It's weird. So, hang on, let me go to customize. Let me switch my gun, and then go play. Oh, no.
But if you look at their interest rates on credit cards right now, they are humongous. Well, here's a way that you can take care of one by using the other. Summit Lending can eliminate your credit card debt with a home equity line of credit, HELOC. But you keep your home's low interest rate completely untouched. You get to keep it below 3% if you were so lucky. A HELOC works like a credit card, but there's major differences. HELOC rates are about a third what credit cards charge, and you only pay interest on what you use. Half of Americans carry multi credit card debt. Not a problem. I mean, it's not a problem. It just happens, right? If you're one of those, call Summit Lending's mortgage experts. They can help you do a total cost analysis. They'll show you how you can save. And here's the best part. You can close fast. Part of it is because Summit's guidelines are more flexible than most banks and credit unions. It's going to be easier to qualify. They can help you be debt-free in as little as 2 weeks with no appraisal. Now, I've trusted Summit Lending. So have a bunch of other KFI employees. So dial pound 250, say the keyword Summit Lending.
How are you doing this stream?
250 Summit Lending, or go to summitlr.com.
Going to a crash on the 57 Diamond Bar.
I was 3v1.
Managed to get that over to the right shoulder and local end up at 10 westbound before you get to Waterman. Looks like you got a disabled car blocking the right lane. In Geo Hill, 71 northbound, right at the 60, got that accident over on the shoulder as well. In Long Beach, 405 north at Orange, got a report of a stalled truck in the lanes. And in Linwood, 105 westbound Long Beach Boulevard, got a car that's overheating. He scooted over the right shoulder, but you're still going to see delays from the 605. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports on Jenny Armin.
Oh, you got me.
I just got a double kill thanks to my teammates helping out.
Yeah, they had some assists. Again, if you can thank your teammate on that one too. He took all of my ammo. I'm gonna do this time. Oh. Come on, dog. Oh, there's somebody. Oh, that was you. All right, scoreboard. I had 4 kills. You had 7.
Yeah, no, this game's actually fun. Like,
I agree. It's a ton of fun.
I really enjoyed 007. I really wish that they would make like a simple shooter game.
Just like that. Just give me gold
Like
medal.
007 game.
Give me gold medal.
007 better.
Right. All right. Is it like a medieval castle?
Yeah.
All right. First blood. First blood's another thing. It's whatever person gets the first kill in the game. But man, you fucked me there. I was fucked. There were 2 of you guys.
There's some of the
including the secret conversations of one of America's trolling. You have a collect call from.
Oh, no way. You absolutely outmaneuvered me. It's difficult on the phone, I'm not gonna lie.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by ants. Including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and nesting. Brought to you by iHeartRadio.
There you are. You better. No way. Come on. Did a teammate get you? No way. Good kill, man. Dude, your team is just destroying my team in this game. It is not even funny. Oh, wow, that's just destroyed me. It's like a shooting range. Wow, you guys just came in. Headshot. Oh no. Hide.
holy fuck.
Holy fuck is right.
I jumped around that corner. There's literally 3 people over there.
I was one of them.
Around back behind the corner. That was always one of my flaws. So was, I would push too much, right?
Right.
Like I would push during the right times, but I would push too much during that. I would push too fast. Right? In the tactical sense, fast is slow is fast, and fast is slow. Now, if you want to move fast, but only like from cover to cover, but if you want to stay in cover or.
Is it like a pyramid level? Like brown? Tan?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, it's like you? First blood. Oh, double kill. Close call. Oh, I see why. Oh, I'm gonna die. Man, I can't wait till I can get the sniper rifle. See what that's like. So whenever, like, you earn points, and then once you do well enough, you can cash them out to get better weapons, better equipment. It gives you slight armor advantages. But I keep having to wait for the sniper rifle. But I didn't have to wait for that assist. Hell yeah. Oh shit. Somebody just blowing my teammates up.
Is that like a child size? I don't. I could never eat them. That's like taking a nap for 15 minutes. It just makes me.
There's a guy.
Okay.
Oh, pretty well.
It's the best radio in the there is a time and a place. All years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices.
There is what was Zora.
Yes.
Oh man. We won, but not because I had 1 kill, 2 deaths. You had 5 kills, 2 deaths.
Yes, he just had COVID. I understand that. Yes, he's 81 years old. I understand that. Yes, he has a stutter and he grew up with it and he still has it. I understand that. But, and I'm not saying Joe Biden's a bad guy. I'm saying that is not somebody fit to be president of the United States.
All right, is it like a brown?
My eyes and my ears do not lie to me. And no one's
Yeah, I love it.
Republican president. The media would be all over it.
It's like brick. I'm no soon enough because it's gonna say you killed me.
This drumbeat of there's nothing wrong
Yo. Oh, no way. Oh, come on. How didn't I get him?
Oh, dude, come on. You were hiding in the corner?
Yeah. Wait, dog. I'm not against camping. I'm perhaps the world's most prolific camper.
Republicans, they say, increasingly see Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania governor, as somebody who's going to make their lives more difficult. They say that Josh Shapiro
Oh, wow. Your whole team came after me. See, you guys are smart. You guys are sticking together. I think that's the way to go in this game. It's so hard to kill a bunch of guys at once.
Pennsylvania. I think it's 17. Is it 17 electoral votes?
17 or 19. The important point about that also is that's a geographic consideration.
Orion.
Pennsylvania being
we're all just rolling around.
I know. It's the best strategy I've ever seen any team use, is you just all go out at once and just destroy us. Like, we find one of your guys, and it's very difficult to get any kills. Oh, shut the fuck up. Because, yet you lost. Wait, no you didn't. But it told me that you lost. But it told me incorrectly, because you guys whooped the shit out of us.
Yeah, I was the worst on the team.
As was I, but you had 4 kills. I had a -5 kill to death difference. Alright, is it like snowy?
Yeah.
Alright, you're gonna get fucked. Unless you're on 3. Then you are fucked because I suck at this game. Majorly. Ooh, there's a bad guy. Oh, I'm just sitting in a fucking corner. Oh, I got it against it. Unexpected.
I knew somebody was going to do that. Pre-fire the shit out of you. Not you.
The other guy.
Savage criminals, illegal aliens. She's committing crimes. I'm the prosecutor, and he's the convicted felon. She could pass a bar exam. She's totally against the Jewish people. She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country. Well, you've done a terrible job. We've been terrible at everything you've done. You're ultra-liberal. Anywhere. Kamala, you're fired.
He also said she wants abortions in the 8th and 9th month of pregnancy. That's fine with her, right up until birth, and even after birth, the execution of a baby. That is obviously not true and false.
Those are obviously, or those are easily disputed claims.
He also said Kamala wants to
Shit.
red meat. I mean, he's just saying whatever comes
I didn't eat a lot.
to be shown. But again, that's not winning over any independents.
There's nobody in his audience who's going to go like this. I wonder if that's true. I wonder if I did any amount of work or looking or finding out about Kamala Harris's positions that I would see that those are not true.
Ready for your Jeopardy question. Comedy on TV for 400.
I like this.
The parents of Stan and Kyle on this show are named after the parents of their creators, Trey and Matt.
What is it?
And there it is.
Ding, ding.
Marksman.
Tech Talk. Mark Saltz was going to join us.
Oh, how we get him marksman. I have 1 kill. 5 breaks.
A wildfire in Northern California has burned through more than 45,000 acres in less than a day. That fire near Chico started in a park yesterday afternoon. It grew to more than 6,000 acres by late night.
I love this game.
Size. Overnight evacuation orders and warnings have been issued in Newton County. Cal Fire says that fire is.
Alright. Are there like storage containers.
I don't see it yet, but I'm guessing.
The red and blue and gray. The sky is blue. Oh, I see it. I think where you just killed me, there's a really good spot to go. Like maybe the best camping spot, of which I know. Kind of hard to get to, but if you can, pretty fucking lovely.
A former school police officer in Uvalde, Texas, has pleaded not guilty to 29 criminal charges stemming from the slow response to the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary.
Those 29 counts represent 19 students who died at the Robb Elementary massacre and the 10 that survived.
ABC's Maria Villarreal says a grand jury indicted just 2 officers out of the hundreds that responded to the shooting. The former officer was arraigned on charges of abandoning and failing to protect kids who were killed and hurt. BMW is recalling another 300,000 vehicles. ABC's Zoreen Shaw says the cars pose a higher risk of injuries during a rear-end crash.
The recall impacts some 2018 to 2023 models of the BMW 3 Series. BMW confirms they knew about an extreme rear crash from 2 years ago.
She says BMW will replace the bolts that attach to the rear cargo rails. Owners are expected to be notified by the end of this August. Earlier this month, BMW recalled more than 390,000 cars because of an airbag issue. Southland weather from KFI hot again. Heat advisory still in effect until 10 tonight for the valleys of the IE. Highs mid to upper 70s at the beaches, mid 70s to around 90. Metro LA 90s.
fucking way.
Valleys, the IE and the high desert, low 90s in Lindosi.
Orion Atlas, Orion Atlas, Orion Atlas, Orion Atlas, Orion Atlas, Orion Atlas. See your fucking name on here more than I see my own. I wanted to introduce this game to you. I didn't want you to fucking dominate me. Double kill.
Why are you running?
Bullshit. By the way, if anyone, fuck you, man. I'm just letting you train. I want you to get good at this game, so let me. So, let me go.
Yeah. I only got once.
11 kills. Pretty fucking good, dog.
Yeah. So. That leads for the pickings right now. Everyone that's on right now, just dude, imagine what it's like during prime time,
Right. Is it a gray level? It's gray?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Are we on the same team?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, they're gonna be guys there.
Stars announced in March that was looking to cut costs by axing its shows before the end of the 4th seasons, which led to Origins effectively replacing PowerBook 2. A new show in the franchise is reportedly in development. PowerBook 4, of course, will likely hit Stars later this year or in 2025, while previous episodes of all the Power series are streaming on the Stars app. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Third season of Netflix's hit British coming-of-age comic drama Heartstopper now has a release date. Based on Ellis Osman's online comic and graphic novels of the same name, the series has a rare 100% certified fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes and 5 Emmy wins, including the performance for Kid Connor. Stars Connor, Joe Block, Casman Finney, William Gao, Kizzy Edgell, Karina Brown, and Toby Donovan are all back for the 3rd season, reprising their roles from the first 16 episodes that went on to become a worldwide phenomenon. Jonathan Bailey, Haley Atwell, and Eddie Marson are joining the cast for season 3, which is set to hit Netflix on October 3rd, while seasons 1 and 2 are currently available to stream. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that at iHeartRadio, one of our biggest pet peeves is dead air? That pause you get between the songs when you're listening to a baller playlist, or gaps in your soundtrack when you're trying to set the mood. It kills the energy, destroys the vibe. See, at iHeartRadio, we believe it's not just the music curation.
Dang it, dude, these guys are teaming out there. Fucking talk to each other, that's for sure.
Figuring out how to guarantee a flow never stops. Smart music transitions that seamlessly bridge one song to the next when you listen to artist radio playlists on iHeartRadio. So we make sure the flow is never interrupted. It's just one of the ways that we try to make your music sound even better. Check it out for yourself. Tap on the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and find something you like. Or type in the name of your favorite artist and listen to the difference that gap-free smart transitions make to your music flow. And it's only on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one app.
Yeah, I need to turn this on sensitivity down. Yeah, sure. Just spawn, and then there's a dude right there.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports
The pain of
iHeartRadio
defeat.
with a beautiful big
Dog,
screen.
you had 5 kills.
Podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account
I'm going almost like I'm gonna see how I.
between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. You can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big
We haven't
screen.
played this level yet.
Fire TV.
I don't know if you're playing it. I know you had to go hit the home button.
Listen, iHeartRadio is there.
News doesn't keep business hours just breaks right now. Shots fired in a Trump rally. KFI AM 640 is the news.
To be seen with blood dripping down his ear and face.
24 hours a day. If news breaks, you'll hear it on KFI.
Less than an hour ago, President Biden decided to drop out of the 2024 race for the White House.
Whether it's midweek or early Sunday morning, the KFI 24-hour news crew will bring you the latest as it breaks with the award-winning KFI news team. KFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
Crisscrossed in the wrong direction. Found myself in a conversation from a missed connection. Still doing a progress. Want my eyes in the right direction. Find myself in a conversation from a missed connection. Only as a moment as I want. Let's see all the people standing on the street. The falling fruit of a family tree. The first of all in the Odyssey.
Carry share the KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm sure our spouses would really enjoy that. That hour.
That's why they're asleep at that hour.
Southwest Airlines plans to drop the open boarding system it's used for more than 50 years. It'll start assigning passengers to seats like everybody else. Of course, they are going to rake in more money because they.
All right, so I figured out how to switch my button.
Oh, very cool.
J.D. Vance made a few years ago regarding biological children and whether or not they can sue a state in the future of the country. A growing number of U.S. adults say they are unlikely to raise children. Growing number. When the survey was conducted last year, 47% of people under the age of 50 without kids.
Defeat.
Kids. That's an increase of 10%.
Survivor. I'm a survivor.
They said, some of them said more than half of
You had 1 kill. 1 death. You ready?
Interests. They were concerned about the state of the world, worried about the cost of raising a child.
Well, it is time to talk to our friend.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Team deathmatch. Is it Gray? I see you. Slow up, slow up. I'm coming behind you. Slow up. Yeah, you don't give a shit. Way to be a teammate, dog. Dude, stop. I'm behind you. Slow down. There you are. Okay, go. Oh, behind you. Yeah, that's the way to go. When you have a team, and then you can tell each other like how many guys they have. Hey, there's a bunch. Go back. That's the way to do it. And then you randomly put bullets in the guys. Dude, this guy fucking took out 2 of our guys at once. Right, but it's definitely smart for the team to go in and do it.
And it will then guide you through a meditative session. Oh, wow. Yeah. Without even needing to sign up. But the app, the website, obviously have a lot more content. Some video, but it's mostly, as you know, audio based. So you can close your eyes and just find your inner peace. And
I like the Daily J as well.
I don't know that one. The Daily J.
It's on the Calm app.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah.
So it's one of their offerings.
Tons of sections within each one. Yeah, 100%. You can select for all of these, like Calm, Headspace, Simple Habit. Those are some of the biggest ones. 10% Happier. For all of these ones, you can select what you want to work on. Like, is it de-stressing? Is it better self-image? Is it relationship management? Is it sleep? Like, you're just an insomniac and you need more than just white noise. So there, you can select what you want, and then they pair you with a virtual instructor. It's usually pre-recorded. And soothing sounds like crashing waves or thunderstorms on a tin roof or whatever. There's great stuff. And then, find one that works for you. Don't wait until you need to, if at all, is my tip, because there's a lot of free content. One of the more underrated ones for sleep is called...
Oh, wow, we came back.
Yes, we did. I just got revenge.
Oh, yeah. They were looking at us at first, and I was like, you know what? We all clicked up, and that was that, right? Like, I had a submachine gun. I got close range, dude. The fire rate on that, dude,
We still haven't played the one level that's like you need a sniper rifle. I'll tell you when it is. It's like at this big arena in the middle. Yeah, not this one. But the one with the sniper rifle, with where it's an arena in the middle, it's almost not fun because if you have a sniper rifle, it's just easy to destroy people. Damn, they had 2 guys. They got first blood.
oh, sweet. Oh, dude.
No way.
Futurist. I collect and listen to old radio shows from like the 40s and 50s.
I like the Mystery Theater. Right?
Yeah, CBS Radio Mystery. That was a good one. Those from the 70s. But the ones that, and those are obviously more contemporary and not as dated. Like the Irish Cop. It was in every episode of the 1940s ones. But but it was they're great. They're plays, not audio.
Long shot.
Sound effects. There's different actors, and they could have an opposite effect. If you really get into the story, then it's going to stimulate you rather than relax you. But it's kind of like,
dude, I'm getting shot from the side, and I didn't even care. I just let him kill me.
Withstood the test of time.
Yeah.
We're talking also, and I know we've done this segment before, families that use AI to preserve memories of people after death. I get a little worried about this. I mean, we've both here experienced loss in the last couple of years of parents, and that's not. I miss mom and dad, but I don't want to speak to a robot version of them. That would not assuage, that would not appease me, it would not assuage any feelings I have.
And also, I know what my dad would say in every situation by now.
Yeah, and sometimes it's better to just hold on to that memory. But yeah, I'm not judging anyone because, gosh, again, speaking of my wife Kelly, she lost her mom a few years ago, and not a day goes by she doesn't think or say out loud, oh, I wish I could have told her this or hear her voice or her laugh.
and there's some videos you can go back to and all that. But so we're seeing a new crop of technology, including AI-powered chatbots, that is meant to comfort those who are missing their late loved ones. And yes, it's Finding Creepy. It's maybe a Black Mirror episode, but there are companies like one called
How are you doing?
Virtual, where you upload videos of the person and they speak, or if they're already gone, then you can upload snippets of them talking.
Are you successful?
Combined with artificial
Oh, I was almost kidding. I almost got it.
and you can upload things like stories, inside jokes, so it feels like
Here you go.
if you Google this company,
I got a participation trophy. 2 kills. You got 11 kills.
but yeah, it's a little, some might say it's creepy. It creates what's called a persona, so a virtual persona by uploading this info. And there's other things you can do. Speaking of AARP, I wrote about also a couple weeks ago an article on your digital legacy and what you can leave to your loved ones after you go. And I don't just mean your.
All right, here we go.
There are services that will let you send messages to your loved ones after you're gone on important dates, or you leave it to someone's going to handle this for you. But or it could just be right after you go. So there's one called Eternal Applications. It's about $50 for 1 messages with up to 10 recipients. That's so creepy. Yeah, and then there's other companies. Yeah, there's one called My Wishes, another one called Gone Not Gone. And that lets you send messages. I know this
Orion, fuck. Find me. For as long as I played this game, which isn't that long, I don't recall ever playing this mission or this level. Maybe I have. I don't recall.
Likewise, thank you. Yourselves there. Make sure you follow Mark, because you'll see not only these types of articles, but other great.
Alright, my whole team's coming out now. So you're gonna get fucked. If anybody comes, they're gonna get fucked right now. Somebody just fucked up our whole team. Our whole fucking team. Oh fuck. You bitch! Get him! Hell yeah. Oh, that guy's good, okay.
A man has been arrested by Cal Fire arson investigators for allegedly starting a wildfire in a park near
Oh wow. You are up high.
arrested after he was seen pushing a car that was on fire in Tulsa yesterday. He says the flames from the car caused the fire that has now burned more than 45,000 acres. Southwest Airlines is changing the way passengers board their planes. The airline is breaking a 50-year tradition and will now offer assigned seating. A typhoon has caused landslides and flooding in Taiwan, killing at least 3 people. Offices and schools were closed for a second day as people were urged to stay home and away from the coast. Satellite weather's from AFI hot, 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Mason's Backstage from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Going to a crash on the 101 in downtown LA.
Southbound to the 10 East connector, I got a report of a brand new accident over on the shoulder and over on that 101 South. They're going to hit the brakes from Hollywood Boulevard.
Orion, Atlas. I see you up there. I see you up there, sniping away.
Yeah, with the submachine gun.
We're done. Putting bullets in me.
Tow truck on fire over on the shoulder. With Southern California's only airborne traffic report. I'm Jenny Harper. Getting to summer with
Defeat. Studio. Damn, you have 8 kills. You are rocking.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The mountains of California. There was a program that promised to fix troubled.
Here we go. Team deathmatch. Oh, these have names. It's called Tomber. This one's called Tomber. Are you playing Tom Bird?
I don't know what map I'm playing.
Is it like a medieval city? It's gray with trees. It's like Tudor.
Yeah, there's trees and shit like that. There's you. Hi, you guys up there. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It would have taken me hours to kill you.
Not knowing that what some experts call America's most dangerous cult. I'm getting I'll say the Lost Kids podcast.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh yeah, that guy in the shopping cart means that he has a lot of health. I don't know exactly how much more, but that thing gives you a bonus. Orion, that's fuck you. Well, you killed me too.
Cardiac activity is detected. Planned Parenthood estimates that up to 90% of Iowa will be banned with the law. Cities in the U.S. are
Hey, you got me.
Hell yeah, I did. With a lucky ass headshot. I like that revenge. I'm gonna fuck somebody up right here. Oh, wait, where's the guy? Are you fucking me? Fuck you, dude. Oh, fuck. So did you get a revenge?
Yeah.
I want a revenge. There you are. Headshot.
Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. On supply and demand at work. After years of companies jacking up prices and logging record profits along the way, consumers have been pushing back on what's been called greedflation. Shoppers are looking for less expensive
Defeat. Horse. Shit. I had 4 kills. You had 11 kills. Dude, you're easily the best person I've seen at this game in their first time.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at shooters, but yeah, I've top off for a bit.
Hey, dude, anytime you want to play, you know it. Anytime you want to play, I'm here. I'll play. I love having you here. Orion Atlas, you have a great afternoon, and come back when you can.
Yeah, I'll be back on tonight if you want to play some
We're dogs. That's okay. Just come whenever you can.
Alright.
Peace out, dude. Shout out to Orion Atlas, everybody.
Supreme Court has ruled against a man who claims he was injured after finding a bone in his boneless chicken wings. The case began in April 2016 when Michael Berkheimer said a bone in his boneless wings he bought from Wings on Brookwood near Cincinnati has resulted in him not being able to work due to the bone tearing his throat. He said it caused an infection, which resulted in multiple surgeries. Courts ruled against him, throwing the case to the Ohio Supreme Court.
Who do you turn to when you're sad?
Ruling this morning saying bones are a natural part of
life isn't easy.
We're coming down. You had to learn the hard way.
not sue over that, Michael.
It's weird to me, man. It's something I don't think I would ever do. All right. I could be live every waking second. That what? We're starting listening to wisdom. It's got me like common sense, man. You're okay.
Next question was, this one, hold on. Do you have any of my accounts viewed, or did you?
You should try joining Chris phone.
Do on a date?
Perfect date. If it's you always.
Okay. What's your biggest weakness? Hell yeah.
Pretty good. Tastes like fruity, or smells like fruity pebbles. Don't taste like it though.
Yeah, there are clearly people who cannot afford homes or in situations where they have to live in either with 10 other people or live in their cars. Like that.
Sometimes people choose to live in their vehicles. Like when I went to that camping trip where I had to live off the land, there was one of the campsite hosts, Dave was his name, and Dave lived in his car.
That's the guy that ended up traveling with the other members of the team.
That's the guy that ended up being adopted by a newly single woman in Indiana, I think, last I checked. All right, so a growing number of women are seeking AI boyfriends. They're flipping the stereotype of under-socialized men chatting with AI girlfriends in their parents' basement.
Ladies.
8 apps have made their 2024 debut on the firm's list of the top 100 AI consumer apps.
I guess it's just a matter of women finding equality with men because men have been doing this for years.
I think that women are kind of fed up with your everyday man.
It's, you don't have to look right at me when you say it like that, but I understand. But how could, if you had a friend who was doing this, how you have to step in?
Well, I don't know who's going to broadcast this if they have an AI boyfriend. I don't know who's going to say that in public.
If there are things that you're doing in private that you don't want your friends to know about, I'm sure we all have something. But wouldn't that be one of those things that should cause some self-reflection? Like, is there a moment?
What are you hiding?
No, I'm not hiding this.
I'm saying we all have it. Hiding some proclivity.
These apps like Replica and Nomi, shouldn't there be a moment in them, kind of like a Nintendo Wii, where you play the game long enough and it asks you, hey, don't you want to go outside for a while?
What are you doing here?
Right.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Maybe stop talking to me and call an actual friend.
Maybe go meet somebody.
Yeah, I absolutely understand the idea that women are looking for alternatives to the things that we provide.
All right, we will talk trending when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
You think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. No, seriously, we've got news right now.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sex Soup Settles on Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Fontana School District has agreed to pay $14 million to settle sexual abuse lawsuits involving 4 girls.
The abuse of these girls was amongst the most horrific.
Lawyer Morgan Stewart says Southbridge Middle School teacher Gary Gorgie was blatantly abusing girls in class, after school, and on the weekends from 1996 through 1999.
When indications came up
says it's committed to seeking justice and closure through the settlement. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The man on the run for nearly 20 years has been arrested in Mexico for allegedly murdering someone in Riverside. Police say the guy fled Mexico in 2005 after shooting another man who was trying to protect a woman from being hit by her boyfriend.
It wasn't a true cold case where you didn't know who the suspect was.
Riverside police officer Ryan Railsback says the guy was identified as the shooter through witness interviews. He was arrested in Mexicali earlier this month. A man visiting Death Valley has been taken to a hospital to be treated for third-degree burns to his feet. The Cleveland Clinic says a third-degree burn destroys the first 3 layers of skin and fatty tissue. The guy from Belgium was walking barefoot Saturday in some sand dunes. The temperature at the time was north of 120 degrees. The National Park Service says the man had lost his flip-flops, but it wasn't clear if they broke or got lost in the sand. The LA County Sheriff's Department says it's hoping a $20,000 reward will help find the killer of a young Marine in Bellflower.
Investigators say they have no idea why Peter Chutala was the target of an attack.
Mr. Chutala was assaulted by at least 2 males. Mr. Chutala was left lying in the middle of the street and was struck by a passing vehicle.
Lieutenant Patricia Thomas says Chutala was found Tuesday, May 28th, just after 2 a.m. at the intersection of Virginia Avenue and Artesia Boulevard. Chutala's wife, Tarina, says they were married for 11 years.
That our son is without a father now. I think it's just painful to bear.
Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Governor Newsom has issued an executive order for the removal of homeless camps across California. The order directs state agencies on how to move the thousands of tents and makeshift shelters along freeways, parking lots, and parks. It follows a Supreme Court ruling that allowed for such action. The rate of dengue fever infection in the U.S. is up nearly 5 times compared to a year ago. ABC's Dr. Darian sentences people with the infection should be cautious with their treatment.
You want to avoid ibuprofen or aspirin if they're treating this infection or suspicious because that can increase that rare risk of bleeding.
Experts say removing standing water is the first step to reduce the risk of mosquitoes. Police in Paris are working overtime to ensure the safety of the Olympic Games ahead of tomorrow's opening ceremony.
There are police cars and police on every single corner, on every single public trains, and then you have this elaborate system of barricades, QR codes, passes, even just to access the main parts of the city.
ABC's banking police says it's being called the largest deployment during peacetime of security forces ever in the country's history. We're going to head out to the 91 next.
For July, you can get a 2024 Buick Envista Preferred, only $299 plus tax. That's incredible, beautiful vehicles. This is, of course, at Morrison Buick and GMC. Call Ted, he's the GM over there. He'll give you all the details. Or head into the showroom, Thorson Buick GMC, not your typical car dealership. They will treat you like family, especially if they know you are a KFI family. Thorson Buick GMC is right off the 210 in Pasadena on Colorado Boulevard. Thorson Buick GMC. Wanted this exact offer? RB099410, $3,000 customer cash or trade, equity to its signing, plus taxes, license, and registration. 36-month lease, 10K miles per year, 25 cents per mile over allowance. Requires a current lease registered to the same household to qualify for a $500 lease. Conquest/loyalty rebate. GM Financial must approve lease at A1 tier or better. Not all buyers will qualify. $10,000, $764 in total base monthly payments. Offer expires 7/31/2024.
The KFI Financial Update brought to you by Rabbi Real Estate. Dow is up 242, S&P 500 up 5, NASDAQ down 5.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Southline weather, KFI hot again. Heat advisory in effect until 10 tonight for the valleys of the IE. Highs mid to upper 70s and beaches. Mid-70s to around 90 metro LA. 90s to the triple digits for the valleys of the IE and the high desert. Low 90s for inland OC. Right now, 86 in Tustin. It's 83 in Laguna Beach. 100 in Chatsworth and 96 in Van Nuys. Going to a crash on the 91 in Anaheim.
Coming eastbound, right east street. They are just now clear in that from the lanes. Now, once you passed it, 91 eastbound right at Lakeview. I've got a report of a stall being cleared from the left lane of the main lines. And the 91 east right before the 241. Another accident reported over on the shoulder. Then on the flip side, 91 westbound before it gets to Gibson Canyon. Got a crash making its way over to the right shoulder there. 91 westbound before Surface Club Drive in Corona. And an overheated truck, looks like they got everything over to the right shoulder. Heading to Orange on the 55 South of Catella Avenue. Got a crash over on the right shoulder there. In San Dimas
California's only airborne traffic board signed to the Army. Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1961, there have been 3,517 people awarded. I'm Malcolm Gladwell. No new podcast from Pushing Industries and iHeartMedia. Develop those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor and Stories of Courage on America's number one podcast. iHeart. When you're free, iHeart app and search Medal of Honor Stories of Courage.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The Cola Wars may feel like a thing of the past, but there's been a big move with Dr. Pepper surpassing Pepsi as the runner-up to Coca-Cola for the first time ever. Beverage Digest reported market share for 2023 with Dr. Pepper and Pepsi both tied at 8.3%, though DMD has a slight lead. Coke remained at number one with 19.2% share, and two of its sister brands rounded out the top five, with Sprite reporting 8.1% and Diet Coke at 7.9%. Mountain Dew, Coke Zero, Diet Pepsi, Fanta, and Canada Dry Ginger Ale made up the rest of the top 10. Ironically, Dr. Pepper actually began in 1885 before either Coke or Pepsi, but only began marketing itself nationally in the 1970s. The trend shows that the Doc has been steadily increasing in popularity over the past few years, while Pepsi has been in decline. All right. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We've got strange science heading your way. Let's see here. We've got the CIA kidnapping a Soviet moon probe. That's fun. Dinosaur news. Two of my favorite words to put together. Komodo dragon teeth news.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and how chimps communicate. My God, there's something for everyone. What a day.
What else is going on? What's happening? The biggest deal still happening in Washington, D.C. Vice President Harris is going to be meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu later this afternoon after he sat down with President Biden. We do expect there to be some amount of conversing, perhaps a quick news conference after that. But at this point, we don't know exactly what's going on. We also do know that Netanyahu has scheduled a meeting with former President Trump down in Florida tomorrow before he heads back to Israel.
There is a massive fire up in Northern California, Butte, Tehama counties. This thing was reported about 3 p.m. yesterday near Chico. Quickly spread 45,000 acres in just hours. It's only 3% contained.
We both have friends or family that are up there, and we've already seen some of the pictures. It's one of those things a lot closer than it looks kind of thing. Yes, a lot closer than it looks. And thankfully, the fire is burning into grassy areas. It's not burning towards major cities, but it could be much more of a problem before they get much containment.
New study from Forbes Advisor finds California is number one when it comes to road rage. I get that. A lot of it out there.
How were we not? I saw that same thing. It said we were at number 13 just a couple of years ago or something.
Well, it's crazy because here people, will shoot you. I guess they'll shoot you in other parts of the country too. I guess maybe even less in California. An armed society is a polite society. I bet you don't flip somebody off in Montana because that somebody probably has a gun in their car.
Yeah, California replaced Arizona as the number one state. Huge jump from 2023 when California was ranked number 13. We had the third highest percentage of drivers who had other motorists cut them off on purpose in the course of this year.
44-year-old woman in San Dimas accused of stabbing her wife to death with a samurai sword, and San Dimas has been arrested.
Chen Fei apparently was killed by Wei Chen Wang. They got into an argument when Wang attacked Fei with a sword.
You have any swords at your house? want to say 75 miles or 60 miles. I forget what the radius is there, but so they can't tell anybody about it. Now they do have fans there allegedly, but it's just season ticket holders. But I don't think they're turning anybody away.
When they okay, here's a weird question. So when they were in Oakland, they did their training camps up in Napa, right? When they were in LA, did they do them still up in Napa? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Because that was so they moved to Vegas and they actually were doing them in Henderson, I believe, right when they moved to Vegas. But that doesn't bring the cooler temperatures in Vegas. I mean, it's still 110 in the middle of the day. That's not necessarily conducive to training camps. So,
did you hear about the champagne?
Not heard about any.
A team of divers dedicated to combing the Baltic Sea for shipwrecks has discovered a 19th century vessel laden with about 100 sealed bottles of champagne. It's a Polish diving Baltic. It was about 20 nautical miles south of the Swedish island of Åland.
They said originally they didn't expect to see anything significant. They hesitated for a moment whether they were going to dive at all. The two of the members of the crew were determined to check out this wreck to see if there was anything in it. They were gone for almost 2 hours. They said they knew immediately that they had located something special using underwater photography. They said the ship was in very good condition and loaded with champagne, porcelain wine, and mineral water. They also discovered clay water bottles. The German brand name Selters was stamped onto them. The brand was very highly valued, often reserved for royal tables. The water was considered almost medicinal. It was that good. It did not mistake Selters. Apparently, it's not doing it anymore, or at least they got out of the mineral water business. They have not been. They have not made a comment on this just yet. And hey, when I get out of this place, because this is unprecedented times and it hurts your neck to go back and forth and be craziness. You could go up to the International Space Station because once you get there, there's no guarantee that you'll come back.
I'm jealous of these people that are stuck in space. I would love to be stuck in space right now.
The test pilots, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, are supposed to visit the International Space Station for about a week and then come back in June. But remember, the thruster failures, the helium leaks on the new Starliner capsule has prompted them to keep them up longer. And the commercial crew program manager for NASA now says they are not ready to announce a return date. They didn't bring enough supplies for them to be up there for too long. Now, granted, it's the International Space Station.
Are they going to be eating each other?
Well, there are other supplies, but once they get there and blow through their supplies and their emergency reserves, then they start using the supplies and emergency reserves of the crew that's permanently on the space station.
Right. And then it's Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, and then
every astronaut for himself.
I mean, who's holding the conch at that point, and who gets to make who gets to call the shots? And unfortunately, who is Piggy? Like nobody wants to be Piggy.
Is Piggy the one that gets eaten?
Eat anybody.
If this show was stranded, who do you think would be Piggy?
Well, what do you mean? Who would
get stabbed out of this show if this show is stranded?
Well, if Jacob opens his mouth.
I think it would be Jacob. I think we would stab Jacob.
Let me just say, Jacob, I would do everything I could to defend you from Janet stabbing you.
Well, he's the young one, you know, so his, never mind. That sentence was not going to end well.
You prefer the younger flesh? Okay.
You're old.
You're like aged meat.
No.
I have more marbles. The Dodgers will take on the Astros tomorrow night. First pitch is at 5:10. They have a game today, too. It's 1 o'clock. But listen, every play on AM 570 LA Sports. By the way, it's $5 Friday tomorrow at Albertsons and Vaughn's featuring coffee, bacon, wrap, hot dogs, and Hollywood's original natural casing beef. Frankfurters get your pack today. Well, the
Salto coming away from the 22. And Bishop Viejo, all in 5 North and Alicia Parkway. Got a brand new accident scooped over to the right shoulder in Anaheim Hills, 90 East on Lakeview Avenue. Clearing that stall from the lanes. And in South LA on 110 North 94 gauge, still got a disabled vehicle and carpool lanes going to be blocked there. And it looks like in Fullerton, 57 northbound before you get to Knottwood Avenue, some wood breeze in the 2 right lanes. With Southern California's only airport traffic report sign, Jenny Hartman.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, an audio podcast from Push to Space iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Maren Morris has come out as bisexual. Texas-born country and pop crossover singer-songwriter posted a set of Phoenix concert pics on her Instagram with the caption, "Happy to be the B and LGBTQ+, Happy Pride," with the rainbow emoji. The post received more than 22,000 likes in its first 24 hours and overwhelmingly positive and supportive comments. Maren Morris is only one celebrity to come out as a member of the LGBTQ+ community in 2024, following actress Sophia Bush, Tom Hollander, and Renee Rapp, singer Daniel Bedingfield, comic Taylor Tomlinson, Olympic swimmer Sean Gunn, and wrestler Dirty Bulk Bronson. Hi, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking out of the protests at Union Station in Washington, D.C. He said there would be serious consequences in Florida for anyone burning American flags, chanting "Death to America," and spray painting anti-Semitic graffiti on statues. If you're on a visa, it should be revoked and you should be sent home. We should not be importing people into this country that hate our country. The protesters demanding a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meeting today with President Biden and Vice President Harris. The House approving a resolution condemning Vice President Kamala Harris for what Republican lawmakers say is her mishandling of the southern border. The resolution condemning Harris, as the Biden administration's borders are, passed with support from 6 Democrats back in 2021. Biden selected Harris to lead the administration's efforts to address the root causes of migration. That's politics. I'm Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Thanks. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
89% of cars in the United States have a French fry on them.
Well, part of it's when you get those fries and you're just your hands in the bag while you're driving.
Yes.
Wait, and that's what you do with the bag of fries?
And I'm driving.
Yeah. The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
And I just reach the bag.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
First Lady Jill Biden visited some American athletes at an Olympic training center in Paris today, wishing rugby, track and field competitors good luck even before taking part in a stationary relay drill with runners. She arrived in Paris the day before the Summer Games opening ceremony because she had to leave the country to avoid answering questions about why she's in the condition of her husband.
Sorry, parlez-vous français? I understand what you're saying. Vice President Harris and former President Trump are now in a 103-day sprint to the election. There is a new poll that has come out, the latest New York Times Siena College poll, and it shows her having made up some ground that was lost by President Biden over the last couple of weeks.
Would we call that a sprint? That seems like a lot of time.
Well, compared to what it usually is, yes.
Many, many days. Still a lot. Right.
Certainly a lot of time. But in this new New York Times Siena College poll, likely voters choose Trump 48 to 47%, and registered voters, the ones less likely to a larger swath of people, the gap is just a tiny bit bigger. Trump at 48% and Kamala Harris at 46%.
What's the margin of error? 2%?
The margin of error is plus or minus 3.4.
Okay, so
they're still within.
Yeah.
Basically.
It is time for our small business shout out, but first, your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GRAND. That's GRAND, GRAND. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. That keyword's going to go on the website, and we'll do it again in an hour from now. That is give you $1,000. We'll tell you how you can do it. Our small business shout out today. Bunch's Ice Cream. Armin Gregorian. Bunch. Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Explain to me what this is. I'm trying to see this on the website. It is an ice cream sandwich, right? Basics. Right. But instead of like a cookie or something on the outside, we're talking about a donut.
This sounds perfect if you're super high or you just like your sweets, because what's better than ice cream and a donut?
You can never go wrong.
No. How did you get into this? How did you discover this?
It was so weird. I was in bed at 3 a.m. and I just, as you should be, just to be clear. That's yeah, it should be. At that time, I want to be asleep, but I was craving sweets.
Yeah.
And I usually buy like donuts for my niece and nephew and stuff like that when they come over. So I was like, you know what? I have ice cream at home. I have leftover donuts at home. So I just started eating it together. I was like, this is a good idea. I should eat this down. But then it was too sweet for me. So I decided to like grab my own recipe down.
Wow.
And after 20 recipes, I remember eat it, feel bloated. I mean, it's not too sweet.
Wow.
You could literally run a mile by it.
It sounds like a dream come true. A donut, but it doesn't weigh you down.
Might take you 18 minutes, but once you get running a mile.
That's neat.
Glendale specific, and you talk about the feeling of community, the importance of community to you. Tell us more about that. It's huge. Honestly, since day one that I started, I've been getting just the love and appreciation from the whole community, all around, not only Glendale, but Irving, North Hollywood, and Granada Hills, all around Southern California. I've been getting that love and appreciation, getting realized and noticed and everything. And then the idea of combining these two, they're not necessarily different flavors, but they can be. I mean, donuts and ice cream, etc. Have you put something together and said, "Oh, that's never going to work"? There has been times where I've tried to do something that's like out of the blue, just to like lure the menu, but then I was like, "No, this is not going to work." I want to keep it. I want to keep it at where it is.
So Punch is a nickname that was given to you by your father.
Right.
What does it mean? What does the word mean?
So in Armenian, there is a dessert is called punch. It means like fluffy, like fluffy and chunky.
So cute.
So my late mother, that's like that's the community always wanted me punching community now. So ever since that name just not stuck to me. I felt like they gave me that name for a reason. Whenever I was coming up with the name, it was so hard. Ice cream. I was like, donut, muffin,
creamy, the donuts fluffy. When you had that epiphany for the name of the shop, was it like, oh, I've got it? Of course it's Ponchos.
Yeah, it was just like all of a sudden. I was like, my dad gave me. He knew. So it was just awesome.
Was he a businessman too?
He was did granite production, had kitchens, yeah, there's a business. But it was just so I don't know, when I was so excited, I was like, my dad gave me that name for a reason. Now I know. They're out.
Yeah.
Continue on with it. Ponchos Ice Cream is where you find the website, PONCHS, ice cream, Ponchos Ice Cream. And the whole menu here explains. So when someone comes in, the base doesn't have to necessarily be a donut. It could be, you've got also waffle cone or cup or that sort of stuff. And then what? People choose the ice cream and they pair it, or they choose an ice cream. They choose what flavor they want. They want a donut, waffle cone, or cup.
Like this. Incredible. Sorry, I just got real distracted.
I always tell people, some people tell me, oh, it's too sweet. I always tell them, calories don't count at Ponchos. And it's my good thing too. Well, that's clear. So this was okay. So this explains why they were asking if I like.
Well, I would punch somebody in the face for this.
Almond slivers. And this is a caramel ice cream. It's vanilla with caramel milk.
Oh my gosh, this is like crack. This is what it must be like to do crack.
You said there's no calories in this, right? I said the calories that it don't count. Well, yeah, okay. I'll go with that.
Perfect. It's not too heavy. It's just perfect.
And it's funny because there's almost a savory aspect to it. There's enough of the dough flavor that has a little bit of savory to it. The ice cream is sweet for itself. Yeah.
You know how sometimes you eat dessert and you're like, nah, I don't know, it's not worth the calories. I know we were joking about this having no calories, but this is worth all the calories.
Well, I'm getting protein from the almonds. So
stop rationing.
Pretty much health food. Just keep it right. I'm going to throw a fun fact out there.
Do it.
My donut by itself. How would that be? I mean, after 20 recipes, I agree with Russian. And sometimes it's unbelievable, but after 20 recipes, it's 100 calories per donut, like of ice cream, and you're making the donuts every day. Yeah, it's fresh.
We are in embarrassment right now. You know that? Usually when we have these small business shout-outs, we'll take like a bite, but we haven't been able to stop eating.
What's the blue one here in the middle? That's bubblegum ice cream. So I don't keep any secrets. My ice cream is a 3D brand ice cream. It's one of the best ice cream brands since
I love 1930. Absolutely.
So, as you guys know, Ryan Gates is sure. I have a flavor.
What's the crunch?
That's the Oreo.
Oh my god.
Oreo?
Yeah, dude. Don't even.
So you have all of these different toppings. All of these different toppings, all of these different flavors of ice cream, with the syrups that can go on top, all of that stuff. Ponchos Ice Cream, again, over in Glendale, 331 North Glendale Avenue. Find the truck right in front of the Whole Foods.
I'd say 10 out of 10, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I did ask. I would also do a 10 out of 10 because it's right. I didn't expect it to. I thought it was going to be overwhelmingly sweet. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's perfect, but it's not like. The real question is, you run a mile. Well, yes, I have one mile. I guess I have to run a mile.
You can put 87 degrees outside and say yes.
Give me 20 minutes, I'll run a mile. No problem. Check them out. Ponchos Ice Cream. On the website is PONCHS, PonchosIceCream.com. Check them out on TikTok, Instagram as well. Yes, we go on TikTok live. On Tuesday to Sunday, 5 to 12 a.m. We go TikTok live with music and entertain people as much as I can. Instagram, post every thing that there is, all that stuff. So I just want to thank God for all the blessings. Thank everybody that's supporting me. And thank you guys for having us here today. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Deborah Mark is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden has spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Oval Office in the White House. Netanyahu reflected on the decades the two have known one another.
From
statue on Saturday. The Seal Beach Police Department posted photos to its Facebook page Tuesday showing the woman looking at items behind glass. The statue, known as the Three Graces, depicts three figures that are said to be the daughters of Zeus. Police say they want the woman to return the statue and apologize to the owners. Chris Adden, KFI News.
A new program in LA County is trying to raise kids' awareness when it comes to excessive heat. Supervisor Hilda Solis says kids are more vulnerable during a heat wave because they're outside more and they don't take precautions.
The rising temperatures are not only uncomfortable, there are also a serious health and well-being concern for all of us.
The county-approved program includes presentations for kids and an excessive heat warning system that alerts schools and child care facilities about precautions that should be taken. Engineers are working to finish testing as they troubleshoot problems with Boeing's Starliner capsule and bring two astronauts back to work, or back to Earth, I should say. Test pilots Butch Wilmore and Steve Williams have been at the International Space Station since June 6th. Thruster failures and helium leaks have delayed their return. Boeing's Mark Abbey says they've been doing tests on equipment in New Mexico.
It was very stressful testing of that thruster through ATP, uphill and approach and docking, and some increased temperature profiles, and some very stressful downhill runs.
He says they found some Teflon from an eroded seal lodged in a filter and that another seal was deformed and bulging. NASA says there are backup options, but the goal is to bring the astronauts back on Starliner. Southland weather from KFI. Hot again. Heat advisory sticking around until 10 tonight for valleys and IE. Highs in the mid to upper 70s in the beaches, mid 70s to around 90 for Metro LA, 90s to the triple digits in the valleys, the IE in the high desert, low 90s in the OC. Right now, 95 in La Habra, it's 82 in Laguna Niguel, would crash on the 210 in Irwindale.
210 eastbound before you get to Irwindale, after that brand new accident, the two middle lanes are going to be blocked. In Artesia, 9 westbound before you get to Pioneer Boulevard. Got a car fire. The two right lanes are taken out. It's going to be stop and go from Carbonator Road. Also in Baldwin Park on the 10 westbound of Francisco, got a crash, made his way to the shoulder. Montebello, 16 westbound of Wilcox Avenue, wrecking the left lane there. And in Long Beach on the 710 southbound before the 405. Just got reported an accident in the lanes. It's going to be slow already from Del Amo Boulevard. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell. Now a new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
You puddle on an elk rock, a snowy mountain in Pakistan, travelers and alone.
What would you do if you found yourself up against the elements?
You're swimming through a narrow water, an underwater cave, your air is almost out.
Nowhere to turn but yourself.
You're flying 40,000 feet above the Amazon rainforest, looking down into the jungle below.
To make a choice.
An avalanche of snow is heading straight down. Water starts pouring into the ship. The plane dips down among the trees, hurtling towards the ground.
Survive.
40,000 feet, 10,000, 5.
Die.
Mayday, mayday. You can't breathe.
Someone, I'm Cassie Peckle.
And I'm Mike Horn.
And this is Against the Odds, where each week we bring you the most extraordinary survival stories in the world. Men who rescued 12 boys and their teacher trapped in a cave.
To the mountaineers who get lost in a snowstorm like these two.
You'll feel the hunger, the pain, and the thrill as people push themselves to their limits to survive. And sometimes become heroes against the odds. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Celine Dion may be working on a comeback. Some reports that sources reveal the stars and private rehearsals for a possible run of shows in Las Vegas this fall. Dion is set to perform over an hour of the greatest hits streaming show, which marked her first concert since March of 2020. The 56-year-old Dion was diagnosed with stiff person syndrome in 2022 and has shared the progress she's made, insisting that her goal was to hit the stage again. Sources share that if the practice sessions go well, the limited run residency, likely at Resorts World Theater, would follow. And if that goes well, the run would be extended. Nothing is set in stone, but the possible Celine Dion comeback shows may begin in November, with the 2025 star as a backup plan if more practice or rehabilitation time is needed. All right, that's what's poppin' at camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The AMC theater chain lost roughly $400 million in 2023, though that's a big improvement from its $4.5 billion loss in 2020. But take a guess where a good chunk of that loss came from. According to an April filing, the company's CEO pocketed a 2023 compensation package estimated at a whopping $25 million, roughly $2 million raise from the previous year. The next four best compensated officers took home a combined $15.6 million over the same period, and reported total pay for 8 board members was roughly $2.4 million. So together, the 13 AMC executives were apparently paid some $43 million in 2023, or over 10% of the company's loss for the year. No wonder they keep jacking up the price of popcorn. This isn't unique to entertainment, as the CEO of Boeing, who's stepping down by the end of this year amidst another round of high-profile equipment failures, cashed in to the tune of between $24 and $33 million last year per filing by that company. No word on his 2024 compensation or the golden parachute of bonus payments that most executives are gifted with when they leave, voluntarily or not. All right, and that's what's poppin' on camps on iHeartRadio.
The Daily Calendar. Today is July 25th, World Drowning Prevention Day, reminding us all to drown. Not to drown, sorry.
It's unconventional.
Hire a veteran.
Hey.
If you're hiring, consider upping our military folk. It's also International Red Shoe Day since 2014 to bring awareness to Lyme disease. So put on your red shoes, watch for ticks, and have an amazing July 25th.
That's your Daily Calendar.
From KFI AM 640.
She knows us so well. She knows. That was the first word out of our mouths.
That's funny. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live every Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the White House today to talk about the war in Gaza with President Biden and Democratic nominee, or presumptive Democratic nominee, Vice President Harris, at a pretty important moment for all three of them. This visit comes at a time of growing pressure in Israel and the U.S. So people are tapping their watches, saying, hey, we need to find an end to this. Biden is trying to get Israel and Hamas to come up with some sort of a proposal to release hostages in Gaza. White House officials say the negotiations have been closing in, or in the closing stages, but there are still some issues that need to be resolved. Quick update, by the way, the fire that we've talked about, the park fire burning up near Chico and north of Chico in Northern California, has burned over 45,000 acres. Now they are saying that they have arrested a 42-year-old man they believe pushed a car on fire into a gully in Chico yesterday. That car was sent careening down a 60-foot embankment near Bidwell Park, and that was what they believe sparked the fire in the first place. We talked about it. It just started yesterday before 5 o'clock. It's already grown to 45,000 plus acres, and that measurement came from this morning. So it has been very hot and windy in that area in Butte County and Tehama County. So there are a bunch of evacuation orders that have been posted in those areas too.
It's time for Strange Science.
Strange got shots. This was a study of about 5,000 young women and girls in South Africa and Uganda. In a group that was given daily prevention pills, about 2% ended up catching HIV from infected partners. But they said the twice yearly shots were 100% effective. So they were made by Gilead, a U.S. pharmaceutical company. They were sold as something called Sunlenca. They have been approved in the United States, Canada, Europe, and elsewhere, but only as a treatment for HIV. The company said that it's still waiting for results of testing in men before they can seek permission to use it to protect against infection. So that is a significantly major announcement when it comes to HIV and AIDS.
Komodo dragons are compared to carnivorous dinosaurs, and for good reason. They're the largest living lizard on the planet, and their large serrated teeth can tear apart almost any kind of meat, including water buffaloes that weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Chop, chop, chop. The teeth are coated with iron to rip apart their prey.
That's the part I don't understand. It's the first time that a coating like this has been seen in any animal, and one of the researchers described as a striking and previously overlooked predatory adaptation in that Komodo dragon. You've never seen a Komodo dragon?
No, but he can rip you apart. You're not as big as a water buffalo.
Well, if I eat donuts and ice cream all day, I could probably get the water buffalo run for its money.
I don't know if the Komodo dragon would be into diabetes.
They're probably not going to get diabetes if they're only eating.
Well, if they knew, they would probably get diabetes.
Secondary diabetes. They said that humans have been killed by Komodo dragons in 2007. A child on Komodo Island died after being attacked by one, and then a couple years later, a worker on an island also killed by two of them after he fell out of a tree. And then in 2010, another Indonesian worker had a narrow escape after he punched a Komodo dragon in the face, so the animal would release it from its jaws. The Indonesian authorities said they're considering banning tourists to Komodo Islands because they are concerned visitors are going to affect the mating habits.
How so?
You don't want people watching.
I don't think the Komodo dragons care.
Maybe they do. Maybe that's what they
get shy and bashful. I think a Komodo dragon sees some tail it's into and it goes and gets it.
So the other story about dinosaurs is that there may be larger dinosaurs than we ever actually understood. The dinosaurs, like a T-Rex, may have grown even larger than we previously thought,
like
based on the fossils.
25% longer. And they may have reached 49 feet long. That is huge.
Now, they said the reason we don't have a true sense of what the maximum size is or was is that T-Rex is only known from a limited number of specimens. There's only about 100 specimens that we have in total, and only a couple of dozen of those are well preserved. So they said it's unlikely that the fossils we have found represent the largest individuals that ever lived. We have a bunch of average T-Rex skeletons. We don't have a bunch of great ones.
All right, coming up next, how chimps communicate and how it is oddly similar to how we communicate.
Gary Chip will continue Strange Science. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Video game performers in Hollywood have voted to go on strike. Governor Newsom has issued an executive order for the removal of homeless camps across California. And the man who broke into the home of LA Mayor Bass did a no contest. He was given a suspended sentence yesterday in order to get mandatory drug abuse and mental health treatment. He was arrested in April for breaking into the Getty House in Hancock Park. Bass and the family were home, but no one was hurt. We're going to the 110 next.
Okay, 110 sounds kind of nice right now. If you're in the Inland Empire where the high today is 112 degrees. You know what you need? You need those dual-pane energy-efficient windows from American Vision Windows. American Vision Windows is the #1 window company in California for many reasons. Here are a couple. An expert level of service and the utmost quality of the windows, and they will keep the heat out. The dual-pane energy-efficient windows are very popular right now, and the deal on the table for these is truly incredible. You get a free upgrade to the security package, a free upgrade to Sun Matrix, sound packaging, and free installation. This is the first time ever they're offering the best packages on their best-selling windows. You'll pay 0% interest plus 0 payments until 2025. For all of the offers, give them a call, 888-785-5713, 888-785-5713, or see the website for details on approved credit, CSLB number 778326.
Southland weather from KFI on again. High 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic's better. Let's go places. We have a crash on the 110 in downtown LA. The 110 southbound right coming up on that 10 West transition. Brand new accident in the Santa Monica area. In South LA on the 110 North Engage, they cleared the stall from the lanes, but it's still going to be a slow ride from the 105 all the way up to 101. In Hollywood on the 101 southbound in Highland, got a stalled van in the second lane from your left. And in Long Beach 405 south to the 710 North connector, a new accident has that transition completely shut down, and your 405 south has delays from Avalon Boulevard. With Southern California's own airport traffic report, signed Jenny Hartman.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell. No new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On September 16th, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill cut their vacation short and decided to drive home.
They were having difficulty finding their way around the city, and Barney decided he just wanted to drive home, knowing that they would arrive at their home on New Hampshire's seacoast at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
What they saw that night in the New Hampshire sky would change everything.
I began walking across the highway, looking up at the object with the binoculars, putting them down, shaking my head, saying, well, this just can't be true. I don't believe it.
A light in the sky.
At first she thought of a falling star, but she realized the falling stars don't fall upwards, and that's what this one was doing.
2 years later, the Hills would undergo hypnosis.
He tried to start the car, it won't start. It's really coming to us. And I said, well, I can't get away from it. If I get the car to a rope, I can run it with the side.
That became known the world over.
Dr. Simon gave me a post-traumatic suggestion. He said if I'm more than 2, I can sketch the star after. If I didn't want it, I didn't have it. So about 2 weeks later, I sketched.
Their account has been scrutinized.
Under the influence of hypnosis, especially if you're highly hypnotizable, you are even more susceptible to contamination and distortion.
By scientists, skeptics, theorists, and believers.
She wound up building a total of more than 20 three-dimensional models and was able to find one and only one pattern that matched what Betty had built.
What happened on that night journey in 1961? Were the Hills confused about what they saw, or did they have an encounter with beings out of this world? From iHeartRadio and Aaron Mankey's Grim and Mild, this is Strange Arrivals.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
With the return of The Boys for its 4th season, Prime Video has announced that its 5th season will be its last. Carl Urban, Jack Quaid, Anthony Starr, and Aaron Moriarty are among the stars of the hit award-winning superhero satire, which depicts the heroes as corrupt corporate chills. Because of this, the title Vigilante Squad forms to push back against their dangerous activities. The announcement comes not long after creator Eric Kripke said that he had an ending in mind for the show after 5 seasons, but he had said the same thing about one of his prior creations, Supernatural, which ended up running for 15 years across 2 networks. The Boys is streaming on Prime Video with the 5th and final season expected out in 2025. Also streaming on Prime Video is its spin-off Gen V, which has its own 2nd season coming soon, and another upcoming spin-off, The Boys Mexico. Alright, and that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
The gas tax went up by about 2 cents. This was built into the last gas tax increase. The public voted for the gas tax increase at the
time, John Cobelt, much of the public in California are morons. They really are. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I like that you like me, baby, that makes me go. I like that you lonely like me, I can be lonely with you.
I have some great news to tell you. 50.
There really was no calorie. Not one calorie in that ice cream filament thing I just took down.
Stop obsessing about the calories. That takes the fun out of it. 53 seasons without a no-hitter. And now this team has 2 over the last 4 years. Your San Diego Padres pitcher Dylan Cease has thrown a no-hitter. Wow. Struck out 9, walked 3 in San Diego's 3-0 win over the Nationals today in D.C. The second pitcher to toss a no-hitter this season. They acquired Cease in a trade with Chicago, the White Sox, in March. And it's just beautiful watching the footage of everyone storming the field, giving hugs, and grown men hugging.
That's what you go for.
That's nice.
Power to the mustache, too. He's got one of those good late 70s baseball mustaches.
Yeah, he does.
That kind of stuff. All right, we're in the middle of Strange Science, talking about some of the crazy stuff that's going on in that world. A phenomenon first observed about 10 years ago aboard a vessel in a remote part of the Pacific Ocean was so crazy they didn't even believe that it was happening. Sensor readings showed that oxygen was being made about 13,000 feet below the surface of the ocean, where there's no light. The same thing happened on different voyages in a region known as the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. Now, they said the instruments that were first detecting this, they believed they were faulty. But photosynthetic organisms like plants, plankton, algae use sunlight to produce oxygen that cycles into the ocean depths. But previous studies concluded that the deep sea, there was oxygen that was consumed but never produced because there was no photosynthesis. And now they're saying that there is oxygen being produced without photosynthesis somehow 13,000 feet below the surface of the ocean. It underscores what's at stake, they say, in terms of keeping our oceans clean, because it's going to impact a major source, perhaps, of what they refer to as dark oxygen.
Well, like humans, wild chimpanzees engage in snappy, turn-taking conversations where they wait just a fraction of a second for their
turn to speak.
It's like Aaron Sorkin, but with chimpanzees.
The animals communicate mostly with gestures that include hand movements and facial expressions.
Hand movement.
Scientists who studied their chats in detail found that they
took this one
very fast-paced turns when they exchanged information and also occasionally interrupted one another. I don't think chimps could do well. I guess they could. They have opposing forms. And they said there's a deep evolutionary similarity in how face-to-face conversations are structured, even if it's nonverbal. The face-to-face communications are as important as they are. It's a hallmark of human communication, of course. We all take about, they said, 200 milliseconds between turns and show some interesting small cultural variations. Some cultures happen to be fast talkers. A study back in 2009 timed the differences, showing that on average, Japanese speakers take 7 milliseconds to respond. Danish speakers take about 470 milliseconds to intervene. Japanese speakers are very, very quick to jump on the end of a sentence, and the Danish are not.
Interesting.
Engaged in enough conversations with
I guess
native Danish speakers are
maybe I'm part Japanese. What's the interrupting nationality? Where you just interrupt people?
Just you. It's just you. But Americans, I think, probably do it more so.
There's good news about the Florida grasshopper sparrow.
Didn't know there was bad news.
Well, there was. Numbers of the Florida grasshopper sparrow dwindled so severely by 2015 that authorities took the decision to remove remaining breeding pairs into captivity, where they could just bang around and make more little baby Florida grasshopper sparrows.
wild. They said that on Tuesday they released the 1,000th bird bred under controlled conditions.
That's a lot of baby sparrows.
That's a lot of, and they're tiny. That is not a big bird. Not that one.
How do birds mate?
I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen two birds.
Do you know why?
Why?
Birds lay eggs.
Okay. But how does the egg, Mark?
Doctor Mark. Love question, sorry.
Is there a love connection between the egg and the...
Oh, I'm watching it. Oh, interesting.
What happened?
Yeah, are you describing any of it to us, or we just get to hear the birds in the background?
Guys, this is my private viewing, okay?
Yeah, no kidding.
Can you maybe just
Oh, well, look.
soften the blow?
Okay, here you go. There you go.
Oh, there is actually a baby.
Yeah, there is.
Really? They went with the old-fashioned
Yes. Yes, there was outing, and there was This is how we know we're good friends, Mark.
Yeah, we can share the monkey form together.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Now we know how Shannon's going to spend the rest of her interview.
I know. It took 4 hours, but you did learn something.
What's coming up on the Mark?
What's not coming up? It's all kinds of great stuff. You know, Biden spoke. We'll do a quick drill down on that. Newsom's going to clear the homeless off the streets. We'll do a drill down on that. Southwest has changed policy.
It's not easy, and it's not easy being a burden to everyone around you. And people always say, like, you're not a burden, like we love you and we would do anything for you, but like I am. I know I am. It's not something that someone's going to be able to convince me that I'm not. And I understand that they love me and they're willing to do it. But at the same time, like obviously there are things that if I could change, I would, and I can't. So I just have to try my best to do as much as I can for those around me. And this is part of what I can do. I've thought for years, like, what can I possibly do to help? And this is it. I think as much as I can, I want to do everything with Neuralink to make things better for people in the future.
That's a beautiful way of engaging with this, man. It really is. And I think what happened to you is tragic, but your perspective is pretty fucking cool. It really is. It really is. It's beautiful to hear. And I mean, I wish you all the best. I really hope that this becomes something that allows you to move again. And I mean, and that they keep improving upon it. And thank you for risking this. And thank you for being the first guy.
Yeah, no worries. People keep saying a lot of weird things about me, like, you're like an Apollo astronaut. I don't see myself that way. I know that people keep saying you're the first, you're like a pioneer. I don't see myself that way at all. I just think anyone in my position would have done it. I think that, I guess it took a bit of bravery. I don't think, I don't see myself that way. I just think that I did it so, to show people, I did it because I knew that I could. I did it because I knew that I was capable of going through it. I did, became quadriplegic and I made it out the other side. Like, I feel good about my life. I feel like I managed that pretty well. I'm a pretty chill guy, so I feel like I rolled with the punches pretty well. And I did the same thing with Neuralink. And so, like, I never thought of myself like trailblazing or anything, but it's just cool to be a part of it. And I'm really happy that Neuralink chose me. And I'm looking forward to having some like cyborg buddies in the future. That'll be cool.
Yeah, how long before you can link those things together?
I guess we'll find out when they get the next patient, like the next participant. Like maybe a couple months, and we'll be chatting with each other. I mean, I've been, having telepathic communications with Pager the monkey for a few months. No one knows about it, but we talk about that kind of stuff all the time. He's oddly obsessed with the new Planet of the Apes movie, but couldn't tell you why.
What kind of joke is that, man? You can't crack jokes like that. What? I don't know if you're telling the truth. You're talking to a monkey telepathically? No, you're joking.
Yeah.
See, I can tell because you have human eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If you
Do I,
have those,
though? Are you sure?
I think you do.
Okay.
Or they're really good.
Yeah.
You know, if they could develop an eye just like artificial intelligence can make images like pretty fucking close, maybe they can make an eyeball that just really does kind of like talk to you a little bit.
Makes you think.
Just knowing someone's bullshitting. Dude, come on.
Yeah. There's no way I talk to Pager at all. On a daily basis, at least.
Now I'm thinking you do. Now I'm going the other way with it. Yeah, it's exciting times. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
The ability that you have right now is limited to computer interfaces, right? What about other smart things? Can you interact with it? Like, could you interact with other sort of electronics?
Not really. It's all through the computer. Just because in order to even interact with the computer, it has to be uploaded with that app. And so that's why, like, putting it on a phone or something, you would just upload the app onto it. Any sort of other devices, there's ways to, like, connect to them. So, like, for me, even with the Switch, it's through my computer still, but then you run, like, a cord from my computer through, like, a converter box and then into the Switch. So it's all through the computer right now. I don't think it's going to be that way forever. I think it's going to be much easier to connect to other devices in the future, especially if Neuralink takes off like I think it will. Then companies will start just uploading the software onto it, downloading the software onto it, so that way you can connect to it. Like, it's going to be one of those things where, like, it's Alexa compatible, it's Neuralink compatible.
Right, that makes sense, especially if there's widespread implementation of this and it turns out to be a real thing. It might be something that someone has to have, like you have to have a wheelchair wrap at certain businesses. Yeah.
And Tesla thought, I'm sure he's just going to build all of that into that. All the Optimus robots are going to have it built in.
Do you think he's going to make a Tesla phone?
Yeah, he might.
I think when he said that they might ban Apple devices because they're going to use OpenAI, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I get real nervous when someone way fucking smarter than me gets nervous.
Yeah.
You know, when he's saying that if AI, basically what he's saying is, I think, to paraphrase, he's saying that Apple wasn't smart enough to create their own artificial intelligence, but they're smart enough to keep artificial intelligence from running rampant through their operating system. Like, I don't think they are.
Yeah. I don't trust it. I don't trust it one bit.
That's going to be in your head, bro.
Yeah.
One day we're all going to have to trust it.
You know, if I had Scarlett Johansson's voice in my head all the time, I don't think I would mind.
It would be dreamy.
Yeah, it would be okay. It would be okay.
She's got a dreamy voice. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being you. And let's do this again sometime in the future. We can see like what improvements and how it's going.
Hey, man, absolutely. As we move this thing along, then I'm more than happy to come back.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, do you have social media or anything where people can find out what you're up to?
Yeah, I have an X, like at Modi Quad, I think it's called. I have like an Instagram and stuff, and I'm getting other stuff up and running. I'm gonna start like streaming more and stuff, so it'll be out there.
You gonna stream?
Yeah, I did once. I did like kind of like a test stream. I'm about to do another test stream probably this week at some point, maybe in the next few days. Then the stream some like video games and stuff.
That's great, man. I think people would love to see that and love to hear you talk about your experiences through this.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
You've got a great perspective, man. You really do.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
All right. All the best. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, good to see you. Good to see you. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Dr. Aaron D'Souza, president of the Enhanced Games.
And I'm Christian Angermeyer, co-founder of the Enhanced Games.
And this is a very exciting idea. And how did this come about? What was the impetus behind this?
I've been studying the Olympics and the Olympic movement my entire life. You know, I'm 39 years old. When I was a undergraduate at university, it was just after the Sydney Olympics. And, you know, it was always something that inspired me. And I thought to myself, you know, I learned some key statistics. 44% of Olympians admit to using banned performance-enhancing drugs within the last year, according to research commissioned by the World Anti-Doping.
44%.
44%.
And the other, probably lying.
Are losing. Yeah, exactly. And so, and then I learned that the average American Olympian only earns $30,000 a year. And I thought to myself, there's something really wrong in the system. And instead of, trying to reform it, let's take a blank slate of paper and invent the third Olympiad from scratch.
Well, the Olympics is kind of a scam because it generates billions of dollars in revenue, and the people that are there to perform make almost none of that.
That's correct. The International Olympic Committee doesn't pay any of the athletes. And incidentally, they may get some money in sponsorship or from the National Olympic Committee.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the billions of dollars in revenue come into the Olympics, and none of that goes to the athletes. It gets wasted building stadiums. It gets wasted paying officials. And we felt there's a way to do a better, more honest model that inspires us to believe in the future of science and technology in the 21st century.
And you could do it apolitically too, if you chose to. Are you guys doing it by nation, or are you doing it just like human beings?
Human beings.
Better.
I think the era of nationalism is over. Right. Look at the Eurovision Song Competition recently.
What is that?
Oh, it was when Israel was performing, and there were huge protests out front of the competition.
It's a very European thing. It's called European Song Contest. Contest.
A song contest.
Yes, it's every country every year makes a very cheesy song.
Oh God!
I actually like it. So let's not go there. I'm kind of a fan. Being German, it's a big thing in Europe. But unfortunately, it was super fun and campy. There's actually a Netflix movie about it, like not a documentary, but a fun movie about it.
Is this already here, Jimmy?
Well, that is one of the
recent winners of the year.
Yes. So last year, and she's amazing. She's amazing. It's Noreen.
She's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, it's very catchy songs. I don't know what your song.
She's crawling around with her butt up in the air.
Well, it's very campy,
I guess.
But there is even a cool Netflix movie about it. But long story short, unfortunately, this was the first year where it became really political, which I think music shouldn't be. Yeah, and which was sad. But we will not be political. That's the short version. We're not going to go per country. Yeah, it's the best human being, the fastest one, highest job, whatever.
Yeah, it's just so many countries use it as a political tool, and they cheat.
No.
Like I'm sure you guys have seen Icarus, right?
Yeah, I was at Grand Oval a couple of days ago.
He's
must be doing something, obviously.
Are you sure I wasn't under the covers? Did you hear me?
No, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Are you sure I wasn't under the covers?
I don't know. You could have been, but you look fairly flat.
Oh, okay. Where did you hear someone was looking for me?
Oh, somebody named Kaki, Kokki. He was an Asian guy. He's in gas station.
Oh, okay.
He says, Rabbi's missing. I'm like, what? That's weird. So, hello?
How is Oliver?
He's awesome, man. Just got finished walking. Just mowed my lawn, took a shower. Oh, my fucking legs feel like noodles.
Do you have Spotify?
I did, but I dropped that shit.
No, it's like a free version.
Many options as YouTube does, and they want to charge for it.
I understand. They have a free version too, though. Do you have Apple Podcasts?
Well, same thing applies.
No.
It's going to be on Spotify.
No, it's not on Spotify. It's on Spotify. It's on Amazon Music. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's on iHeartMedia. All of these are free. Now I know, like, to get them without, ads and things like that. That's different. But okay, I was just seeing if you had Spotify.
What's the podcast about?
Oh, great question. Oh, and you can be on it too if you want. If you don't, I understand that too. Okay, so do you know what Vogue magazine is?
Yeah, that's what you were telling me before, something about Vogue.
Yeah. So they do a series where they ask people to do like a lightning round of 73 questions. And so I just took their list of 73 questions. Excellent. And I slightly tweaked it. And then I just asked creators on Kick what their, what their answers are or whatever. And with that, they answer. Some people in more in depth than others. And then from there, what they do is they give me a few hours and I'm able to publish it. Now, I was just doing an audio podcast, but I'm so video oriented that there's no reason why I can't take a little bit more time and make these all video podcasts. So I'm doing that, especially because the people, the reason why I'm able to do it and make it really nice is because the people who I'm interviewing are live streaming it. So I can just go to their live stream and get it really nicely with their face and everything. Now, I can do that on mine as well, but I have to give up one of my computers, and I don't want to have to do that. I would rather be able to keep my robots going as much as possible, because I know that very few people are going to hear me on this podcast and be like, oh, that's the best podcast ever. It's very simple, but what is valuable is the... Sure, you do what you need to do. Absolutely. Sure.
Yo.
executive order to remove homeless camps across California. Southwest Airlines is changing the way passengers
Yo.
board planes. Airlines breaking a 50-year tradition will now offer assigned seating. And
Yo.
Forest Advisor says that California has the most confrontational drivers.
Josh.
Crash on the 405 in Long Beach. 405 southbound transition to the northbound 710. And that transition completely shut down as they try to clear this wreck out of the way. It's going to be stopped to go from Alameda Street. Also, in down in 105 westbound at the 710, got a new accident involving a semi clearing to the shoulder. In Culver City on the 405 north, it's in Boulder Boulevard. New accident here as well, split to the shoulder. It's already slowed from the 105. And in Hollywood Hills on the 101 South and Highland Avenue, that earlier stalled van has been cleared from the lanes. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The final countdown begins. USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Because Faria was charged with crime, he swore he did not commit them.
No, I did not. I do not know how this happened. I did not. I was not involved with it.
Just after Christmas, Troy, Missouri, 2011.
The jury was left with no alternative, and in most people's words, the husband did it. I lost one of them.
Prosecutor said it was rage, greed.
We wouldn't be here
If the answer was that easy.
in my opinion. This man got charged with murder, and then it sort of snowballed from there.
I'm Keith Morrison. I've been a correspondent for Dateline NBC for 25 years. And in that time, I've never seen a story quite like this.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So it's like, okay, well, Rabbi, you're good. So it's like, Rabbi, why are you doing a podcast when you're about video and all this other shit? It allows me to basically own a creator's channel for a half an hour. And, you know, while I'm there just asking these simple questions, their audience is learning who I am.
If you're not stabbing the chat, you're actually on the chat and on the podcast itself, so you're actually getting more publicity.
Exactly. And then people see that I'm human and that, you know, I'm a good interviewer. And then they see that I'm producing a podcast. So I think that's just a positive thing. Just like you're saying, it allows me to influence their chat in a positive way, unlike the little negatives that I do all the time. A long discussion. This is good. Yeah, and then other people are going to watch it. These guys will watch the other people who have been on it, and it'll just hopefully continue and snowball. I hope so too.
Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge and releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by Release the Pressure Coalition and
I didn't say that last part. Can you repeat it?
So it's good to see you.
It's good to see me. Oh man, you're coming in like dog shit. Can you repeat it?
I said it's good to see you. I was told you were missing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm here. I mean, I go to the bathroom, and when I do, generally I'm gonna put that on Instagram, and you know, like I make food, and like you know, like sometimes that's not on camera, but and I've been doing this podcast thing, And what I've had to do, which is perhaps where I was, I have to record, like I'd have to do a screen record. And if I do the screen record in this room, it's too loud that it has to be in a quiet place, basically. And so I have to put the camera in like a closet, and but I don't know. I mean, I'm like here just about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for the last 3 years, as much as any other person has been in global history.
I've been watching for almost a year now.
Excellent. It's pretty wild. The people who I know who've been watching me the longest, it's been about 3 years, and there's one guy from Kentucky. He's from Paducah, Kentucky. There's someone from Perth, Australia, and there's a girl. She's like, I've known this girl. I think I've known her almost 3 years now, almost 2.5 years or something, and yeah, definitely. He's here. I actually messaged him the other day, and yeah, his name is John. And then the girl, she's at. Oh, okay. The girl, she's at University of California at Berkeley. And then one guy is from Perth, Australia. And then, yeah, this other guy, John, he's from Paducah. Those are the three off the top of my head who I know who've been watching me the longest. But they don't watch me like you do. They have their own lives, and I understand that. But they do message me, and it's very funny. I created a Facebook. I created a Facebook group. I created a Facebook group like 3 years ago, and I haven't touched it since, but because I got banned from it. But these guys got all these people in it, and it's still going like 3 years later. So it's kind of hilarious to me. But yeah, so I've got those guys, and then there was one girl who I messaged, or she messaged me. She was watching me almost maybe more than anybody ever has. And that's because she had like a medical condition where she could not go outside. And so she had to be inside all the time, and she would just watch me. No, actually, she had an issue with, what was it? Oh, I remember. It was CO2 in her system. Basically, like if she had too much carbon dioxide in her system, it was really hard for her to breathe. And so this made it so she could not work. And also, she was in a hospital for this. She had to be in a special hospital for this. But she was able to be on the internet. And she used to watch me a lot. And then one day came where I think she was getting attached to me, perhaps. I mean, like, we used to basically, like, sex through Instagram. But then she asked me what I thought would happen in the future. And I thought, like, hey, I'll be like the world's most eligible bachelor. So, like, I'm going to date a lot. And she's like, and I could date celebrities. You never know. I might marry a celebrity. You never know. And she was like, well, yeah, I mean, I think she thought, okay, those are delusions of grandeur. And I get that. I totally get that. So, but she watched me for a long time. And the way that she found me was this strange, there was this really, I thought it was a good platform. It was called Omelette. And it was like Twitch or Kick, but for gaming more so. And I actually bought the premium version of it for like, it was like like it was like $80 a year, and you could multi-stream on like Twitch and YouTube and a bunch of different things at once. So I was doing that early, like maybe 2 years ago, and she met me on it. She's like, I always see that you're streaming on here, etc., etc. So then that's how I met that person. But she, I know, does not watch me anymore, and that's absolutely okay. And then who else? Then you get Caspian C, who, you know where Caspian C is?
I haven't seen him in a while watching him.
Right, he'll be back. No. He'll be back. So he'll be back on August 8th, and he's excited. He had been live streaming his life alongside me, so I'm excited to have him back because his plan is to try to get the Kick. It's called the KCIP, the Kick Creator Incentive Program. Once you get that, you get paid to stream. And I don't know why you don't do it. If I may ask, you do so much on the internet. Why don't you stream?
Because I like having my life private, I suppose, and most of the views I have are contrary to kind of like public knowledge, and they kind of like have their own little hate group against it, I suppose. And I don't know, there's a lot more problems that come to it as opposed to solutions.
Okay, I mean, you don't have to discuss those things on your stream, but you do a lot of things. You do a lot of IRL.
It just puts me open and out to people I don't really want to be open and out to.
Hey, that's an honest answer. Hey, it makes sense. It is a way, though, perhaps in the future, you might be able to support yourself if you wanted. And I imagine, hey, you know enough people who are in the streaming world that one of them is going to blow up, and perhaps I'm that person, and then you'll realize your life has been pretty public. I know, I don't, just because I'm live streaming all the time and people can hear that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. You're pretty private, actually. No one knows you. I refer to you now by your first name, and that's because you had gone by that on your social media. I think though that your views are understandable, and I completely get it. I wouldn't press you any more than what I just did because you made complete sense to me.
I don't mind it, like hearing people's views and stuff. I mean, that's pretty much the only reason why I go online, to see your alternative views and opinions and whatnot. I love that, but the thing is, like, people kind of take that to another extreme sometimes and not really want to deal with it.
Right. I understand.
It's like, well, you don't believe in Jesus? We're all going to hunt you down and kill you, or we're going to try to make your life even more miserable than it already is. Like, there's plenty of shit like that as it is, without making myself like a public figure. You know what I mean?
Right. I understand.
I don't really have the tools to combat that.
Yeah, no, well, you're making good points. I'm not denying that at all. All right. You, my friend, oh, you don't have Spotify. Okay, never mind. Just one moment. I am. No. You're good. Let's see here. Episode interview overview. 2 plays. Video. What is scheduled? No, episode scheduled. No. Convert to that. Yeah, I did some of that.
What do you think about it? Like synopsis.
Boy, it's sending quite a powerful message to the world that what was allegedly the most powerful country for perhaps the last 100 years can be addressed by the prime minister of another nation. And with the lack of leadership that we currently have in the country, it essentially makes the United States look weak, makes Israel look very strong, and he'll get the support that he needs to continue a war in Gaza and perhaps expand to Lebanon. And you have whatever it was, 100 Democrats or whatever who didn't participate, and they probably won't win their.
They were outside advocating for Palestine. And Kamala actually organized that. They were outside chanting, "They ain't like us," which is synonymous with her previous ad for Joe Biden with one of those little movie stars she was on a phone with. They were like doing a commercial ad, like, "They ain't like us, girl. We come from the streets." It was not satire. They were mimicking that almost verbatim. And it's completely reminiscent of Kamala Harris.
Well, people are allowed their opinions, and those people are entitled to their opinions, and we're entitled to ours, and that's basically where we stand in the United States. But I think the United States looks very weak right now, particularly because of its lack of leadership, and also it's a very, I mean, within 8 days, we had a presidential nominee assassination attempt. We had a presidential party nomination. We had a president who stepped down, and a vice president who basically was cast as the front runner, like out of nowhere. And there's kind of a bunch of questions like, does she get to just take all this money and the support? It raises questions that if we set a precedent, like, who's to say in the future you could have a really loved candidate, and then that person drops out and puts in a terrible candidate, and then all the money just goes to that person. It's a precedent. Just, I think people should be aware of it.
Well, I think that's I mean, he was either playing it very, very smart or playing it very stupid. I mean, that in the sense that, well, he addressed the fact that they're not going to Gaza to occupy it and resettle it. And I hope that's the part that he's playing stupid at.
Yeah, no, that's definitely happening.
It's not exactly for Israel.
It's definitely happening.
Even though her husband is married to like an insult Jewish guy. But
right.
That being said, I mean, there's forces in our government and power that don't exactly like Israel. I mean, that's kind of like a known fact that there's going to be that. But I think that with that in mind, him saying that either was very truthful or 180, like completely the opposite of what he meant. Like, because I mean, militaristically speaking, like for you to not occupy that territory and just have a re-insurgency every 8 years is pretty much guarantee you another October 7th over and over again, no matter what. And in that mind, I mean, in that sense, I mean, I cannot get on board with that. I mean, I love Israel, so I can't get on board with that policy. It's like masochistic to me.
I mean,
like to take over Gaza would be wonderful because you could wipe out an entire front, having to worry about spending resources, having missiles come at your troops, having your back to the sea and your front facing your country as opposed to a terrorist, right? Something point pretty much in the middle, mixed in with your countrymen, and it's just like, why is that even there? It doesn't make sense to me in any sense of any word. It's completely crazy. Like to keep that like there, unless you're like a warmonger, pretty much making money off it, and then I can see you advocating for that. I mean, but if you're Israel country, you kind of want to take that over just because you don't want a repeat of October 7th ever again, and much less take an entire front, literally away from your military, that they don't have to worry about that anymore. You got a Navy to this. You don't have to worry about that crap anymore. And you can block off all tunnels from fucking Gaza and Egypt, and there's just nothing but benefits come from taking that back again, as opposed to letting them reorganize and have another resurgency in the years to come, which is almost 100% guaranteed to happen if that's going to ensure that's going to take place. I don't know if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm very passionate about this because I don't want to see October 7th never happen again.
Yeah, I mean, look, you just want the cliff notes of what's going to happen in the future?
Well, I mean, I don't want a military escape, but at the same time, you don't want another attack like that to ever happen in your country again, and letting them regroup essentially, get refunded, and you're just going to repeat the same thing over and over again. And at what point you realize that's literally the definition of insanity.
Yeah, it's going to continue. It's just, this is how it works. You create a boogeyman, whatever it is. I'm not going to say the name of it. It's just a boogeyman. And then you say that it's in an area of the world that you want, and then you make an excuse that you have to invade that. Whether it's in Gaza, or whether it's in Iraq, or whether it's in Afghanistan. I've seen it time and time again, and I'm sick of it. And I just don't think that it's necessary to have war.
That's crazy shit, man. Most definitely. It's like we got American and Israeli citizens. I mean, I'm not really trying to like throw out that they're all Jewish, but I mean they all are Jewish, obviously. But they got American passports, which makes them half Americans. That makes them literally American citizens. So I've been definitely trying to throw that out as much as I can to my fellow Americans, pretty much. So, get on board with, okay, we need to take care of these people that are doing mean shit to our citizens too, abroad.
But did you see it? Yeah, I think that they all hit the top of the goal, is what I saw. And they go ahead.
Because, I mean, there's so much of this bullshit, like America first. It's like what you really know about America first is not, letting our enemies get a one-up over us and victories over us abroad.
Why is America first bullshit? Why is America first bullshit? Why is America first bullshit?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Why is America first bullshit?
Well, it isn't bullshit because the people that are advocating for America first aren't really advocating for America first. They're advocating for literally like people like Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you're familiar with that, and Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy. Their idea of America first is defunding Israel and defunding Ukraine and letting Russia take over Ukraine and pretty much just letting Israel and Hamas just go at it without American weapons and funding, which in my mind is putting America last because those are our interests. You know what I mean? Just because they're not American properties or anything like that doesn't mean we don't have interest abroad, and it just seems to be counteracted to that. Well, letting Russia take Ukraine over, for instance, would be knocking on European doors, and they don't really have a history of not wanting to reestablish the Soviet Union. So, I mean, it's just kind of creating a problem where there once was none when we could have easily solved it before it got bigger. And in my mind, that putting America first concept is putting America last because you're putting your enemies first. But I do agree with the concept that America first is a good concept. It just, how they want to go about it is completely un-American. we're supposed to look out for the little guy, like beat the crap out of the bully type deal, essentially, on world scale. Not like, advocate for the bully to win so we can say, oh, well, we saved a couple bucks. Not looking out for the little guy. And the defense budget itself has really nothing to do with putting grocery drugs on the table. And those two things are common misconceptions in the public eye.
I'll debate you on that one. I'll debate you on that one. The defense budget is more than 50% of the entire budget. Why does it have to be so large?
Well, America itself supplies over 97 countries alone with just foreign aid, whether it be food, ammunition, whatnot. I mean, we pretty much feed 97 countries alone.
Right.
By ourselves.
Right. Why do we have to do that when we have homeless people in our own country?
Because a lot of the homeless people in our country don't affect they more or less used to be homeless.
No. For 1 year, if we just gave up the defense spending, we could house every man, woman, and child on the United States.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not as easy as it sounds. I mean, there's homeless here, but the thing is,
it's super easy. It's super easy.
How many of them would spend that on just drugs and alcohol alone?
No.
Literally, and not do anything but become homeless.
I would say that 85% of them, if you gave them a house, they could get off drugs and alcohol and all that other stuff.
I would love to see that come true. I mean, I would love that to come true, actually. But until it's played out, you would have to kind of see how it goes.
I understand.
But doing that means you would be starving 97 plus countries.
That's fine. For 1 year, they could understand. It's only 365 days. It'd say, hey, listen, guys, you just got to not get invaded for 365 days. And for the ones that are really important, perhaps the ones that have been mentioned, Israel, Ukraine, we could still fund them, but for 95 of them, we could just say for 1 year, you got to hold off because we have people who are starving in this country.
Very true. Yeah, I would love to see that come true from the position. And definitely end a lot of our problems. But I could obviously create more too. So, I mean, there are some pros and cons. You have to see how it goes. Waver that in as it comes in. But that's an interesting concept to hold that gate for 1 year. But I mean, that could definitely be detrimental to a lot of countries.
For 1 year, you just say this. You just say that it's very easy. You just say, if any country invades you within the next 365 days, we're going to use the biggest force in the history of mankind to destroy them. In the meantime, you just have to take 1 year off. So whatever you're using all our money for, just take 1 year off. You're going to get it in 365 days. You're going to get it again. But we need that money just so we can pay for our own people. It only makes sense. I'm sorry. I don't even want to have this argument with anyone because if you don't see it that way, I don't understand how you what a country's supposed to do. It's supposed to essentially take care of its own citizens. And if people don't think that a country should be doing that, well, then we have a different idea of what a country is. Now we're getting into a global policeman. And I just don't like that. I don't like war. Anything that's more money for defense contractors, I'm generally against.
I definitely agree that countries should take care of its own citizens first.
Okay.
The thing is, like, the thing is, all the policies that have been established are reallocating the money that should be used for, like, our school districts for educational purpose, are going towards, like, not that I don't like it, not that I do like it, but it's like gay rights in preschools and elementary schools, like things that don't really need to be in schools and should be taught within their own family values at home are still more or less funded by our government, and that money itself could be used too. I mean, there's so many sources of income that are just being pissed away pretty much on bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, for as much as you may think that it's about transgenderism, it really isn't. It's about transhumanism. And so what's being done is you have...
That doesn't belong in public schools, though. That belongs in your family's values, whether they want to condone or discondone that. It should be up to them, not a school board.
I recognize that. I mean, it gets into the lobbying and who can promote certain ideals. And I mean, I write about it. I wrote about it in the last 72 hours. I published an article on it on Reddit that essentially I make the argument that the diversity, equity, and inclusion is unconstitutional. However, due to the different lobbying, it won't ever be seen as such.
Lobbying shit. I mean, it's the bureaucracy in this country is kind of back asswards, if you ask me. It seems to be more geared to what people want as opposed to what they need.
That's an argument.
Are you sure you're okay?
I don't know if I'm looking for an argument. I just like a conversation, I suppose.
Oh, no. I didn't mean an argument like that. No, I mean that's a point to be made. Yeah, no, you're just making a point. I understand that. I'm not looking for an argument on it either. If I had a magic wand, I would do what I can to avoid war at all costs.
You and me, well, if I don't like war either. I don't like hearing about it. I don't like discussing it. I definitely don't like ways of trying to figure out how to handle it.
Do you know what the top age is on the draft?
The age of draft?
The
like 18?
18 to what?
35, I guess.
55.
It's 55 now? It's 35.
Always been 55. Like, or at least since World War II. But they just don't call you. They don't. There's a certain thing though. The first people they take are up to 35, and there's some other cutoffs at 35. Of course, to be president is 35, but also I think that's the oldest. 35 is like the oldest you can be to join the Air Force. Some other things like that. But yeah, I'll look that one up just to confirm. But the draft isn't that surprising?
It's before my time, I know that much. $18 to $25 for selective services.
No, that's just what you have to register.
1940, United States instituted the Selective Training and Services Act of 1940, which required all men between the ages of 21 and 45.
Wait, they expanded it. Congress changed it. They now changed it. All men from ages 18 to 64 will now be eligible for the draft. 64.
They're trying to get them ready for retirement.
Dog, I thought I was done with the fucking draft when I was like 25 because I didn't have to register anymore. But now, 64? Right. But dude, think about it. That's a lot of years. That's still another, for both of us, like 20, we have 25 years of military service potentially.
people of age have experience and knowledge, obviously, that can be instilled to their cadets or younger service members, and don't have to be active members in the field. They could be intelligence or so on and so forth.
Dog. Yeah, but then you get to a certain point where your country becomes like Ukraine and Russia, and like 95% of all men ages 18 to 40 are dead. It's ridiculous.
Like Ukraine.
House of the Dragon on HBO Max. And that's to view on iHeartRadio. Happy listening.
At some point, everything offends everybody. But the terms of the video, oh my God, you can't do that.
I never do that. I never wanted to find out.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
I've always done my best to kind of avoid that, but I write on a few subjects on Reddit, and another one on which I've written is the Equal Rights Amendment. I'm for the Equal Rights Amendment, and whether or not that's the way we're moving. And it was proposed in the 1970s and just never took on. And the big reason I was told it never took on, there were two big reasons. One were bathrooms, but the bigger one was women in the draft. Basically, an equal rights amendment would mean that women are draft eligible. But we're getting to the point where most things are like, if we did go to war, women could do a lot of things. And maybe they're not on the front line for some weird reason because they get periods. But even periods are changing. And I've written on this subject. It's like, okay, Rabbi, what'd you write on periods? Basically, there's medication now that you can make it so that you only get a period twice a year. Or 4 times a year, or however many times you want. But basically, you don't... What are you saying?
So there's I know she used to take it, and we just stopped getting her period. I do that.
So So things are changing.
More or less, it's more for the physiological discrepancies between the genders because certain roles that entail more physiological work that women are just incapable of doing. Well, I mean, they are capable of doing it, but they're unable to perform at the same level as a man.
It has, in my opinion, less to do with that than it does to being co-ed or like essentially when you get a bunch of guys together with a bunch of girls, they're going to want to fuck. They're not going to want to fight.
Very true. That's also another aspect.
I mean, imagine.
You got to worry about rape and shit. And you have to worry about that shit now, too.
Right.
More so with this all color.
I can tell you this, like as a Freemason, it's been debated. Are we going to have women as members? And I don't think generally we will. I think that might be something that will be one of the last things because it's a private organization and everything. But the reason why we don't do it, some of the reasons, but one major one is imagine you have a lodge and you have women there and men. And you have one of the men who likes one of the women and one of the women who likes one of the men, the same one. And they get married. And everybody from the lodge comes and it's the best wedding ever until they get divorced 10 years later. And then it tears a lodge apart. In the same way, when you have, say, a unit and it's normally 95 or 100% men, you don't have all of these relationship issues that you have when it's 50% men and 50% women. Well, then it starts to become about the drama and of societal behaviors and less about war. So,
and less shit gets done. You got to worry about internal situations and problems.
Oh, can you imagine? Just imagine it. I really want to put you in this position that you were drafted, and all of a sudden it would be like an adult high school where you'd have to worry about like so and so liking you or so and so making a comment about your body or whatever. Instead, it's like, dude, we're going into battle and stuff.
Society right now, that's it, I think.
Exactly. So you would take the people from society and give them guns and basically say you have to be around the people of the opposite sex now in close quarters. I mean, I can't even imagine it. Like going to war with a bunch of hot chicks. Imagine you're going to war with a bunch of hot chicks. It will be very hard to focus on battle.
They've got that issue because they've got more women in the military than they do men.
Well, I nevertheless want to see an equal rights amendment, and they just have to figure it out. And how do you figure it out? Well, I don't think you should go to war, and so to me, the whole male-female thing is a moot point. Now the issue arises, what happens if you get invaded, Mr. I don't want to go to war? That's where you have defense pacts. And so if you get invaded by someone, then you can defend yourself with a peacekeeping force, but you can't advance. That's the issue. It happens. Everybody advances. And like once you get attacked by one person, you go and destroy it, like the Taliban. Like we get attacked, and then all of a sudden, here we are in a 20-year war with a bunch of like potential like cow herders or sheep herders, and it's just that's not what I want to see for the world, and that is going to continue. That's the story that they keep telling everybody. Whatever the boogeyman is, I wrote about this very recently in the last 72 hours. Wherever the boogeyman is, you make a big deal about it, and that boogeyman could take your kids and be in your schools and corrupt your minds. And the only way to stop the boogeyman is to go invade some innocent country or some, group of people that it's really difficult to get the boogeyman. Why? Because the boogeyman takes human shields, and the boogeyman hides in schools. And so all of a sudden, it's like, oh, wow, well, we have to now take out the boogeyman. And this isn't to any country in particular. It's as much the United States as any country that has ever done this. This is the same story that I've been hearing for a century. And I just want to stop that. I'm so sick of that story. However, I know I'm the one saying this. That's the story that every country has told any of its people since the dawn of time, that there's this invisible enemy and we have to go do this. We have to tax you. We have to raise funds for war because of this invisible enemy. Sometimes the enemy is real, but many times if you don't have a real enemy, you create an enemy so that you keep the funding. It's what Eisenhower warned about in the military-industrial complex in his farewell speech.
Japanese oil embargo, they wanted that to happen. They wanted Japanese people to attack us.
You're exactly right.
They'll keep the war machine going.
100% right.
They leave them with no opportunity other than just do nothing or attack us, and they chose to attack us, so we were prepared for it, and we're waiting for it, more or less.
Right. I think another thing that causes a lot of issues is, and maybe in the future it'll be different, but it's the lack of translations. So it's like Joe Rogan played a bunch of Hitler speeches the other day, and it was like when you listen to what Hitler's saying, there's an argument to be made that he's being very patriotic to the German people, perhaps. It was just a snippet of what he had said.
I've seen that episode where he's translated in English, and he's like, sounds like just a normal politician.
Exactly. Just sounds like a
German accent. It sounds so
exactly. We've been brainwashed essentially to find the British accent very comforting and the German accent very scary based on media. And
they do sound very angry when they're just talking. They're just like, hey, how's it going? They're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but again, that's just what we interpret, that terseness as angry when perhaps the same could be said if the media had turned it so that we would consider the British accent to be the same. Essentially,
It also helped, obviously, in the war effort because they don't want, our soldiers sympathizing with the fucking enemy. They want to automatically dismiss them as pretty much like subhuman and angry people.
That's true.
So I mean, it definitely the concept of let's not, have any like kind of warmth for these people. We just like get rid of them.
Right, but I mean, here's an example. It's like Vladimir Putin. His English, if he speaks English, it's not very good to the point where I've heard him give speeches in English, and I'm like, oh yeah, I get that. Like Netanyahu, his English is great. He's educated in the United States, and so he's able to clearly communicate. But what happens is these leaders are chosen who don't speak English, and then it's very difficult for at least the American people to empathize with them because we don't actually hear them properly communicate to the world what their issues are.
There's some miscommunications involved, I imagine.
Absolutely.
People don't
like,
really want to be empathetic towards foreigners that don't really understand.
Exactly. Like Xi Jinping. Okay. I don't know what he sounds like in English. Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. I don't know what they sound like in English because they don't speak English. Basically, many of these countries, it's at a disadvantage if they elect a leader who doesn't know English because immediately they're not going to have that connection to the American people. Like, here's an example. If Putin spoke English, he could get on the microphone and speak to the English-speaking world and be like, hey, this is why I think what is going on is incorrect, and this is why I want to justify this war. And a lot of people might be like, oh, okay, well, he's not such an asshole, when perhaps he is, but we don't I mean, there's a lot of evidence that he's a terrible person, but he can't properly communicate to the English-speaking world his feelings because he doesn't speak it. The ability to speak English, I mean, I'm really thinking about this. This is a major thing. It's almost as if people are chosen as political leaders with the intent that they don't speak English. Because think about it, all the bad guys of the world, none of them have really spoken English. Slobodan Milosevic didn't speak English. Saddam Hussein didn't speak English. Yo, what's going on, Cameron? How you living, Cam? Hey, Cameron, I want you to type something. You ready? Type discord.me/rabbi, RABBI. Discord.me/rabbi. I'm live in a Discord call right now, and I want you to get in on it. Excellent. My friend Jacob's in here. Cameron's coming. Jacob, just one moment. Again, it's discord.me. Me is in like me, I, me, myself, and I, me. So it's discord.me/rabbi. discord.me/rabbi. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu, dog. Cameron, get in. And if you're wondering why it won't let you in, you have to leave the Telegram call in order to use your camera and your microphone in the Discord call.
I hate that shit. They need to cross-pollinate those things.
I agree.
Where you can just use your camera.
Hey, what's going on, GB? Living like a pimp. Obama Sonic, Ken Inu. Look who it is. Big Swole. How you doing, Big Swole? Hey, guess what, guys? Guess what? Guess what? I started a podcast. I've done 4 episodes thus far with Kick creators, and I've got a bunch more lined up. They're published on Spotify, on Amazon Music, on Apple Podcasts, and on iHeartMedia, and also they're video podcasts as well. So they're pretty advanced. Cameron, what the fuck are you doing? What did you say, GB? Yeah, definitely. Who's fighting? I got you. Very cool. Hey, Cam. Hey, where's Obama been? Bitcoin Obama. He hasn't been banned though, has he? I got you. Hey, GB, do you know my friend Jacob? That's okay. He's in my Discord right now. He's also in Harry Potter by Masonic Canino. Hey, we should start watching Kill Tony together if you're interested. On Mondays. Sound good, GB? There he is. What's going on, big dog? You got it. All right, I'm an in-demand person. All right, Jacob. Just one moment. I'm gonna hop into this Discord in a moment. I've got to wait for this podcast to upload, though. GB, are you going to watch the Olympics? Jacob, are you going to watch the Olympics? Are you going to watch the Olympics?
Am I gonna watch the what?
The Olympics?
Oh, the Olympics. I haven't really had any plans to watch, but I might watch a couple events or something.
Are there any events that you like?
I don't know. I like basketball. Football's not in there, I don't think.
They have soccer.
I like summer sports. I like the Winter Olympics too. But no, there's no actual sport in particular that I like more than everybody else. But kind of it was
You know what? I don't know what this is called, but it's a dish that I make. I make like the best fucking dishes, but they're really simple. Okay, what is it? You take as much mozzarella cheese as you can. You take a jar of marinara sauce and put it on top, and you microwave it until it's like fondue. And so it's literally just melted cheese and marinara sauce, and it's fucking amazing. It's like Jacob, you took the words out of my mouth, and you're very wise for just understanding it so perfectly. That's exactly what it is. I mean, if you ask me, Rabbi, what's your favorite food? Pizza's up there. And so it's all the stuff that I like about pizza, which is just the cheese and the sauce, which is what a lot of people like. I like the crust too, but just it's like it's a really simple thing to eat. That
I make it all the time for the snack.
You do?
Yeah, I make it all the time. I got crunch in the throat of it.
Oh, there you go. Hell yeah. I was asked in a podcast. I was in a podcast yesterday, and the people asked me what my favorite cheese was and what my least favorite cheese were. And my favorite is mozzarella. My least favorite is I don't know if I've ever necessarily had it, but Limburger cheese, and just because it has a really strong smell. But yeah, and I should have said a cheese. What was it? Whatever I said, I mispronounced.
You ever heard that maggot cheese?
No, that sounds disgusting.
They shit out and then they eat that.
No, that sounds disgusting.
I guess like it's like a very expensive cheese, like one of the most expensive cheese in the world. But it's made from maggots. Essentially, they let maggots eat this cheese, and then they shit it out, and then they pretty much toss away the maggots and eat the shit out of maggot cheese.
That's disgusting as fuck.
I'll look for the name of it real quick. I'm requesting.
Excuse me, what number are you? Oh, I'm in front of you.
Sardinian sheep milk cheese with live larvae.
Dude, that sounds sick as fuck.
Its origin is France.
That sounds disgusting.
I mean, it probably sounds disgusting, but who knows? It might be like the most delicious cheese you ever had in your life.
That's an excellent point. Don't knock it till you try it, right?
I suppose I would definitely try it once just to see, try this unique flavor, but the concept alone is utterly disgusting. I would have to agree with you on that. It's utterly repulsive.
Right. I mean, just the word maggot, if I ever hear it, it just makes my stomach turn. So.
If you're in the woods and that's like the only thing you got is grubs, you have at it.
Oh, dude. If you're in the.
Rich people are kind of the opposite. They take that kind of like thing like to the next extreme to where it's more like poor people food is taboo.
Well, yeah, we're getting away from poor people food. That's pure survival.
That's survival food. It's like basic core survival.
Right. I mean, unless you're gonna die, those are the only conditions under which you're gonna eat maggots. Now, their cheese might be different. Perhaps it's a delicacy or something, but the idea of just eating maggots to most people is just, I think they consider it repulsive.
So it's a thing in France. I mean, it's pretty expensive too. It's like expensive cheese. I heard about it years ago. I've never been able to forget about it. Yeah, where'd your friend go?
Oh, that's straight savage. He is a very pro 420 streamer, and he's the biggest weed smoker on Kick. And I did an interview with him today, and I'm in the middle of uploading it to YouTube, so I can't quite go to his channel because he wants me to go to his Discord, which I will, but before I do so, I have to upload this video, and it's almost done. So once it's